you. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2027, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence la Gouverneure.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates, setting out the funds required for the administration of the public service for the exercise for the fiscal year ending March 2027, pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the main estimates 2026-2027.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board has a second report to table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Orders, Order 32, subsection 2, I have the honour to table, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, a document in both official languages entitled Report on Federal Tax Expenditures 2026.
Des dépôts de projet de loi.
Tabling the documents. Statements by ministers, presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1, sub 2, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the order of the second reading of private members' public bill originating in the Senate, and recommended that the item listed herein, which has been determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Conformément.
Pursuant to sections 91(1)(2, it is deemed adopted.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages regarding the motion passed February 5th, 2026, regarding the historical interpretation of facts that contributed to the decline of the French language in Canada and Quebec. Pursuant to Section Standing Order 1089, the committee is asking for a global response to this present report.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills, motions.
The Honourable Member for Senate, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because Esquimalt Senator Suk wasn't in the room, so I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of the constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands to present a petition where constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands are looking to see the government pursue the promise of protected marine areas. There's been actually such a long time, Mr. Speaker. It's been decades since it was first proposed that there be a protected marine area next to the Gulf Islands National Park, so long ago that Jacques Cousteau endorsed the idea. In any case, petitioners are pointing out that there are being 11 classifications for marine protected areas. and that depending on how it's classified, a different department will oversee the marine protected area. Petitioners are pointing out that when areas are closed off to fishing, there's a net benefit to fisheries throughout the region because the areas where there is a no fishing rule allows fisheries to recover and be more plentiful in areas all surrounding the protected area. So the petitioners call on the government and DFO to work with relevant government branches to simplify the communication and ensure that marine protected areas are put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Canadians to present a petition. Petitioners argue that massage therapy is vital for both mental and physical health, along with injury recovery. And currently, massage therapy is not recognized by the Excise Tax Act, and Canadians are charged HST and GST on massage therapy. Petitioners draw attention to the inequality that this creates in relation to affordability and access, and petitioners are calling on the Minister of Finance to include massage therapy as part of the Excise Tax Act and remove the HST on massage therapy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House to table two petitions. First, citizens concerned by potential abuses of power by Cabinet. Part 5 of Bill C-15 allows the minister to exempt entities, including businesses, from any federal legislation apart from the criminal code. They believe that these powers, unfettered powers with no definition attached to them, could compromise fundamental protections with respect to environment, competition, and public tenders. They're asking the Government of Canada to reconsider Section 12 of Bill C-15 to address these issues of abuse of power. Second group of citizens is concerned about animal welfare. Canada does not have a national registry of people responsible for, found guilty of negligence or cruelty to animals. In that case, certain entities could subcontract the work of caring for animals to people who might have been found guilty of mistreatment or abuse of animals. So they're asking for this registry to be established for a period of 10 years for these people not to end up in another province, which would, of course, compromise animal welfare. Several thousand people have signed this petition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to table once again a petition from Canadians on Vancouver Island, from Victoria to Courtenay to Port Alberni, Parksville. They're all calling on the federal government to take leadership on brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment. The petitioners note that brain injuries can occur in many ways, from accidents, sporting events, to illnesses and strokes, overdoses, and often resulting in serious physical and cognitive, emotional, and behavioral effects. They'd like to see better coordination with provinces and the federal government, and they further point out that brain injuries are frequently linked with other challenges, including substance use, homelessness, and creating additional barriers for those affected. They estimate that there's 1.6 million Canadians that are living with a brain injury today, yet there's no coordinated national response. Lastly, the petitioners are calling on the government to support my Bill C-206, to develop a national strategy on brain injuries to improve education, awareness, and prevention, and ensure better access to treatment, rehabilitation, as I said, better coordination and recovery supports for Canadians living with the impacts of brain injuries. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first petition that I'm going to present to the House today is with respect to the urgent need to implement a foreign influence registry. Petitioners highlight concerns about foreign interference in Canada that are broadly shared, especially within certain diaspora communities that have been targeted through foreign interference. And they highlight the need to defend our country, to defend our sovereignty, and defend the integrity of our democratic processes. Petitioners want to see the implementation of that foreign influence registry and not to see the government back off as they try to warm relations with powers that are responsible for a lot of that foreign interference. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about Liberal Bill C9, and in particular, an amendment to that bill that would criminalize situations in which an individual might read a passage of a sacred text, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, etc. Petitioners say that the state has no place regulating the reading of a religious text or the teaching of a faith community. They highlight that freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved in this country, preserved against the efforts in C9 to infringe on those fundamental rights. The petitioners ask the government to protect religious freedom, to uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into matters of faith. The next petition highlights specifically the impact of the carbon tax and the continuing impact of the industrial carbon tax on farmers. They highlight the costs associated with the carbon tax and importantly that the impacts of the carbon tax are still being felt because the government continues to believe in this tool and continues to apply it through the industrial carbon tax. Therefore, petitioners call on the House to exempt farmers from the impacts of this tax, and they encourage the House to recognize the broader economic harms associated with this continuing policy of the current government. The final petition that I'll table today deals with medically facilitated death and the impact of the current regime in this regard on Canadians with disabilities. Canadians with disabilities are concerned how the frequent offer of facilitated death by those in authority, including in cases where people are not at all seeking information about that, instances where people with disabilities are seeking access to unrelated public services, and then those people have instead been confronted with proposals from people in authority that they pursue facilitated death. There is a bill before this House that I put forward, Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act, that seeks to deal with situations in which MAID is proposed to those who are not seeking it. But this particular petition goes further than that bill, and it calls on the House to protect all Canadians whose death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medically facilitated death for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today and present a petition on behalf of residents of Fairhaven, Meadow Green, Park Ridge, and Confederation in Saskatoon. And this petition is about the challenges that residents are facing because of the crime, chaos, and disorder that's taken over their neighborhoods. They speak about drug use and homelessness that have overrun the neighborhoods and made public areas unsafe, and talking also about safe supply and harm reduction programs paid for by the federal government have prolonged and encouraged drug use instead of offering treatment for addiction. So they're calling for the government to bring back mandatory minimum sentences for trafficking and importing of illegal narcotics that were removed from Bill C5. They want to end the dangerous safe supply experiment that has lowered the cost and increased the supply of narcotics on the street. And finally, they want to invest in real treatment for drug users, such as rehabilitation beds that encourage people to get off drugs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Special government orders, government bills commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-15, Budget 2025 Implementation Act Number 1.
Appuyé par M. Ali, propose que le projet de loi C-15, loi portant exécution de certains.
The Bill C-15, tabled November 4th, 2025, be read a third time. Debate.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand before this House on third reading of the budget. The Finance Minister has done an extraordinary job of putting forward a blueprint for Canada, enabling us to be more competitive, to provide for prosperity, and to enable that we protect our sovereignty. These are important steps. So thank you, Minister of Finance, for doing so. No, these are values that are critically important to all of us. I believe it's a shared vision by all parties, certainly by Canadians. I myself came back into politics for a number of reasons. I think many of you have as well. It's important for us to provide value in this House and to enable our next generation to be better off than we are, given the circumstances and the opportunities that we have in this place to do something better. And we're at a pivotal moment in our history. Geopolitical challenges are before us. Our largest trading partner is becoming less dependent, and it's requiring us to be more forthright, to broaden our reach. This budget speaks to that. These are complex issues, so gimmicks in this case don't work. We need some serious roadmap, we need some serious engagement by all sides to enable this to succeed, enable Canada to succeed. You know, at times I hear us attacking independent institutions in our democratic society, in what makes us trusted partners around the world. To attack the governor of the Bank of Canada, or to attack our securities commissions, or to attack our independent judges, who actually, we create the laws, they enact them. And we need that to be the case, Madam Speaker. The blame game that we sometimes see in this House can only go so far. Folks, we're all accountable here. Madam Speaker, we're all accountable to our constituents. We're all accountable to our children. We're all accountable to our parents. I mean, we in this House are trying to provide a society, an enablement within our society to care for our elders and to provide every opportunity for our children. Which brings us then to the budget. So I joined politics after 25 years in the private sector, having my own business, spent 20 plus years in the banking sector, providing and supporting commercial business clients, participated in the capital markets, enabled mergers and acquisitions, and fostered ways for Canada to succeed. And in that circumstance, I recognize...
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member for 2 seconds. Est-ce que je peux rappeler aux honorables députés s'ils veulent avoir des conversations?
I'd ask the honourable members if they'd like to have conversations that they do so outside the chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know they're very interested in what's happening because it's creating controversy, it's creating discussion, and that's important. But as I said, after all those years in the private sector, after 25 years in the private sector, I wanted to give more back. I wanted to give back to a society that enabled us to have opportunity. Many of us are products of immigration. My parents came in 1953 from a post-war fascist regime in Europe to seek that opportunity, to continue to prosper, to allow us that engagement and recognize that we all play an essential role in that well-being of Canada. And when I look at my first priority in politics and government, to promote economic growth, to promote economic stability, to enable opportunity and prosperity, to engage, that I think is essential for who and what we do in this House. This budget speaks to that in a large way. The second priority is to be able to sustain social programs. You can't do that without a strong economic force. And those programs are essential for us to help those less fortunate, to ensure that we have education and health care, to ensure that we have the backstop for those who are most in need. And my community in Mississauga Lakeshore care about our economic prosperity and our enablement to have jobs, but also about ensuring that no one's left behind, to ensure that we support our elders as they move on into retirement. Another priority has also been around unity. After spending the years I did in the private sector, and I recognized some of the challenges between provinces, the tearing down of those barriers, the enablement of us to foster greater competitiveness as a country means that we have to have stronger unity as a country between provinces. I tried at one point to foster a national cooperative securities regulator across all provinces, and I was able to get 8 provinces to sign on. And that enabled us to have a shared vision, one where we could attract more foreign direct investment at a lower cost to them. And people understood that, of all political stripes. National unity is essential for Canada's prosperity. We can have our differences, but we recognize that when we work in tandem, when we try to help one another, we all succeed. And in our federation, and recognizing that as that time I was representing the province of Ontario, and while we ourselves in that provincial government were going through some challenges with the 2008 downturn in the financial crisis, we still picked up and we still contributed more to the rest of the federation that we brought in because we understood that Canada is one, notwithstanding all the provincial differences. And I strongly support cooperation and success in Quebec, success in British Columbia, success in Alberta, success in all of our provinces, because that way we all succeed. And lastly, as a 4th priority in this engagement as to why I became a member and sought elected office, is to ensure that Canada stands proud on the world stage. And we have a lot to be proud of. I mean, some may say we are reliant on major powers, and others may say if it wasn't for Canada as a trusted partner and one that actually provided engagement regarding peace and the rule of law, that stands Canada apart. It's why we were a major force in NATO. It's why we continue to be a major force in the United Nations. It's why we must continue to stand tall and stand proud to enable the rule of law, international law, to prevail. And Canada is being sought after because of our sense of peace, our sense of democracy, and our sense of rule of law, that we are not there to dictate what others should do, but to, by our own example, encourage other parts of the world to behave appropriately with respect. This budget speaks to respect. Respect of our businesses, respect of our citizens, and respect to those around the world. Yeah, we have global challenges, and Canada's facing them. Here in Mississauga Lakeshore, in my community, where I grew up, they care about the community. They care about education. They care about jobs. They care about security. And they don't care about who is responsible. They just care about the results. They don't care about us deflecting blame to others. They care about working together to ensure that greater security is had at home and to ensure that protection measures are there for them and that prosperity and opportunity is provided for them as we go forward. This budget speaks to their priorities about investing, to build more homes, to protect our society through a number of bills beyond our budget for crime and bail. And already in the budget is allotment for greater border security, greater RCMP, greater measures of protection to ensure that Canada remains safe. And more importantly, this budget talks about empowering them, empowering Canadians, empowering our citizens, to give them skills, to give them job opportunities, to provide a number of aspects within the industry, with our trade routes and our negotiations abroad, to enable Canada and Canadians to do even more. More importantly, the budget not only charts a course for Canada, it charts a course for individuals themselves to succeed. There's a lot of discussions around generational investments in this budget. The build major infrastructure. Those major projects that are being proposed will unleash the great potential that Canada has It is why so many are seeking to invest in Canada, and so many are trying to control those investments. We need to foster and ensure we protect our Indigenous communities and protect Canadians. We must protect our borders, and we must empower those Canadians by also providing better measures of affordability. Again, this budget talks about tax cuts for the low income, provide incentives to produce more housing, provide support within the mix so that people can enable themselves afford those groceries that have been costed by certain inflation. And that's also been under control. But we need to do better in the interim. We must compete, and the budget talks about how we can compete and prosper, how we can build to enable that support and that prosperity. But it also means that we must be more responsible and eliminate some wasteful spending. There is measures within the budget to empower us to invest, but to also be mindful of where we spend. And that is clear within this budget and the taxes and the process by which we are proceeding, without impeding those social programs that's so critical to all Canadians. But attracting investment is a third issue that I want to touch upon in this budget. Canada is one of the strongest in the G7. We are unleashing over $1 trillion over the next 5 years through our major projects, through our critical minerals and our sovereign fund, through roads and bridges, through our community strong fund, to build Canada homes. The defense industrial strategy is yet another piece of an economic imperative as well as a sovereign imperative. But the major project office will trigger $150 billion in total capital investment. That's critical. And I think for many Canadians, they want to see Canada invest in ourselves. It's not just about taking minerals out of our ground. It's about processing and enabling us to refine those minerals for value-added use. And these things are essential as we proceed. Let's talk about the fiscal impacts within the budget, too. We're in the midst of many trade agreements. We have witnessed record number of measures already being taken by the Prime Minister and our Trade Commissioner and our Trade Minister in record numbers. The world is looking to work with Canada. Canada is the only country that has trade agreements with all G7 countries. And that says something about how we are viewed by other parts of the world. Canada is also sought after because we are an energy superpower. We are one that have a sufficient amount of oil and natural gas that has yet to be taken to its full potential. We recognize that. But we recognize the clean energy grid that's also important in our ability to trade and enable some of our industry to be even more competitive in the long term, because those measures are taken into account. So our fiscal capacity is strong. We have a strong credit rating. We have a very low net debt to GDP, amongst others. And interest rates have come down, and we have locked in our bonds and yields for long term to enable us to take advantage of those low rates today. Skills and training and career ability of our people is also essential. And it attracts people to Canada, knowing that we have the talent and the pool to enable those manufacturings and advanced manufacturings, innovation to succeed. Canada is nurturing that. We're an incubator as well as a builder. And those things must be maintained within Canada. We know all too often they go after the larger markets to enable themselves to succeed. We can do more to help them succeed here at home by having those alternative trade routes across other parts of the world. We talked about affordability, the grocery benefit, the ability to ensure that those that are less able today to reduce their taxes, to have a way to foster greater engagement. of those that have found it difficult, certainly after COVID years. And we recognize that, all of us do. We talk about that. But Canada, by enabling greater prosperity and job creation, also are able to provide greater support and opportunity for those who have had a difficult time. But that measure is one of global effect, as you know. The United States is going through the same thing in other parts of Europe and other parts of the world. And Canada was one of the few countries that stood out in providing help and supports directly to those most in need. We also supported industry, provided stimulus and other measures to help them be more competitive through the industrial strategy. We have the housing strategy to try to foster and create more affordable homes, to reduce homelessness, and to provide greater social well-being. And the acceleration of some of those housing projects through our housing strategy will enable that to start to take place, and many are now breaking ground. Public safety, as I talked about earlier, is an essential part within this budget. Border security, the border security officers, so many have been now hired, the RCMP, the funding of those essential supports are part of this budget. Also part of this budget is fraud and financial crime that affects so many and are hard to engage. And within this budget, as we go forward, we are engaged in that protection measures. And our defense strategy that recently came out, funded by the opportunities within this budget, will help us bolster Canadian-made supports in aerospace, in ammunitions, in the critical minerals. Our defense industrial strategy is aligned also with NATO and Europe and our allies, because we need to ensure that we're able to broaden our reach and our markets so that we can have those measures invested here in Canada to enable Canadians to invest and as well proceed to prosper within those skills and manufacturing sites. The key to this is our Defense Investment Agency to foster and partner with those manufacturing and those production facilities at home. The Security Action Plan with Europe, our strategic investments as we align ourselves across this country to support the industry, to help support and guarantee northern sovereignty as well as our overall sovereignty in Canada and the Arctic, and to provide an international boost for new careers across Canada. Our focus is on Arctic and northern defense, in technology and in innovation, and more importantly, in maintaining and securing a strong Canadian supply chain. As I wrap up, we're talking about a budget that encompasses housing abilities, our defense ability, our industrial major projects ability, our enablement of energy, our opportunity to maximize our critical minerals, and above all, to be trusted partner in that engagement with other parts of the world. Buy Canadian is a big part of this budget. We recognize that that is a key factor for our Canadians and our citizens to succeed. It's a positive vision, one with confidence, one with discipline, and one that abides by the rule of law. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you to all members of the House across the way as well as we maintain and strengthen Canada, keep Canada strong.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. I normally thank colleagues across the way for the speeches, but I can't today. Now, I enjoyed serving on OGO with the member opposite, but today's speech, if the media actually bothered to fact check, would probably spend 2 or 3 hours picking everything apart. It's funny to watch the beginning of his speech. The former Kathleen Wynne finance minister who helped destroy Ontario's finances, thanking the current finance minister who's on his way to match the massive debt spending. It was also the minister who was finance minister that saw Ontario be receiving equalization payments from the rest of the country for every year he was finance minister. But I want to go to one specific item. He was talking about respecting institutions. This government has not appointed yet a new parliamentary budget officer. The interim officer, his term ends March 3rd. A new one has not yet been named. The Operations Committee put forward a motion that the government consult with Parliament about choosing a new parliamentary budget officer. None has been named yet. Why is this government not respecting the institutions that he talks about that they want to support so much?
Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member opposite having engaged with him during OGO. And I also appreciate him reminding this House that I did do 6 budgets and that I did balance the books and that Ontario was the largest contributor to the rest of the Federation. Even when it was a so-called have-not province, we contributed more to Canada, over $11 billion, than all the other provinces, while Quebec and others were receiving some of those fundings. Canada and Ontario at the time was also the first to increase its credit rating during our time when I was there, recognizing the strength of our measures being taken. Over 1 million net new jobs was brought to the province of Ontario during that time, after we had to suffer the 2008 recession, which the Conservatives were in power. And we still were able to balance the books. The PBO and the member opposite talking about an independent member of the House, that is essential, and I'm sure it'll happen in time. We require that to be the case. All of us are held to account, and the truth matters, Madam Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for showing some authority in this House. Sometimes it's tricky here, but we in the Bloc Québécois respect the Speaker. I'd like our colleague who's a former Minister of Finance to talk to us about the fact that in the Budget Implementation Act, there is a 5-year extension to tax credits for carbon capture to help oil and gas companies. As I just said, my colleague was formerly a Minister of Finance. Does he believe that oil and gas companies are having so much trouble making ends meet that it is justifiable to have Quebec and Canadian taxpayers help them? Because apparently they're just so pitiable because they can't scrape together a little money.
Sure.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question. I really do. It enables us to talk about some of the measures, again, that I even took when I was as Minister of Finance, as the member opposite reminds us. We brought in a cap-and-trade system in Ontario, aligning ourselves with Quebec. Quebec was part of that Western Climate Initiative with California. Ontario had decarbonized its system. So we were great receivers of $1.3 billion annually through that system. It was the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, that brought in carbon tax pricing to Ontario as a gas tax because we were exempt. We were the ones that were exempt. Ontario, Liberal Party of Ontario, were able to provide an exemption on that very issue, as was Quebec. Now, we talk about that $1.3 billion that we use for dollar-for-dollar reinvestment in inspiring economic growth in the province of Ontario. That's now been delayed because of the fact that the Conservatives brought forward a carbon gas tax, which was unnecessary. As it stands, all of us should be paying a little extra to provide greener opportunity for all of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I really do appreciate the comments that the member has put on the record. And what I'd be interested in knowing is just his understanding or appreciation in terms of the importance of trade to Canada and why, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and so many of our colleagues are actually pursuing ways in which we can increase exports. It is a very important aspect to the economy. Canada makes up about 0.5% of the world population, yet we participate in 2.5% of world trade. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his perspective on the important issue of trade.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Yeah, I thank you for the question, and it's, I think, essential part of the budget. expanding our trade routes, expanding trade across the world is part of what makes Canada an opportunity to provide a measure, a step for some of those countries to deal in the Western Hemisphere. Canada has been succeeding. Over $1 trillion now being projected in supports with Canada's engagement. We are punching above our weight. In fact, Canada remains one of the top destinations for foreign direct investments, and the reason is because they believe in Canada.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I'd like to ask the member opposite why it was necessary for the government to include a provision to exempt individuals and companies from acts of parliament rather than using the usual legislative amendment provisions.
Saga Lakeshore.
Member opposite speaking about exemptions to opportunities to make Canada more effective, to expedite matters more essential to our economy. I would refer to those particulars. And every exemption that occurs has to be fully transparent. And one of the things that should never be hampered is when they try to control the governor of the Bank of Canada or Ontario Securities Commissions or judges. That is uncalled for. And that's one of the reasons a public budget officer is also essential to this role.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. In C-15, the government is bringing back the Clean Electricity Tax Credit, which is better written this time in this bill than it has been in the past. But officials confirmed to us that this credit would be for small modular reactors. That's what they confirmed to us in committee, and they said that the reactors would be used to clean oil sands in order to produce more oil. Can the colleague please explain what is clean about nuclear electricity, which will allow us to produce more of the dirtiest oil in the world?
So the member opposite may or may not know CANDU reactors, and the corporation is within my riding. And I've met with CANDU on a number of occasions. We talk about small modular reactors providing supports and electricity to those remote communities in the far north who rely primarily on diesel, which is extremely dirty, to provide greater sources and secure electricity in those areas. And as we move into major projects around Canada, we're going to need some greater degree of energy. But I can say this, world markets are looking to Canada-made reactors. And our CANDU reactors, not just the small modular reactors, but our CANDUs are sought after because of its ability and its effectiveness and its competitiveness and its safety measures. And I support our nuclear program in Canada for that very reason.
Here, here. Giving them to you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Milton, Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague mentioned the respect that Canada commands from countries and international organizations around the world. One recent example was from the International Monetary Fund. The IMF highlighted that Canada is a G7 country that has significant fiscal headroom to support economic growth through investment. Can my colleague comment on how this budget leverages Canada's fiscal capacity to build and unleash our country's economic potential? And does he agree with the IMF's accolade?
For Mississauga Lakeshore.
Yeah, great question. I appreciate that very much. And I think all of us appreciate it. All of us in this House should stand proud and stand tall for the fact that Canada is seen around the world and by G7 and by IMF for its ability and capacity to grow and invest. Canada's done extraordinary things during the downturn. Certainly in 2008, we weathered it better than any other part of the world because we had taken those steps. IMF appreciates Canada. I think the rest of the world does as well, and so should we.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Before I begin on a point of order, I ask through you for unanimous consent to share my time with the member for Calgary Centre.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for
Implementation Act, I really have three things I want to talk about. I want to talk a little bit about the process and the committee process that took us to what may be the last day that we debate this bill. I want to talk about some of the things that Conservatives agree with that are contained in the BIA, and I want to talk about those with which we disagree. And so I want to begin by being clear and being on the parliamentary record that what happened with the debate on the BIA, in many respects, is a credit, if I may say, to the parliamentary process by which parties agree to a work plan within committee, have a robust work plan that calls for officials and ministers to appear. We didn't have time to really call very many experts outside of the public service itself. But when that bill was referred to committee, this committee got to work. It got to work collaboratively. The reason I bring this up is because it has been falsely and repeatedly said in this chamber that this bill was held up by the opposition. It was not. There is only one party that has filibustered or delayed business at the Finance Committee. It is actually the Liberal Party, who did so on Bill C4 on 3 different occasions. They filibustered their own bill. So while I'm being heckled by the member for Winnipeg North, I invite him to check the record, maybe check with his parliamentary secretary. So this committee, not his parliamentary secretary, I'm just being heckled left, right, and center, Madam Speaker. I don't know what is with these Liberals today, but I'll maybe leave it at that on the process and talk about things that Conservatives agree with in this BIA. This BIA contains policy reversals from the government that we support, like repealing the digital services tax, something that we fought in the last Parliament tooth and nail, foretold all of the consequences of that bill, and now here we are in the next Parliament, the Liberals admitting through their legislation that Conservatives were right all along and are repealing the digital services tax. They're also repealing the luxury tax on corporate aircraft and some watercraft. We said at the time that these taxes would simply harm industry and would raise insignificant amounts of revenue, in fact, would likely result in lost economic activity. So they've come around to us on that. They've come around on the underutilized housing tax, which we raised concerns about when they brought it in, and they are repealing this. So these are all positive steps with which we agree. There are many things that we do not agree with in this BIA, and I'm going to talk about a few of them as time will allow. So this BIA creates a Crown Corporation to at least explore the construction of a high-speed rail network. Now, we're not opposed to infrastructure. If infrastructure, if you want to call this train such, perhaps. But what they are actually doing here is proposing and beginning to spend significant amounts of money on a train with dubious projections for its ridership and absolutely terrifying possibilities for total cost. And so we oppose this. The CEO of this new corp testified at committee. He was candid, and he certainly gave nothing to assure Canadians that this would not ultimately become an extraordinary boondoggle. He would not even acknowledge, didn't seem to act like surprised when we talked about the existing subsidy to keep the existing rail network going, which relies on a subsidy of $2 for every dollar that it takes in fares. Boy, I'm going to run out of time with all the things wrong with this budget, but Madam Speaker, we move on to Veterans Affairs. And this BIA contains an absolutely disgraceful provision wherein the Government of Canada, to correct an ongoing, they call it a mistake, but what it really is the Department of Veterans Affairs over a series of governments, has systemically denied proper levels of compensation to veterans on the basis of a 1998 law. They are being sued successfully. It appears that the government would be ordered to repay $870 billion to veterans, many of whom are in long-term care. These are elderly veterans that have, in some cases, given blood and limbs for their country. And so to deal with the prospect of being ordered to pay nearly $1 billion in compensation, they are retroactively changing a 1998 law to avoid and give legal cover to refuse compensation to veterans. It's shameful. We've heard a lot about the ministerial powers, including in the last interventions in the previous speech, so I'm going to go past that one, but fortunately, these were amended. So this is what happened at committee. We agreed to a 605-clause bill that we went through clause by clause in only 6 hours, Madam Speaker. Amendments were proposed. Some amendments were accepted by the government, which is appreciated. The partially dialing back the draconian powers that they've given themselves would be one point. But in the ministerial appearances we have, I have to take some time and unpack what happened when we had the Minister of Finance. So this Budget Implementation Act implements a budget with a $78.3 billion deficit. So, Madam Speaker, the members of the governing party caucus campaigned in an election promising not to exceed their deficit. The last deficit that was tabled in the previous budget was $42 billion. There was a promise not to exceed that deficit. So they immediately take, they form government, a continuation of the old government. They have $20 billion in new deficit spending added in a projection. They then promise that they won't exceed that deficit projection. Then they table a deficit with $78 billion. So I don't understand how all of these members, especially the ones that have been here since 2015, who have campaigned in election after election, promising that it's going to get better, that they're going to rein in spending. They promised in 2015 to balance the budget by 2017. They've broken every promise, blown through every fiscal guardrail, cut loose every fiscal anchor, and now want to be taken at their word, maybe, I guess, that $78 billion is the new number they won't exceed. The debt to GDP ratio isn't even declining. It's going up, Madam Speaker. That used to be the sacred line that they shall not cross, in the words of one of the previous finance ministers. So when this finance minister came to committee and was asked repeatedly about balanced budgets, he actually said to me, Madam Speaker, that it was irresponsible for members of the opposition to ask the finance minister when they would balance the budget. He refused to answer the question for, I don't know, 5 solid minutes of refusal to answer a basic financial question. He could have said, to the committee, that we currently don't have a projection that goes out far enough to find a balanced budget. We're not there. What you see in the budget is as good as it gets. The officials have nothing further to say on the future of deficits. But he didn't. He actually challenged the legitimacy of the question. So how arrogant do you have to be when you're a government suggesting to an opposition that they shouldn't ask basic questions about the health of the finances and the future of the finances of this country? They've talked in their speeches today, I know I only have maybe 30 seconds left, about construction of major projects. Well, they promised to build these at speeds unimaginable. We're a year in now. There are no approvals, no even real talk. They won't even say the word pipeline out loud, Madam Speaker. And so, again, confronted with these questions about on which date construction might begin or on which date we can expect an approval, there was none. So the accountability has been disappointing, and that's why we oppose this Budget Implementation Act.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, here's a fundamental flaw to the member's argument when he talks about deficit. Surely to goodness he would recognize that of the G7 countries, countries like the United States, France, England, there's only 2 countries that actually have a AAA rating, Canada being one of them. We, as a government, and the Prime Minister is using our financial capacity in order to build a stronger, healthier infrastructure here in Canada. And then you hear the Conservatives waffle, well, you know, we don't think about this, we're not too sure about that. And we saw that yesterday. For example, does the Conservative Party support a high-speed train for Canada? I think the Conservative Party needs to be straightforward with Canadians and say yes or no. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
It's always fun watching the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader trying to keep the opposition to account. This intervention says everything about these guys. First of all, he is ignoring all of the promises that he has run in 4 elections on. He is now taking credit for a AAA credit rating that his government inherited from the previous government and in which is under threat by at least one agency, which is talking about review. So his government deserves no credit for that. And it would be one thing if they didn't promise something different, Madam Speaker. They didn't promise to expand the deficit forever because of their fiscal capacity. That's not what they ran on. They ran on not increasing the deficit, and they've broken the promise.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello to my colleague, with whom I work very well on the Finance Committee. Madam Speaker, in C-15, in the budget, the government spends $11.5 billion on Build Canada homes, and these amounts will not have parliamentary oversight. So we have no idea how those programs are going to be run or administered. Most of all, we don't have any guarantee that there will be any equity or fairness in how these amounts are granted to provinces. So how does my colleague feel about Build Canada homes? Does he agree that there should be a guaranteed percentage set aside for social housing and community housing in Quebec?
Well, Madam Speaker, his question takes us right into everything wrong with this government's approach to nearly any public policy problem out there. They build bureaucracies. That's what they build. And they set up fiscal structures and financial structures that, at best, are oblique, or at worst, just send money into black holes. So, yes, I fundamentally disagree with the approach of this government, and I am extraordinarily skeptical of their ability to achieve any of the things that they say their bureaucratic structures are set up to do.
For Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, the Bureau of Pension Advocates is about to lose half of their workforce, Madam Speaker. This is this Liberal government is sunsetting a program that's meant to address wait times for Canada's RCMP and military veterans. Madam Speaker, this is important for veterans that are appealing their benefits that have been denied. In fact, they've had an 89% success rate of cases that have been heard in improving benefits. And Greg Harlow, the president of the Association of Justice Council, the union representing the lawyers employed by the federal government, he cited that veterans are going to get hurt by this. Madam Speaker, we put forward a motion, the NDP, which was defeated by this Liberal government just yesterday, Madam Speaker, to reverse these cuts. Can my colleague speak about the duty and the honour we have to support Canada's RCMP and military veterans?
Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Yes, my colleague, the member for Airdrie Cochrane, commented on this in debate yesterday. For those watching who don't know, this structure that they are cutting is one that was created to help veterans cope with the sheer complexity of the systems that seem almost designed in cases to deny benefit. So that's where that's where the fiscal discipline, if that's what they want to call it, what it looks like with this government, trying to stick to a record, a promise-breaking deficit by, clawing back or refusing to repay $870 million to veterans and to cut the people that protect veterans who are struggling to get benefits that they're entitled to.
During debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, nice to see you. And my first time to get to speak on this budget, so I'm happy to rise in the House today. The first thing I like to deal with all the time, of course, is the balance that we're talking about here. This budget projects a balance of $78.3 billion, and that was delivered not so long ago. And since then, we've accumulated billions more in program spending that this government didn't foresee when they initially brought the deficit out at $78.3 billion. But the budget itself was significantly late, and I know my colleagues will find me to be a broken record on that, but the ability to plan and spend requires you actually have some focus, not just a blank check. There is no foresight, there is no planning, and now we are dealing with parts of the budget and spending money as if we have money, when in fact we don't as a country. We have central bankers writing checks at this point in time, thinking there is no problem, and just pushing out the payments for what we're doing today onto future generations. Well, Madam Speaker, there is a problem. That problem is already being witnessed across the country in higher inflation, in higher food costs, in higher housing costs, in higher costs for Canadians in general, that's leaving a generation of people behind that need to catch back up and make sure they've got great futures. Not more expensive futures, but futures where they can build families, make sure they've got housing, make sure they can feed their families really well. But we're a country awash in debt, not just from the federal level. I mean, you look at the $1.3 trillion in debt the country has right now, and it's going to continue to get higher. But there's also, my colleagues on the other side will say, well, we still got a AAA credit rating. And I would ask them if that's because they've fooled the financiers that are actually providing it, like they do in the budget documents they provide, where they say that Canadians' pensions and the Quebec pension plan are actually part of their dollars that they use as collateral against the debt. They're not. They're Canadians' pensions, and they shouldn't be putting those at risk or any conception of risk in the marketplace. That would be a fundamental mistake. So take it out of there, and you've got the highest debt to GDP ratio in almost the entire world, save one or two countries. But Canadians are also personally in debt. I mean, I remember when that previous Prime Minister talked about piling on debt from the Government of Canada so the Canadians wouldn't have to pile on that debt themselves. Well, Canadians are the highest personal indebted people in the G7, Madam Speaker. It is double in Canada. You've got a very, very indebted federal government, indebted provincial governments, but very indebted consumers as well. So when things happen badly, they're going to happen very badly as this debt spiral unfolds. But I'm going to switch to some of the things in here that we talk about. The government mistakenly put forward in the Budget Implementation Act what they call regulatory sandboxes. And I'm going to talk about these regulatory sandboxes because many of us have dealt with them before. I know some of my colleagues in the financial services industry have probably seen them in the way regulators look at bringing in new financial products. But the government wanted exemptions from everything. Effectively, we call them King Henry VIII laws. And this is what our committee, the Finance Committee of the House of Commons, had to deal with. And the Conservatives brought forward some partway solutions on this in order to kind of get this over the line that didn't more or less emasculate Parliament. But here's what they were. The exemptions that the government were seeking were subject to Section 3 and 7. A minister may, by order for a specified validity period of not more than 3 years, or in any terms that the minister considers appropriate, exempt an entity from the application of a provision of an act of Parliament except the Criminal Code if the minister is responsible for the act. What they're actually doing here is trying to say all those laws that are passed, that are part of the law of Canada, part of the regulations, we get to go around them. We don't care what they say. We want an exemption from all those laws because we think Parliament is a bit of a hurdle we have to get over here. We want executive power in ourselves and not have to answer to this House of Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, you'll know there's 343 members in this House, and I have no idea why half of them on the other side want to make themselves irrelevant. If you want to make yourselves irrelevant as a party, I would say to the Liberal Party, then don't run, because we've got a country to run here. This is Parliament. If you think Parliament is just the executive, I would submit you're wrong. Democracy requires we have three stools to democracy. That includes an independent judiciary, a legislature, which we are here, and an executive. We empower that executive to get things done, but they have to bring all kinds of issues to this House in order to get the authority, one of which is to spend money. And that's what they're doing here with this Budget Implementation Act. The estimates, of course, will confirm what we're going to let them spend, but it is Parliament that decides that. And this government cannot get around the laws of Canada or Parliament in that respect. It does remind me of Bill C-5. You'll recall Bill C-5, Madam Speaker. That was a Building Canada Act that happened in the summer, and we passed that subject to changes, again, Conservative Party changes at committee that effectively said, we're putting a whole bunch of borders around what you can exempt yourself from here, because we're still a country governed by laws. And those laws are important, of course. People expect those laws to continue. If we're not going to be a country of laws, we've lost something very, very important. And investors around the world see that. And I'll contradict my colleague on the other side when he said earlier that there is lots of investment coming into Canada. The only investment coming into Canada currently is government spending, which is more or less putting us deeper and deeper and deeper into debt. We are billions upon billions of dollars behind as far as the investments in Canada. Our pension plans are investing elsewhere. Everybody's investing elsewhere because they do not see the path forward in Canada at this point in time. It's something we need to change, and if this government wants to change that, my colleagues and I will be behind them all the way, making sure we make the changes to things like the Impact Assessment Act, to things like the tanker moratorium on the West Coast that actually encourage us to have an economy that works in this country again. So get on to the real issues here that should be addressed in this budget. Now, I'm going to address a few other things here, Madam Speaker, if you don't mind. I'm fumbling through my notes. But one of the issues, of course, that we talk about is the memorandum of understanding that happened between this government and the government of Alberta, the government of the province where I live. But the interesting thing was in the budget itself, and I'm going to read directly from the budget itself that was passed on November 17th in this House, Madam Speaker. The budget itself says that eligible uses for carbon capture, the carbon capture utilization and storage, eligible uses include dedicated geological storage and storage in concrete, but not enhanced oil recovery. Well, Madam Speaker, 10 days later, they get a memorandum of understanding with the government of Alberta that says they're going to extend federal investment tax credits and other policy supports to encourage enhanced oil recovery. I'm all for that. Matter of fact, I put a bill forward in this House of Commons 5 years ago that said that's exactly what we should do because we're losing technology, we're losing businesses to the United States. We needed to do this a long time ago, but why on earth, I would ask you, Madam Speaker, and I ask my colleagues on the other side this, do you pass a budget saying you're not going to do that, and then you sign a document with one of the governments in Canada, the provincial governments in Canada, the government of Alberta, that you're going to do exactly that. No wonder their own members don't trust the executive on the other side. And I would ask those backbenchers on the other side that don't support this, and there are half of them on the other side that don't support this, why they're going to continue to try and push forward and give this executive even more power so they don't have to bring these kinds of issues to the House of Commons. This is our job to legislate here, Madam Speaker, and I will stand with my colleagues and make sure the government doesn't walk over our rights in this House. One other thing I want to talk about, because it is important, the high-speed rail. Madam Speaker, we are a country awash in debt. I think I've pointed that out several times in this House. It's one of the reasons I ran here was to get our fiscal house back in order. And for us to actually plan on spending perhaps $90 billion on a new train that serves a small geographic portion of this country at this point in time is a stretch. It is a gross stretch. But I will also point out that the start of the spending on this happened while this government wasn't even here. They had prorogued this House, and the government issued warrants, it's what it's called, Madam Speaker, to pay for unauthorized work with one of their favorite companies, Atkins Realis, which used to be SNC-Lavalin, which was awash in corruption. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, very well, I'm certain. This is something that this country has to be ahead of, is that there is a lot of money going into hands behind Canadians' backs that have nothing to do with this House of Commons. This is something we have to get out of it. We're a democracy. Let's uphold our democratic country here. Let's build a stronger Canada. Let's make sure we expose this budget and understand Canadians can have the transparency they require. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Permanent Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the members are concerned about some exemptions in regards to ministers and not recognizing that what it does for technology and building and promoting economic growth, and it's not to take away from powers of the House of Commons. We, I would suggest, could be using our standing committees in many different ways than we currently use them, ensuring more accountability and transparency. But my concern is more so with the member's statements when he talks about these major projects. Two very simple questions. Number one, does the member or does the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, actually support the entire MOU between Canada and the province of Alberta? That's one. And second, when he makes reference to that small stretch of railway, that small stretch that he's referring to is very important to the province of Ontario and the province of Quebec. Does the Conservative Party actually support that, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
No, I thank my colleague for two questions. I thought we were limited to one, Madam Speaker, but I get to answer two questions here. I hope we get some time for that. The first one is the memorandum of understanding between the Government of Alberta and the executive here in Parliament. I would submit to all Canadians, and all Albertans in particular, to actually read that document, because it is a document full of false starts. It's a document full of, this is A is a prerequisite to B, and B is a prerequisite to A. And they're already admitted this week that their April 1st deadline on many parts of it is unworkable. And talk to the companies that have to invest in that, and they're saying, this is uninvestable. When you actually have a memorandum of understanding that every private sector organization says it doesn't work, you've got to pay attention to that. Every level of government has to pay attention to that and look at what you're getting at the end of the day. There are many benefits that happen in that, things that the government of Canada had to accomplish anyways.
Time to more questions. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for Calgary Centre who used to sit on the Natural Resources Committee with me. I like him. Why? Because his mother is from Jonquière. I know he shares some of my opinions on taxation and what's actually happening with the oil and gas sector in that area. In the budget, there are tax credits that are considerable for the sequestration and capture of carbon. Also, there are other benefits for the oil and gas sector, and those are tax benefits that are excessive. And you have to say that since 2022, the oil and gas sector has been bringing in incredible outsized profits. And the oil and gas sector is mostly owned by American businesses, and that is all going to the U.S. I'd like to hear about these excessive amounts or these excessive benefits that are granted to the oil and gas sector in this budget.
Merci, mon collègue.
I thank my colleague for his question. I also thank him for remembering that my mother is from Jonquière, and my mother, in fact, says hi. Sometimes she watches deliberations in the House of Commons. The oil and gas sector in Alberta matters for the country. It's important for exports, and certainly thanks to the new pipeline that will be going to Vancouver from Alberta. It's important for everyone. It's important for our taxes. It's important for our lifestyle as well. It's a sector. It's a Canadian sector that is the Canadian sector that is the most competitive in the world. We produce oil here. $40 a barrel. In the Middle East, it's $6 a barrel. We're competitive here.
One more question, the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Yes, I'd like to ask the member if, given that tens of billions of dollars are going to be allocated for high-speed rail, Does the member think that it is necessary for the government to have some sort of independent cost-benefit analysis, which would also include when there is not enough ridership in order to fund the rail system and the cost to the taxpayers?
Brief answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
For the excellent question. And many of my colleagues on this side of the House know that I used to be the policy advisor for the Minister of Transport back in the early 1990s, way back then. We were looking at this project at that point in time, and it was too expensive then. It was massively expensive, and of course the country's awash in debt. When you've got bills to pay, you've got to pay your bills first rather than getting the bright new shiny toy that's on the horizon here. You've got to make sure you take...
And we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, prior to rising to speak here, I was looking at Environment Canada, an organization that is very science-based, that we appreciate, that the government is cutting back public servants from. And I have to say, we know that it is very cold outside, and it's heartwarming to see you, Madam Speaker, seated in the chair. We are, of course, here discussing Bill C-15, the content of the actual bill and its form as well. It has to be said that the government has decided to table a huge omnibus bill. These are like jack-in-the-box type of bills that go way beyond the context of a budget, and this is something that was widely criticized by Liberals under Harper, and even then we found it was undemocratic. Budget Implementation Acts were much thinner, Madam Speaker, and today, here we have the second Budget Implementation Act, the second largest BIA that we've ever seen since Confederation, 603 pages. 49 laws have been amended. And then again, as I was saying, it's like a box full of surprises. There are so many things in there. It should have been the subject of a debate in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. And for these reasons, 49 acts, 603 pages, some issues that are really significant, that affect the rights of citizens, the issue of expropriation. There are other issues as well. And on all of this, we held one day of committee sittings. And that shows you how this government has decided to govern without the support of the House of Commons. And this government has shown so little concern or respect for this Parliament. And again, it's as though the Prime Minister thinks he is the CEO of Canada. And this is an example of that. After this government was elected, this government said in the last election campaign, you know, the world has changed. We need a budget, lickety-split. And they don't tell us if there's a budget when they get back. And then the fall, we had to rush. We had to rush like puppies when a new visitor's in the house to find out if the Minister of Finance was going to table a budget. And then all of a sudden they decide that, oh no, we're going to flip the budgetary cycle upside down and there won't be pre-budget consultations. We won't get an opportunity to hear from Quebecers, hear from Canadians, take into consideration their recommendations, tabled a budget here. And despite the fact that there are excellent public servants that have worked on this bill, this is a bill that is poorly designed, inadequate, poorly drafted, and there are going to be deleterious effects of some of these measures in here that we had one day in committees to address, or one day in the House. And one of the aspects that shouldn't have been in this bill is the high-speed rail issue. I think that's something that needs to be discussed.
We need a cost-benefit analysis, like my Conservative colleague said. We need to talk about this. I even think this could be a promising project, but here, instead, we're being told that there will be 2 tiers of citizens created along the route of the projected project, and we will be able to exploit the people who are near the projected route. And of course, in Mirabel, my riding, it's a symbol of the history of expropriation in Canada. So people who are near the route are being told that they're not equal before the law. So if there were a different project, not the Alto project elsewhere in Canada, if someone elsewhere were expropriated, they would be able to contest this before a commissioner, someone independent, before the final decision was made. But instead, because the people are near the route, well, you're going to have to pay out of pocket with your life savings to take it to the federal court. We simply want people to be able to express their point of view. I don't think that it's so much to ask that we have a fair justice system and not have second-class citizens. This has nothing to do with the actual project. This is a matter of elementary justice, but the Liberals don't seem to care about that. And the Conservatives had members hiding behind the curtain when the time came to vote on giving rights to people throughout our ridings. We need an impact assessment study. Some villages will be affected. 700 roads will be crossed in Quebec. Some villages might be cut in half. We need to know these things. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to seek the truth. It is up to us to do that. With this legislation that is about to be adopted, if someone has a farm and the train would just pass by the very end of their furthest field, well, during the time that the project is being built, if there is a natural disaster, the farmer won't be able to rebuild their barn or stable or silo. We saw what happened recently with a dairy producer whose farm is right near the airport, former victims of expropriation, and there was a fire. There were dead cows lying around in the fields. It was horrifying. I visited, it was horrifying. And yet, someone in that situation, once again, wouldn't be able to rebuild. They would end up going bankrupt. We tabled an amendment, but the government ignored it. And this has nothing to do with the actual train. It has nothing to do with the train. I don't know why they said no. We want to improve the bill. And yet, the government is saying we don't want to improve the bill. But this is an example of constructive opposition. We also said that people should never be expropriated by email, Madam Speaker. Yes, this is the 21st century. People don't communicate by telegram anymore. But Alto, at committee, told us that if someone wants a registered letter, they should tell us. We will accommodate them. So we tabled an amendment to do exactly that. I'm not joking. This is ridiculous. We said that that traditional methods should be used unless someone requested email, in which case the rest will be done by email. I don't think this is an example of extremism or obstructionism. We're just saying the government has gone a little too far, more than a little. It needs to respect people. But they're saying, oh, well, you're the opposition, you just like to complain, and people are being expropriated by email. Listen, this is in the bill. This is in the bill. It's written out very clearly in the bill. We're giving the project promoters an opportunity to misbehave. I'm not saying they're going to, but they have the option to do that. And people who are going to the consultations are not getting the right information. Our amendments were not listened to. And recently, at a Senate committee, the project leader was not able to tell us how much the project was going to cost. I recently asked the CEO of the Infrastructure Bank of Canada whether they were going to be one of the funders of the project. But the CEO of the Infrastructure Bank told us we can't answer that question because the project doesn't exist yet. But apparently, What is urgent is that we go expropriate people, as if this were about to happen, even though actually the planning has not happened yet. We're not asking for things to be slowed down. We're asking for decency and respect. We know that this raises red flags for the kind of mega project, the type of mega project that ends up flopping and being a taxpayer disaster. And they all have a lot of things in common, and we see that here: overestimation of the benefits, underestimation of costs. We have a right to try to improve things. We have the right to try to ask these questions. We needed a specific committee study. We needed a piece of legislation. It shouldn't have been in an omnibus bill. This is a serious issue of democracy. And this bill is so thick that I had to add a trailer to my car to bring it around with me. Now, the digital services tax. The digital services tax is going to be removed from businesses that are already using tax havens at a time when we're not even going to participate in the universal tax, basic tax level for these companies. I mean, this clearly was an attempt to get President Trump in a good mood, but he's still not in a good mood, so what was the point? So perhaps we should have brought the tax back, because the president is still unhappy with us. But the Prime Minister is saying that we still can't have the tax because it will make the president even more unhappy. And yet, the Prime Minister went to Davos and made the president furious. Okay, so he was willing to make him furious, then why not bring the tax back at a time when we have a crisis in local media, when we can't seem to fund newsrooms? Why is it that we have nothing in the budget to help the fourth pillar of democracy? Why did we not have a debate on this? And with an omnibus bill that thick, when it's tabled at the last minute in the fall instead of the spring, sometimes unexpected things happen. There are unexpected effects of the budget. For example, the government said that Canada Post would no longer have to have its rates approved by the government. But Canada Posts provide services that are not always financially sustainable, but they are socially sustainable for the interlibrary services in rural areas, for people with vision difficulties, and so on and so forth. But the government, because it was in a hurry, went ahead so quickly that it forgot that rural areas of Quebec and the rest of Canada, it would prevent them from having the preferential library rate. And when I asked the Minister of Finance at committee about this, I asked the minister, did you know that your legislation will have that effect? The minister had no idea what I was talking about. Now, I did follow up with the minister and an amendment was tabled, so that's something that the Bloc Québécois achieved. We did have an amendment tabled by the government, and we managed to patch that particular problem. But imagine all the other problems that slipped through in this bill that we didn't have time to find within a single afternoon. There are so many problems. For example, in the critical minerals list, they completely forgot to include phosphate, which is used for batteries, so we had to have it added. But the government didn't want to. Even though the government says we need to start the energy transition, they seem to completely forget that we need phosphate refining. So that's another achievement that the Bloc Québécois managed to get through. It insisted, because initially the government said no to the amendment, but after debate, the government finally said yes. In Canada, Madam Speaker, when you deposit a check at a bank, the banks don't have the right to freeze a check under 100. And that number has not been indexed for years. $100 is basically worth nothing today. You can't buy groceries for a family with that. And so now, families were occasionally seeing banks freeze these checks. So the Bloc Québécois had to table an amendment to have that amount raised to $250. That way, when people get the government benefits, they can deposit the check without having the funds frozen. If the Minister of Finance had taken the time to properly do this and give his civil servants time to work on it, this wouldn't have happened. There are ways to have regulatory sandboxes and to make things better in the area of innovation. For example, in health, we should never just have a regulation that applies to all sectors indiscriminately, to everything except the criminal code. So even though there are regulatory sandboxes everywhere in the world, this is something that we're trying out in Canada. I mean, perhaps the idea is okay, but the devil is in the details. No one else has tried this in the entire world. The Conservatives made a deal with the Conservatives. They took out a few other laws that were removed from that regulatory sandbox, but labor laws, indigenous legislation, environmental legislation are not protected. And despite what the members of the government are saying in the House, that's what happened at committee. What about open banking? We are in favor of that. We want there to be competition when it comes to transactions in the banking system. We want to be able to have phone apps, but banks are regulated by the federal government under the Banking Act. They have to regulate financial products, but middlemen are under provincial jurisdiction. So the Bloc Québécois had to push through an amendment that explicitly said that new federal legislation would not lead to invalidating consumer protection laws in Quebec. It's so basic, Madam Speaker, but once again, they fail to do the work rigorously. We are saying concrete things. This is not a matter of just criticizing for criticism's sake. I mean, it's ridiculous that we have to table these amendments. They don't even seem to have a telephone number. Look at the clean electricity tax credit, which will apply to modular nuclear reactors that will be used to clean up dirty oil. Is that really clean? I would invite you to try drinking that substance and seeing how you feel the next day if you really think it's clean. This clean electricity tax credit should not be applied to dirty oil. And they're extending the tax credit for carbon capture to 2041, and they're taking the teeth out of the Anti-Greenwashing Act. Since that time, we've seen advertisements for green oil and carbon capture, these ads. Meanwhile, the bill is funding those technologies. This is not the true energy transition. Now, the Bank of Infrastructure, the funding is going from 35 to 45 billion, and yet they haven't been able to spend what they already had. We've been asking them at committee, what have you been doing with the money? They themselves don't seem to know. And yet $10 billion are being added to the fund. And this is something that parliamentarians can't even look into in detail. It's not something that can be appropriately monitored. $11.5 billion for building Canada homes. Now, everyone agrees that homes are important, of course, but $11.5 billion for an administrative structure, we don't know what the programs are, how it'll work. We don't know whether Quebec will get its fair share. We don't know what the interprovincial distribution will be. And that's important because Quebec is the only province with permanent social, collective, affordable housing programs. We've always cared about that kind of thing in Quebec. And in fact, that is exactly the kind of problem that initially, for 3.5 years, caused problems with our national housing strategy. And yet here they are, here they go again. We would have liked to get answers on that, but we didn't. There's a lot of things like this. Now, there are some good things in the budget, but not enough for us to vote for it, like the luxury tax on aircraft. The luxury tax was just something that was ultimately affecting our aerospace industry. And meanwhile, they were buying airplanes elsewhere. And of course, airplanes fly and cross borders, and they're killing our own market. It took years for the minister to understand what this was doing. They also said that they would reimburse tariffs to organizations because these organizations were receiving gifts and yet they were paying tariffs. They were paying customs fees. That's not an example of generosity. And they have a number of other policies that are favoring oil and gas companies. We see that companies that are building fiber optic infrastructure haven't received the help they need. Once again, they decided to choose winners and losers. It's really unfortunate. I believe that as an opposition, we can improve the budget, we can improve the situation, but 603 days with half a day at committee, that's just not good enough. No one thinks that this makes sense. And I would like to invite the government to do better in future. Questions and comments?
The government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me attempt to address the member's concerns head on. As the member knows, it was a unanimous consent motion that ultimately allowed us to get through this process that where we are today. Prior to that unanimous consent motion, if we just got a flashback to a couple of months ago, there was a great deal of filibustering that was taking place on the floor of the House of Commons. This legislation was introduced back in November. There was plenty of opportunity for the House. I remember even standing up asking for us to sit till midnight in order to be able to accommodate more debate. We could have had it gone to committee back in November, early December. But it was unless the opposition wants to allow legislation to get out of second reading, we had to wait until we could actually get unanimous consent in order to get it ultimately through. We're grateful it's going to pass today, Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong. But there was a unanimous consent motion, and it would have been far better to have passed it in second reading back in November, and we could have spent more time in committee. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, there are two parts to my colleague's questions. First of all, I'm not sure if that was entirely honest. This is a completely normal schedule here. There was a Ways and Means motion. Then we had the supply votes, and now we're talking about the Budget Implementation Act. This is now the time when we realize that it's 2.5 inches thick and that we need time to study it. And despite what my colleague says, sometimes the reason it takes so long is that the government pushed its luck and made the bill a bit too thick. I mean, look, we had so little time, and yet we managed to improve things so much. I grew up in the northern part of Quebec, and thanks to the library network, I was able to order books and read books in a town of 4,000 people. It was so useful. So if the government wants this to get through quickly, it needs to allow the opposition to do its work. It needs to table legislation that's less divisive and actually just have a budget implementation instead of a grab bag. It needs to let us do our work.
And St. Thomas, London West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I particularly appreciated his observations on the omnibus nature of this bill. We saw that the Liberals hid away a number of measures in Bill C-15, things that were not really part of the original matter. For example, the regulatory sandboxes that would enable cabinet ministers to exempt businesses and individuals from almost any legislation or regulation. I recognize that at committee we were able to improve that problem, but I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the fact that the Liberals tried to just slip these kinds of things right into the bill. The honourable member for Mirabel.
Simple. The facts here are very simple. In committee, we studied the budget before Christmas, and we wondered which minister to invite to committee. But we wanted to invite every single minister because every single minister is involved in this because the budget is so dense. We would have had to mobilize 10 or 12 committees to hear all involved cabinet ministers. We did work miracles with colleagues in other committees. The Liberals are rising to tell us that we're not supporting this, but we have limited resources. We need time to think through this legislation. Omnibus bills are not good. We shouldn't have to call 30 ministers to committee. Then the 12 committees ended up calling in ministers. Then they use confidence votes for bills, which should not be confidence votes. They should be done by consent. and they ensure that no one opposes them, and then they tell us that we're too slow. But if anyone's way of working should be questioned, it's theirs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend the member for Mirabel on his work. Often the government says that the member for Mirabel criticizes too harshly, but he is a paragon of collaboration, a champion of teamwork. With this bill, the member for Mirabel made the government change their mind to include phosphate on the list of critical minerals. As a result, there will be a very successful industry in Jonquière, as successful as forestry and aluminum. When the member from Mirabel says that it takes a lot of time to study such lengthy bills, he couldn't be more right. Here's my question. What would he have added or strengthened if he had had more time? The honourable member for Mirabel. The government chose winners for accelerated amortization, but we want innovation, and they don't know where the innovation will come from. But when it comes to accelerate investment for growth, all of a sudden, it's oil. Madam Speaker, Albertans didn't have to fight for tax credits for dirty oil. It was automatic. But us, to defend phosphate, we had to do high-level diplomatic work in order to get it included. As for amendments, our amendments are constructive. No one can say the contrary. Every morning, I have a Post-it that I see on the mirror in my office. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean recommended that to me, and it says, never forget who you work for. That's what my Post-it on my mirror says. I am working for Quebecers. I'm working for my constituents, and that's how I get results. But, Madam Speaker, we weren't able to accomplish everything that we wanted to with this bill. And the timeline was changed and shortened very quickly at the last minute. And, Madam Speaker, that's hard to accept. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Mirabel. I have a question. The member for Winnipeg North said that we had plenty of time to study this omnibus bill, which is over 600 pages long. At first reading was November 18th. Very soon after that was the Christmas break. I don't think that we had time to properly study the provisions in the bill, the more complicated ones, especially when it comes to the high-speed rail project. Here's my question. Does my colleague agree with my opinion that we did not have time to properly, thoroughly study the bill? The honourable member for Mirabel. The member for Winnipeg North is a very nice guy, but when we hear him talk, he wants us all to join the Prime Minister's fan club, and if we disagree with the budget, it's obstruction all of a sudden. Now, this budget was tabled in the fall. Normally, it could have been passed in March or April. That's why we have Ways and Means motions. That's why we have fiscal measures. That's why we have votes on spending and appropriations, but we haven't had enough time. We were even faster than what the government could ever have dreamed of, but they still say that they're unhappy that we're not fast enough. If we had passed it the day after it was tabled, they would have told us we hadn't gone fast enough because we slept overnight and we shouldn't have slept. We should have passed it faster. We may be opposition members, but we have a job to do. We have a role to play. We need to look at what's happening around the world, at what's happening in the United States. Around the world, institutions are being demolished, undermined, and people in those countries dream of having an opposition like ours doing the work that we're doing, and the government should acknowledge that. Questions and comments?
Member for Kenora Kilwetchinong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd simply just like to make a comment for the honourable member for his consideration. I think one of the top issues I hear across northwestern Ontario is the rising cost of living, and in particular the cost of food. We know that Canada has the highest grocery price inflation of the G7 countries, Madam Speaker. And I know that people are looking for a plan in this budget to cut taxes, to cut inflationary spending and bring down the deficit in order to bring down the cost of living. But what we see instead is the exact opposite. And the question I hear, Madam Speaker, is why are the Liberals going forward with $90 billion of new spending and a $78 billion deficit that's only going to drive up the cost of living at a time when so many people are struggling to get by?
The honourable member for Mirabel in 20 seconds. Well, Madam Speaker, this gives me the occasion to say that once again, that they changed the timeline. They announced a $78 billion deficit in the fall. Then they realized that people couldn't afford groceries and needed a rebate check. So between the time when they should have tabled the budget and when they tabled it, we got another $5 billion in deficit, so it's up to $83 billion. And no minister seems to know the exact amount of the deficit because the minister pushed all public servants and pushed everyone to go too quickly with all of the consequences and repercussions that that had. And the member has just demonstrated that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just first off by just adding some commentary to the previous speaker's concerns. I think it is important that we recognize, and I was quickly trying to find a quote on this, Madam Speaker, because it came from the managing director of the IMF, and that's a very important world organization. And this is what they actually had, what the managing director had to say about Canada. Both Germany and Canada recognize that in this very testing time, they need to use their fiscal space. In the case of Canada, and the Canadian authorities have been very decisive to take action in the context of a changing relation with their main trading partner. And one of these actions is indeed to reform, modernize the budget framework by, and goes on, separating operating expenses in the budget from investment, that ability to focus strategically on investments that are pro-growth, that can lift up productivity. And that's back in October, Madam Speaker. Now, I say that because I think it's important for us to recognize today our Prime Minister has actually been elected for less than 1 year. And they say, well, why didn't we have a budget last spring or late spring? Madam Speaker, the election day was on April the 28th. The Prime Minister and the government made, I would argue, a wise decision to put the budget off into the fall and reset that framework so that all future budgets will be presented in the fall time. I think it helps Canadians in terms of economic growth by supporting the beginning of the construction season, for example, among many other things. And I would suggest to you that it has been widely accepted. I remember as a provincial MLA having a desire to have the provincial budgets presented in the spring, and the fall budgets should have been presented, or the federal budget should have been presented in the fall. So we finally have a Prime Minister that understands the benefit of doing so. Now, I raise that because of the question that I had asked the member from the bloc. We need to go back to last fall when the budget implementation bill was actually introduced. Members in opposition had a choice. They didn't have to wait until we came into the new year of 2026 to allow it to get out of second reading, Madam Speaker. There was opportunity for the official opposition and the Bloc Party to actually have it pass out of second reading last fall. Nothing prevented them from doing that, Madam Speaker, but rather what we saw was filibustering on the floor of the House. That's one of the reasons why last fall I suggested, I actually literally stood in my place where I am now and made the suggestion that the opposition agreed to sit till midnight for a couple of weeks if their concern was about having more debate inside the chamber. Not one government member disagreed with that idea. It was only opposition members that disagreed with that idea, Madam Speaker. So it wasn't a need to have more debate on the budget implementation bill. It's because they didn't want it to go to committee. If they would have allowed it to go on to committee and work with the government House Leader in a cooperative way, as opposed to filibustering and preventing legislation from passing last fall, then maybe the committee could have had more opportunity to have more detailed discussions. And for those that say, well, it could never have been enough, standing committees operate on their own. Nothing would have prevent, if you're concerned about the high-speed rail, for the standing committee to be able to conduct its own study on the issue, Madam Speaker. But instead, collectively, the opposition finds it easier to point their finger at the government and try to blame the government for their inability to do what I would suggest to you they should have done last fall, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have a very aggressive, proactive Prime Minister that has goals set for Canada in terms of building Canada strong. He made that commitment back during the last federal election, and this budget implementation bill is a major part of that, Madam Speaker. And that means, as a legislature, we have to be prepared to actually move maybe a little quicker than some might like. But it doesn't mean that there has to be less accountability. We still have a Prime Minister that's committed to ensuring accountability and transparency, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which we will continue to push for. So if members are suggesting, well, we should be allowed or have more time to debate, I would suggest to you it's not the government that prevents that. They'll often say, well, Liberals are filibustering something at the committee stage. Well, I haven't necessarily been into all the committees, Madam Speaker, but I would suggest to you that if I were to take a look at maybe what motion was presented that might have caused some issues or concerns by the government, might be one of the reasons why we see some filibustering taking place. Equally, we'll see filibustering taking place coming from opposition members, I would suggest to you. It's one of the reasons why I would love to be able to see changes to our standing orders that would better facilitate members that really want to get into the nuts and bolts of a wide spectrum of issues. We have over 20 standing committees in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that there's lots of substantive issues that if committees want to be able to debate and discuss those issues, there's plenty of opportunities for that. But to try to come to the floor and say, well, we haven't had enough opportunity for debate, I have a tough time accepting that, especially on this particular piece of legislation. Because remember, it was unanimous consent. The reason why we're at the stage we're at today is because all political parties, every member of Parliament, actually agreed to have it go through this process. And don't get me wrong, I'm grateful. You know, I'm grateful, in the last little while, we have seen some encouraging signs coming in particular from the official opposition, Madam Speaker. And I am grateful for that. Let me go back to the quote that I made reference to, if I may, Madam Speaker. In terms of what it is that we have actually been able to do as a government within 1 year. And if I was just to reflect on that, Madam Speaker, less than a year ago, in election, and I'm very grateful to the residents of Winnipeg North personally, in the sense that, I've been a representative for a number of years, 5 elections at the provincial level, now 6 elections at the federal level. One of the things that inspires me beyond my constituents, besides my constituents, is the Prime Minister and the way in which he believes the government needs to move forward. And I concur with the Prime Minister. And the general attitude of why we need to take a Team Canada approach at building a strong Canada. And from day one, that is in fact what we have seen. We have seen a Prime Minister focused and concentrated on working with Canadians, in particular our premiers and territorial leaders, Indigenous leaders. It's one of the reasons why we had Bill C-5, One Canadian Economy, supported and actually passed back in June, shortly after the election. And the Premier, or the Prime Minister, meeting with all the premiers on numerous occasions, so that we can, in fact, recognize that working together, we can accomplish a great deal. You know, we have a major projects office that was established in Calgary. Those first 5 projects that were approved, Madam Speaker, think of the investment, estimated at $60 billion. That's $60 billion, Madam Speaker. By working with the different stakeholders, and we're able to achieve that. Not to mention the second announcement that came out back in, I believe it's in sometime between September and November, Madam Speaker. Actually, I think it was closer into November. And those additional projects enhanced that total potential investment through those major projects of over $125 billion. I think it's closer to $150 billion, Madam Speaker. That's investing in Canada. It's supporting the people of Canada, every region. Whether it's LNG in the province of British Columbia, copper in areas like Saskatchewan. You can talk about nuclear power in the province of Ontario. You can talk about the Port of Montreal. You can talk about initiatives that are being promoted through major projects in every region of the country, Madam Speaker, and ideas. This is what the Liberal members of our caucus have been working on, Madam Speaker, because we believe in Canada. We know investing in projects of this nature will grow Canada's economy. And that's what this should be all about, Madam Speaker. Creating jobs, creating opportunities, building a stronger and healthier country. And we see that in terms of things like the major projects. But it's not just the major projects. Take a look at some of the areas in which we have reinforced or put in for the very first time. I was very proud of the fact when the Prime Minister and the government caucus made the announcement that we are making permanent the National School Nutritional Program, Madam Speaker. That was a very important step. And making that permanent sure made me feel good, because I know the children of Canada, 400,000 children in particular, are going to benefit by that particular program. That's an issue that I have seen firsthand as a parliamentarian going back into the days, I go back as far as 1988, Madam Speaker, when you had individuals like Sharon Carstairs, who was the leader of the Liberal Party in the Manitoba legislature, talking about children cannot learn on an empty stomach. And now we have a Prime Minister and a government that has made the commitment to make it a permanent program, working with provinces and territories, Madam Speaker. But then we have issues like the dental care program, reinforced, millions of Canadians being served by that particular program. And a government today, our new Prime Minister and government, is saying, yes, we're going to continue to support that, just like we're going to continue to support the pharmacare program. Never before have we invested as much money, real dollars, in health care as we are doing today, Madam Speaker. It continues to grow. When we talk about infrastructure expenditures, there's even a pot of money that's put there to encourage capital growth in our healthcare, Madam Speaker. For me, I would love to see the Seven Oaks Hospital get its emergency room. And I can tell you, the province of Manitoba, the new premier, has talked about it in the last provincial election. Well, now there's a pot of money that's there in which we could actually tap into that the federal government is providing. But the type of health supports and the dialogue and discussions that take place, you know, personal home care, hospice care, mental illness, these are all important issues that I believe we are continuing to commit to and moving forward with. And that's why we're investing the type of health care dollars that we are doing, Madam Speaker. But I want to go back to another question that I had posed earlier this morning to members opposite. Because if you listen to what the Conservative Party is saying, one should be a little concerned about what is their policy on growth, on supporting the economy. I asked the member from Calgary Centre, do you support the agreement, the MOU between Alberta and the Government of Canada? The entire MOU. I would have figured that's a pretty soft question. It's an easy question. The answer should have been yes. But instead, he starts questioning whether or not the Premier of Alberta knows what she's talking about. Absolutely. Listen to. Questioning whether or not the Alberta Premier and the Canadian Prime Minister and the MOU that they signed was of any real value. Well, you know, it's interesting that even the far-right Conservatives here are starting to criticize the Premier of Alberta. So they opposed the MOU, Mr. Speaker. So on the one hand, they say, well, we want pipelines, and then on the other hand, they do not support the MOU in Alberta. So that was the one question I asked. Then I asked another question and saying, well, what about the high-speed train in Quebec and Ontario? And the member says, well, actually, he didn't actually answer the question, but he addressed it in his speech. He didn't answer the question. Apparently, he ran out of time, so he couldn't address it. He got so much involved in why it is he doesn't support the MOU. Well, in his speech, as other Conservatives, you get the impression that they do not support that. Because the question I asked him was very simple. Does the Conservative Party support high-speed rail? So, on the one hand, they don't like what we're doing and proposing with the Premier of Alberta and Alberta on the pipelines issue. They don't support that. And then when it comes to the high-speed rail, again, they're not supporting it, Mr. Speaker. They don't support it. And they should be more honest and straightforward with the people of Ontario and Quebec in particular. This is a major project. You know, I look at the Conservatives in terms of economic development, and a good example is the infrastructure bank, which is referenced in the legislation that we're debating today. I'm still waiting for one Conservative member to stand in his or her place and say, I support the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I have never seen one. I have seen plenty of them, a lot of them, that say we do not support the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage each and every one of you, don't skip the Conservative spin on it. Look, do a Google search. You know, you all know how to use Google, I assume. Do a Google search and look at the Canada Investment Bank. And what you'll find is that there is literally tens of billions of dollars, and there are many projects that have been completed. Every region of the country, Mr. Speaker, has benefited by the Canada Infrastructure Bank, but every Conservative stands up and says it's a bad idea to have the Canada Infrastructure program. Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada, I can tell you, whether it's this Prime Minister or every member of the Liberal caucus, we believe in Canadians. We understand the importance of investing in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to travel around Canada and say Canada's broken. Why? Because Canada is the best country in the world to call home. I only wish some of the Conservatives would understand that, appreciate that, and start talking about the benefits of being in Canada and calling it home, as opposed to always trying to give the false impression as if Canada is broken, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot that's there within this budget. There's been a great deal since the last federal election. We are going to continue to move forward to build Canada strong. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton, Bukeshwanong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the volume of the member opposite's speech. But with respect to the budget, one of the things I'm hearing in my writing that people didn't like was that the government put the Canada Pension Plan in the budget as an asset of the government. That is not an asset of the government. That is money that people and their employers have paid in that they're expecting to get back, and they're worried that the government is going to do with it what they do with everything else, which is spread the money all over the world except where Canadians need it the most. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, why did the government do that when it's against Canadian accounting principles?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'm not going to concede that it's against Canadian accounting principles. I have more confidence in the Prime Minister of Canada, who has been the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of England. He has impeccable economic credentials. Then contrast that to the leader of the Conservative Party, and it's probably better if I just leave it at that. But make the suggestion that I believe that the budget implementation bill in its entirety, and there's many aspects that I could have talked about that it actually does that are really there to support Canadians.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On several occasions, there was mention of the lack of consistency as to tax credits for the oil and gas sector, and the member for Winnipeg North is selling us this as though it's the best thing since sliced bread. And yet, one of his colleagues from Laurier-Sainte-Marie, in a podcast, in fact, this week, doesn't believe in this. He said he had held a number of meetings with people from the oil and gas sector, and that every time he had serious doubts as to carbon capture and storage. And as to that being done, and the former Minister of the Environment and Heritage, this member, said that oil companies spend more in ads and other things in their strategies to reduce emissions. Further, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie says that the whitewashing, this greenwashing, is exactly what the oil companies are wanting the government to do. I don't know what the member for Winnipeg North thinks of his colleagues' comments.
Speaker, first and foremost, let me suggest to the member that as a political entity in the House, it would appear at times that the only party that truly believes in sustainable development is, in fact, the party that happens to be in government today. You have, on the one hand, the bloc who want to shut down all of oil. And then you have the Conservatives that say one thing, but when it comes to deal with things like the MOB with the province of Alberta, but they try to give the impression that they support oil pipelines. At the end of the day, it is about sustainable development. We can actually have a healthy environment as we continue to grow the economy and see in ways in which we can actually improve our environment. And I believe we are on the right track.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask my honourable colleague if he could expand on the latter question he answered, because I've listened to a lot of debates in this House about governments and who has the best record in providing the infrastructure needed to support Alberta and Saskatchewan's energy industry. And I believe our government has been the only one that has actually delivered substantive infrastructure that has addressed that issue that simply was never addressed by the former Conservative government. Could the member expand on the record of the two?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the question, especially from one of my Atlantic colleagues, because I can remember having discussions with some of my Atlantic colleagues in regards to the potential of legislation that we had passed that would recognize wind and waves and how that could be converted into energy. And we actually had, I believe it was 2 provinces, Newfoundland, Labrador, along, I think it was Nova Scotia. Don't quote me on it, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that there was a great buzz about the future of clean energy production that was actually coming from the East Coast. In the legislation, the Conservatives actually voted against it, Mr. Speaker. It's this whole, we like to give a false impression attitude that the Conservative Party of Canada has, but in reality, when it comes to environmentally sound economic developments that we have seen from literally coast to coast to coast, they're found wanting, but we're going to continue to move forward.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to make sure it's on the record because the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North said clearly that everyone in this House was in favour of the process we're taking now because the motion received unanimous consent. The people who put it forward at that moment knew full well that I would object, but that I was traveling with the Prime Minister to Tumbler Ridge. That's a choice I'm very honoured to have made. I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for making it possible for all opposition party members to be on that flight. I didn't know it would be to my disadvantage in saying no to the process we're now going through on the omnibus budget bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I believe the leader of the Green Party made the right decision to go to Tumbler Ridge. I wouldn't question that particular decision. If then in that situation, she was likely then the only member of Parliament that did not support, because all other members of Parliament clearly supported it. And I tell you, if we did not have that unanimous consent motion, the filibustering, in all likelihood, would have continued. And that would have been unfortunate. Not unfortunate for the Liberal Party, but unfortunate for Canadians. There are benefits that are here that Canadians deserve. The Prime Minister made a commitment in the last election. One of the ways we're delivering on those commitments is in this budget, and I, for one, am glad that it's finally coming to an end so we can deliver for Canadians.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the Atlantic coast, just today we learned that LNG was brought up all the way to Canada from Australia. Wow. So, what happened to the incredible LNG that Canada has and the opportunity to take care of ourselves, Canada first, remember? So I would like to ask the member across the floor, which does he think is more environmentally friendly? Shipping it all the way up from Australia or bringing it across our own nation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I actually appreciate the question. Think about this. Canada gets a new Prime Minister, 70 new Liberal members of Parliament. A few months later, we make a major project announcement in BC on LNG. I see that as a positive thing. I'm in a discussion, and we're actually, just the other day, and we're actually talking about the Port of Churchill, and maybe the Port of Churchill could play a role in LNG distribution. So we have a Prime Minister, a government, and I can assure the member opposite, every single Liberal MLA understands and appreciates the importance of sustainable development, and we want to build the strongest, healthiest economy in the G7. That is the goal that has been established.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the member for Winnipeg North did not answer my question. It's not an answer to say we want to that the Bloc wants to close down the oil sector. We never said that. We just said the federal government should not be using Quebec money to give tax credits, very generous tax credits for carbon capture and storage to the oil sector. In fact, there is a Liberal member who says it's a joke. I wonder what he has to say about the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. He shouldn't tell me that we want to shut down the oil and gas sector.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why the member opposite did not get a very specific answer is because I don't know offhand the very specific answer. And that's why I went to the generalization by indicating that at the end of the day, I do believe that there is opportunities for us to grow, whether it's clean energy, fossil energy at this point in time, and the ways in which, as a government, we have to make some difficult decisions. It's important that we make those decisions if it's in fact the best interests of Canadians as a whole, and that includes the issue of economic growth and the environmental concerns.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Richmond, Athabasca. It is with great honour that I rise in this House to speak today on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. This bill is massive. It is over 600 pages long, and I have even heard some of my colleagues across the aisle call it a big, beautiful bill. These large bills, known as omnibus bills, often carry a lot of the government's priorities in a single document, including things that make it virtually unsupportable. When in opposition, the Liberals condemned the practice of omnibus bills only for them to do exactly the same thing. It's unfortunate that the Liberals talk out of both sides of their mouths. On one hand, the Liberals constantly criticize the Conservatives in this House for putting forward large bills, and then on the other hand, they do exactly the same thing. Given the size of this bill, I find it shocking that this bill missed the mark on addressing so many key issues. One of the biggest issues that is affecting every Canadian, and I will be drawing attention to, is the cost of groceries. Bill C-15 does not only not address the rising cost of food, but the out-of-control spending in this omnibus bill actually makes food inflation worse. Like so many Canadians struggling to make ends meet, I remember what life was like 10 years ago, before the Liberals took over. We had a prosperous economy that weathered the 2008 economic crisis and a growing, stable middle class. At this time, I was working as a construction electrician, and together with my wife, we raised our 3 teenagers. If any of you have had the pleasure of feeding teenagers, I can tell you that they eat, and they eat a lot. I used to joke with my kids and tell them that I would be able to afford a brand new truck when they moved out with the money I would save from how much they would eat. Back in those days, when Canada was doing well, wages were high and we were steadily increasing. The cost of living was manageable, and most Canadians could even brag that we had a higher standard of living than the U.S. Unfortunately, those days seem to be long in the rearview mirror, and we are now seeing headlines in the Globe and Mail titled, "Out of nowhere, Canada became poorer than Alabama. How is that possible?" It's shocking to think about these terms, but after a decade of economic vandalism, this Liberal government, this is where we're at. Food banks in the country are seeing unprecedented rise in usage. National food bank organizations like Food Banks Canada have sounded the alarm, highlighting that just last month there were 2.2 million food bank visits across Canada. That's double the monthly food bank usage recorded just 6 years ago. It's clear that the crisis in our food banks is only growing. For young families looking to make ends meet, while also providing nutritious meals for their families, they are feeling squeezed by rising costs. Just since this last election, the price of produce like peppers and lettuce is up over 40%. The price of beef is up over 27%, and the price of baby formula has risen 13%. Canadians can't keep up, and the rampant spending found in government policies like those in Bill C-15 will only make matters worse. Back in the day, I used to enjoy working overtime because I knew that when I put in a little extra effort, it meant that we would be able to afford something extra for our family, like a new TV or some furniture, a home renovation, or just something nice that was outside of the family budget. Now, after 10 years of the Liberal government's economic mismanagement, those days are gone. My friends in the trades tell me that they need to work overtime just to make ends meet. I cannot stress enough the word need. The fact that a good-paying construction job doesn't even give Canadian families enough money to make ends meet is a travesty, and the government should be ashamed that it has let the cost of living crisis get this out of control. A family's rent or mortgage used to be the biggest monthly expense, and now it is quickly becoming their groceries. This is a direct result of Liberal deficit spending, a debt accumulation driving down the value of our dollar and increasing the cost of literally everything that Canadians buy. This is not a difficult concept to grasp. If a country owes more money, they print more money, and when governments print more money, their dollar is worth less to investors. The government will tell you that it's not our fault. It's the result of global economic challenges. But 70% of all the food that Canadians consume comes from right here in Canada. That's not a global economic problem, that's a Liberal government policy problem. Not to mention, other countries are weathering global economic challenges better than us, rather than using them as an excuse to ignore rising costs. As I mentioned earlier, Canadians know what it was like when the economic crisis hit in 2008. Our government of the day didn't make excuses. They took action, spurred the economy, and came out of the crisis better than most. Just last weekend, I was sitting down with an electrician friend of mine, and he said to me, "I'm having troubles making ends meet." I was floored. He is a well established in our trade. He has a good paying job, married with 2 kids, has been living in his home for 5 years. He shared with me that he remembers shopping with his wife when they first moved into their home. Back then, you could get a shopping cart full of groceries and feed a family of 4 for $250. The grocery store that he went to used to offer a promotion where if you spent $250 or more, you would get a free gift. He told me that many times they were at the till, and after getting everything that they needed to feed his family, his wife would have him run around and grab a couple of more things just so they could qualify for the free item. Their cart was full of good, healthy, nutritious food, meat, vegetables, and all the things that a growing family needs, including those few extra goodies that they didn't need but they could afford. Now, he says, after they buying groceries and paying their utilities, there is no money left at the end of the month. No money left for savings, no money left for extras, and no money left over even for emergencies. This story is all too familiar for so many families in Canada today. And the reality is that it never used to be like this. People are working 2 or 3 jobs just to get by, and those that can't make it are forced to food banks. This budget does not do anything to give hope to Canadians, and the massive spending will continue to increase food prices and push more Canadian families towards financial insecurity. We have the ability to feed Canadians good food at affordable prices. As I said, the vast majority of the food we consume is produced domestically and is not impacted by global economic instability, regardless of what this government claims. I know what I will hear from my colleagues across the aisle. They will argue that global factors are responsible for rising costs and that Bill C-19 will provide relief for Canadians. To some extent, that is true. That is why we are helping fast-track it. It will provide much-needed relief to Canadians who have gone through so much, but it's still a half measure. Canadians need more help, and the Liberals can start by lowering spending and reducing the burden of inflation on Canadians. When this government puts forward both Bill C-15 and Bill C-19, they are taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Even my parents are struggling with the rising cost of food. A retired principal and a school teacher on a fixed pension are truly feeling the squeeze. The skyrocketing cost of food is quickly eroding their standard of living. They worked hard for their whole life, educated the next generation, and saved to set themselves up to enjoy retirement, only to have their standard of living taken away by the Liberal government's economic mismanagement. When the government spends during an inflation crisis, it adds fuel to the fire. And in turn, goods cost more. My parents, as well as many seniors, are having trouble keeping up with the rapidly rising cost of living, and that is taking away from their lifestyle that they worked so hard for their whole lives. We owe it to those who had a hand in building our great country to do the right by them and keep our economy in check. At the end of the day, the reality is that empty promises and Liberal slogans will not put food on the table for struggling Canadian families. Life can be hard enough, and this government should stop making it harder for working families and give them a hand. Therefore, I'm calling on the Liberals to do the right thing, rein in their out-of-control spending, and work to lower the inflationary burden on Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 17th this year, Conservatives sent out an email to thousands of Canadians. In the email, it says that the Prime Minister would be judged on prices in the grocery stores. Then let me use a specific quote from the email. Since then, food bank usage has doubled. That's an outright untruth. It's just not true. This is a Conservative email sent out to thousands of Canadians. Then it talks about food inflation, and it gives 4 examples. The number 1 example, 37.4% increase for more coffee. 37.4. That coffee, the reason why coffee is expensive has more to do with the weather in Brazil than it does Canadian policy. But this is the type of emails that the Conservatives send out to get people upset. Mr. Speaker, why didn't they tell Canadians that we have Bill C-19, the Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act, that is going to be there to make...
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member across for his question. I'd like to say that 70% of our food comes from Canada. I'm going to say that coffee doesn't. So the 70%, why is it inflation on the 70% so high?
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Glanbrook Brant South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me congratulate my colleague from Elmwood Transcona on an excellent speech with excellent examples from the people of Winnipeg, in contrast to the speech from the speaker previous. And so let me ask a follow-up to the question that he was just asked, because we do know that the Prime Minister was very clear that Canadians should judge him on the cost of groceries at the grocery store. And we do now know that Canada is the food inflation capital in all of the G7. And I want to give him a chance to elaborate a bit more, because we know 70%, as he indicated, of the food is produced right here. And we know that 90% of agribusinesses have said the industrial carbon tax, the Liberal bureaucracy, are all things that are adding to the cost of food and making those grocery prices higher. So maybe you can comment more on that.
I'm a member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Conservatives have put forth many policy proposals on what would make food prices better. As you mentioned, the industrial carbon tax on farmers has a big effect on the cost of food. The people that are producing the food right here in this country. Cattle farmers. Why is beef so high? Because they've got industrial carbon tax. There's the food packaging tax and the other Liberal hidden taxes that we've proposed that they remove to bring down the cost of food. But obviously, that's not in the budget, and they're refusing to do that.
Comments, question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no imaginary, the Conservatives continue to use imaginary food taxes. But the question I have for the member is to follow up. He himself honestly said, Mr. Speaker, that yes, coffee isn't produced in Canada. He said that. Well, then why would the Conservatives use as their lead item to get people upset that coffee costs 37.4% more? Why are they saying that when in fact they know that Canada has very little, if anything at all, to do with it? It has more to do with Brazil and weather. Does he support these type of emails that spread misinformation, as opposed to saying to Canadians, C-19, the Grocery and Essentials Benefit Act, which is there to make groceries more affordable? Why doesn't the Conservatives say that they're going to support that act?
I'm for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I think the honourable member across the aisle, I realize he wants to talk about coffee, which really just feeds his narrative. Why don't we talk about beef? Beef is made right here in Canada. It's 27% higher. Why is beef so much money? Industrial carbon tax, packaging tax. We have beef right in Manitoba. Why does it cost so much?
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to discuss Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. This is an omnibus bill, 638 pages, 606 clauses, amending hundreds of Canadian laws, going from increasing the debt ceiling to cancelling the Digital Services Act tax. Throughout the study of this, normally, our work as parliamentarians would be to make choices that would improve Canadians' lives, not only now, but for our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. So here, we would be being asked to choose between an inflationary deficit and balancing the budget, or in this case, whether we should keep decisions in the hands of Canadians or whether we should entrust it to cabinet members here in Ottawa. The Liberals in this legislation are giving cabinet ministers extraordinary powers. No consultation, no guardrails, no parliamentary approval, no transparency. My Conservative colleague for Newmarket Aurora explained it very clearly. It's really shocking that a Canadian government could possibly think that it's appropriate to give itself this kind of sweeping powers. Canadians have clearly made known that this is an anti-democratic liberal power grab. And we should just point out that this is not the first time the Liberals have done something like this. When handing out government contracts, they have given them to friends, like with GC Strategy and ArriveCan. The $80,000 contract that ultimately ballooned to $60 million. What about when they have to modernize IT systems? They always have huge cost overruns. With Currem currently, which went from $1.6 billion to $6.6 billion. It's scandalous. $5 billion in cost overruns. And we need to remember that this is a matter of Liberal choices. They have chosen to concentrate power within the hands of Ottawa Liberal elites, far away from Parliament, local communities, and Canadians. Conservatives have made different choices, and under the leadership of my excellent colleague for Newmarket Aurora, we brought forward a number of amendments in order to control the authority of Liberal elites and to enable Canadians to limit government abuses of power. And now, with these amendments, there is now a mandatory 30-day public consultation period before giving an exemption. Also, now we need double approval from a cabinet minister and the president of the Treasury Board. The government needs to table a report to Parliament within 90 days after any exemption, and it needs to publish the exemptions within 30 days in order to safeguard transparency. So these are all conservative guardrails to limit the Liberals' power and to ensure that the exemptions are in the interests of Canadians. Dear colleagues, we must remember that all parliamentarians are here in the interest of Canadians. As I said, Bill C-15 has to do with government choices. Throughout our study of this bill at committee, I asked a number of ministers about matters that matter for my constituents. and all Canadians, but things that are not in this bill. This bill is 638 pages long, and it has a great deal of content, but it does not include measures to support the regions of Quebec which depend on temporary foreign workers to fill empty job positions. They are facing difficulties because of the poorly designed Liberal immigration plan. On page 113 of the budget, we can see that it states that the government recognizes the role played by temporary foreign workers in certain sectors of the economy and in some parts of the country. To that end, the 2026-28 Immigration Levels Plan will consider closely the industries and sectors that are affected by tariffs, as well as rural and remote community needs. So it says right there that it will consider tariff-affected industries as well as rural community needs. That is what the Liberal budget actually says. That's what the Finance Minister and Prime Minister are saying. In my riding and many parts of Quebec, there is a labor shortage. And there is an unemployment rate that is under 5.5%. Businesses are already facing an inflationary crisis, unjustified U.S. tariffs, and now those same businesses that are counting on those workers in order to be able to prosper and stimulate the Quebec and Canadian economy are now facing new challenges because of these liberal restrictions on economic workers. People who contribute to economic development and are integrated to our communities. Their children go to our schools. Their partners work in another business in the community or in the town or village. At the Finance Committee, I asked the Finance Minister 3 times whether or not he would grandfather in temporary foreign workers in regions where the unemployment rate is under 5.5%. But the minister, on all 3 occasions, refused to reply. But what he did say was that he agreed with my arguments. That temporary foreign workers who are already there and are integrated in the community had learned the duties in their position at the business and that are important for economic development of the regions of Quebec. So then, why didn't the minister agree to grandfather in these workers? The Liberal budget clearly indicates that the government will take into account the specific needs of rural regions. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance are happy to say that in their budget, but they are not willing to actually take the measures that would strengthen our communities and the Canadian economy. Bill C-15 is an omnibus bill. It is full of a number of measures. Therefore, it is important to remember that this is implementing a Liberal budget with a deficit of $78 billion in new debt for our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. When the Liberals came to power 10 years ago, we had a $700 billion debt, but now we're talking $1.4 trillion. Now, there are things we agree with in the budget, but there are also a number of things that I don't agree with. The Liberal government has continued with its endless deficit spending. We must remain vigilant. When we are making choices in the budget, every dollar we add to the debt creates inflationary pressure, all of which makes important costs like groceries, housing, and transportation go up. Every dollar in additional debt means higher costs for debt servicing for future generations.
$55 billion. That is what we pay to service the debt. That's what our grandchildren will have to pay. Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, We must make difficult choices in order to better serve Canadians. But there's one thing we must always keep in mind. The decisions that we make today are the decisions that we are making for tomorrow, for future generations, and we owe them respect. Questions and comments?
Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Richmond-Arthabaska for his speech. I, too, represent a rural riding. We have a labor shortage in my riding. I know that the leader of the opposition would like to stop the temporary foreign worker program. But that program is very important in my riding. It's important to us to welcome workers from around the world to help us with our labor shortage. He talked about supporting people who are already here, and I agree. Here's my question. What would my colleague like to do to improve labor shortages in our ridings? And how does he feel about the measures in the legislation? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take my colleagues' questions. In our regions, unemployment is under 5.5%. So we would like to offer a grandfather clause to give temporary foreign workers currently in Canada 5 years to regularize their immigration status to become permanent residents so that they can continue to work in Quebec and help develop Quebec and Canada through our businesses. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello to my colleague who I very much enjoy working with at the Finance Committee. The Conservative colleague, of course, knows that C-15 will create 2 classes of constituents and takes rights away from those whose land will be appropriated for the high-speed rail project. But the member voted in support of that to take rights away from those whose land is expropriated, and the Conservatives hid 8 MPs in the House antechamber in order to ensure that that project would go ahead. So what does my colleague have to say to Quebec farmers who are seeing all this? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I have the utmost respect for my colleague and enjoy working with him. Mr. Speaker, when I rise to make speeches, for instance, tonight I'll be speaking at the Chamber of Commerce in my riding. Many mayors and farmers will be there tonight. When I speak, I always say that we're very grateful to have farm products on our plate. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Farmers work so incredibly hard all day, every day, and without them, where would we be? I have great respect for our farmers. And with regard to the file my colleague just raised, we will be able to discuss that separately together. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bikeshwanong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for a great speech. I have 4 grandchildren. He talked about grandchildren and the impact that this budget will have on them, on future generations. Can he speak a bit more about that? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. I thank my colleague for her question. I dream of becoming a grandpa, and I hope it'll happen in the next few years. But when I see the deficit doubling in the country, which is the case over the past 10 years, I feel worried. And debt service charges are so high, so incredibly high. I'm very worried for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren. What I would like is for the Conservatives to form governments so that we can handle the budget responsibly and efficiently for our grandchildren. A short question, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to comment on something. The colleague spoke at length about the temporary foreign worker program, but his party leader wants to scrap the program. So maybe before criticizing the Liberal Party, they should look inward. Maybe he should criticize his party's leader for wanting to scrap that program. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca in 20 seconds. In the Conservative election platform, we stipulated that in regions of Quebec with unemployment under 5.5%, it will be possible to keep temporary foreign workers. That's in our election platform.
Glenbrook Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will note up front that I'll be splitting my time. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honor, of course, to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the great people of Flamborough, Glenbrook, Brant North. And at second reading of this bill, I spoke about affordability, housing, groceries, and mortgages. But this afternoon, I want to speak about something deeper, and that's the foundation beneath it all, our economy. Because if a country cannot build, cannot attract investment, cannot grow productivity, then everything else becomes harder. And that is exactly where Canada finds itself today. Budget 25 adds $321 billion to the national debt over the next 5 years. It spends $55.6 billion on debt interest next year alone, which of course is more than we spend on health transfers to the provinces and more than the GST revenue collected. Yet for all of this spending, Canada's GDP growth is projected at just 1.1%, the second lowest in the G7. And that's according to the OECD. Canada is on track to have the worst economic growth of all 38 advanced economies through 2060. Dead last. Canada's business investment per worker remains significantly below that of its peer OECD economies, and the gap is widening. Canadian firms invest less in machinery, technology, and innovation per employee than their counterparts in other advanced economies. At the same time, new capital per worker in Canada is only about 66 cents for every dollar seen by workers in other OECD economies, a stark symptom of weaker long-term competitiveness. It's not just a blip, it's a structural decline. And budgets like this do nothing to reverse it. Mr. Speaker, 8 months ago, Parliament passed C5. And as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, I stood in this House 3 times and spoke in support of C5. And it was sold to Canadians as nation building, as a turning point, as faster approvals regime, a new era of major projects. But 8 months later, what has actually been built? What major project has broken ground because of C5? What strategic corridor has been accelerated? What transformational piece of infrastructure is visibly underway? Canadians are still waiting. Meanwhile, in Europe, when governments decided energy security was a national priority, Germany built a major LNG terminal in roughly 7 months. Italy built the Genoa Bridge in just over a year. Finland completed construction of its Inco facility in about 4 months. And the Netherlands brought its Eemshaven LNG terminal online in about 6 months. When these countries decide something mattered, they built it. Here in Canada, we pass bills, we hold press conferences, we have photo ops, and we announce frameworks, but we haven't built anything. 8 months after passing C5, Canadians are still waiting. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, members of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee conducted a national study on large port infrastructure expansion projects. And we toured ports from coast to coast. And we heard clearly, we need faster approvals, greater financial flexibility, removal of structural bottlenecks. That was 3 years ago. And today, we're hearing the same complaints. Nothing has changed. The Canada Port Authority model is supposed to provide operational independence, yet federal constraints limit that agility, limit that competitiveness, limit their ability to respond to global trade shifts. And we cannot move goods efficiently through our ports if we cannot compete. The budget talks about investing in infrastructure, including ports and economic corridors. but the actual legislation before us contains no specific reforms to enable Canada's port authorities to operate with true agility or competitiveness. It doesn't remove constraints, modernize governance, nor give them new tools to respond faster to shifts in global trade. Even as this government talks about nation building, the bill does nothing to unlock the capacity of our ports. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about steel, because steel is not abstract. Steel is Hamilton, steel is jobs, steel is national capacity. In 2024, I filed an order paper question asking how much of the federally funded infrastructure in Canada uses Canadian steel. And the response came back, and I was astonished to learn that the government didn't even track that data. And you know, they couldn't tell us how much in our own infrastructure spending was using Canadian steel production. Billions of dollars and no central tracking. And so if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. Unsatisfied with his answer, I took it to committee, and I asked the president of Alto how much Canadian steel was going to be used if this project were to proceed. Will you track it? Will you report it? The answer was that it could result in 600,000 tons of steel, but we don't produce the right type of steel in Canada. That shouldn't be foreign steel. I asked the transportation minister if he would make the same commitment to track not just steel, but any Canadian content in all projects under his department. And to his credit, he said that he would commit to reporting the volumes, the value, and the origin of Canadian materials used in future projects and report that back publicly to Parliament. But here's the problem. Why did it take pressure through order paper questions and committee hearings to get there? Why aren't we tracking Canadian content as a standard practice? If we're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure, then Canadian workers should be part of that story. Mr. Speaker, let me offer a contrast. The Hamilton International Airport, which is located in my constituency, is a success story. It is now Canada's largest overnight express cargo airport. In 2024, it handled over 750,000 kilograms of cargo. And because of private sector commitment to that airport, they secured a long-term investment. It continues to grow. It supports jobs. It strengthens supply chains. And it connects Southern Ontario to global markets. In fact, to give an example, DHL Express, which operates cargo across the world, Hamilton Airport is their fourth largest volume facility in the entire world. It goes Hong Kong, Leipzig, Germany, Cincinnati, Ohio, then Hamilton, Ontario. And that is the result when there's a positive private sector investment actually creating jobs and success. Completed in 2021, that particular facility met its 5-year volumes in 1 year. So that is what trade enabling infrastructure looks like. And it's succeeding in spite of the endless red tape. Imagine our national infrastructure system that worked with the same real urgency. Imagine if approvals were predictable, if capital felt welcomed, if projects moved from announcement to construction to completion. And that's how you reverse this productivity decline in our economy, how we attract investment, how we grow our economy. Canada should be the easiest place in the world to build responsibly. We've got skilled workers, we've got resources, we have got stable institutions. What we lack is urgency. The budget continues the pattern. High spending, high debt, low growth, and no structural reform. Nearly a year after this government was elected, Canadians still do not see a breakthrough that was promised. As long as investment lags, as long as approvals stall, as long as productivity falls, living standards will continue to erode. Canadians are not asking for miracles. They are asking for a government that understands that prosperity comes from building, producing, competing, and not just borrowing and hope. Conservatives believe in clearing the bureaucracy that blocks projects, ensuring Canadian workers benefit from Canadian infrastructure, strengthening our ports and trade corridors, restoring fiscal discipline so capital flows back to Canada, and rebuilding confidence that this country can once again get things done. And on every one of those measures, this budget comes up short. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, Canada was described as having the richest middle class in the world. In fact, commentators made the note that in 2014, the Canadian dream had replaced the American dream after 10 years of conservative government and strong fiscal management. That wasn't an accident. That was a result of discipline, of investment, and of policies that rewarded work and encouraged growth. Today, the middle class is feeling squeezed. Stagnation should not be a destiny. With the right leadership and fiscal discipline, and with a government that understands that prosperity comes from building, Canada can again be the richest middle class in the world, and with a new government, it will be.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on a statement that the previous speaker made, the member from Richmond, Arthabaska, when he made the statement that the Conservative Party's position is, in certain situations, as described by him, that the Conservatives do not have any problem renewing temporary work permits. Can the member clearly give us a clear indication? Was the member from Richmond, Arthabaska, correct in his assessment that it is the Conservative Party's position that they are prepared to allow temporary permit workers remain in Canada after the visas have expired?
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of my colleague. What I will note is, as I said in my speech, we had the richest middle class in the world 10 years ago, and that was after we had an economy that was attracting investment from around the world, and prosperity is the answer to all of our issues. I mean, the member opposite is part of a government that said no to Germany, said no to Japan when they came for Canadian LNG. Well, Germany built the facility, as I said in the speech, in 7 months, and we lost that opportunity to diversify our trade, create those jobs, steel jobs, other jobs for all Canadians.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you for picking me, Mr. Speaker. I have a question about something said by the member for Richmond-Arthabaska in the speech before my colleague's speech. It's very surprising because the colleague is criticizing the Liberal government for measures they implemented in fall 2024, which radically changed things for business owners and small and medium enterprises in Quebec, especially with regards to temporary foreign workers. The member said that we need a grandfather clause for those who are already here, the workers who are already here. But the Conservative leader said that temporary foreign workers are the reason that young Canadians are unemployed and can't find work, and that he would scrap the program. Does my colleague agree with the member for Richmond-Arthabaska, or does he agree with his party's leader?
Brooke Brant North.
What I agree with is that we should create prosperity for young Canadians so they actually have jobs. And that's what Canadians had 10 years ago, after 10 years of Conservative government. Youth unemployment wasn't at the levels we're seeing now, the skyrocketing high levels of youth unemployment, and that's not fair. 10 years ago as well, the average mortgage, the average monthly mortgage payment on the average house in Canada was $1,432. The average rent was $973. Young people could go to school, save up, buy a home, start a family. That was the Canadian dream. And that's why we were the envy of the world and the richest middle class. That doesn't exist anymore after 10 years of these Liberals, and we're going to work to restore that dream and that promise.
Comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de
Questions and comments.
West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can reflect on a report that came out today that 1 in 4 Canadians now works for government, whether it be federal government, public, provincial governments, municipal governments, or public service, and that he reflected upon the middle class getting weaker. While the government is bloating up, the government is expending, but none of this dollars seem to reach everyday Canadians. And can he reflect upon that in this budget?
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you to my colleague from Edmonton for an excellent question, because that is the point. The reason we are now among the worst performing economies in the G7 and the OECD, which we weren't 10 years ago, is that we have the lowest private sector investment in our economy in the world. And when we don't create the conditions for the private sector to invest here, investment is going elsewhere. Capital is global, and we've seen that time and time again. You know, and so if we want to make sure we have opportunities for Canadians, we can do better than having, 1 in 4 working for the government. We can provide excellent opportunities in the private sector so that they can prosper, so they can, again, save up, buy a home, and live the Canadian dream.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to rise and discuss Bill C-15 myself. And I'd like to focus mostly on an issue that I think is very important, which is for the cultural sector, the media sector, which is the digital services tax. It was discussed at length, but I think it's important to provide context and explain the consequences of doing away with this digital services tax. First off, the context. Let's remember that to solve a problem or find solutions to a problem as a government, you have to recognize that there is a problem first. Then you have to take note of that, you have to analyze it, and then you have to take measures to address the issue. But this government and other governments, in fact, just look at the OECD. The OECD set up a working group to address the issue of the FANGs or GAFAMs and their effect on public finances in those various countries where these companies, these mega companies have operations. Several European countries have made decisions on tax matters relating to these internet giants. Canada seemed to be heading in the right direction. It recognized that there was an issue, that there were some issues that needed to be addressed, and it implemented this. It started working on the digital services tax. Then there was a tax on digital services whose purpose was to address this tax unfairness for these multi-billion-dollar American companies who are making money hand over fist in Canada by inundating basically our market, our cultural market, and with content that is generally not representative of the cultural fabric of Quebec nor Canada. And, of course, there's the issue of francophone culture that I care deeply about. So the tax, its purpose was to address this unfairness, to make sure that these companies had some tax implications to deal with, and to improve fairness. We believe that this tax could have led to $7.2 billion generated over the next 5 years. Let's be conservative and say $1 billion or 1.2, 1.3 billion per year. That, as far as we were concerned, was excellent news, except for the fact that it was not directly for the cultural and media sector. But nonetheless, we could have used these monies. They would have been added to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and it could have supported, at the end of the day, these sectors. And we were all here when this happened. President Trump came back to office, re-entered the White House over a year ago, with his rhetoric, his threats, his tariffs, and all of the instability that he caused, not only at home, but also here and the world over. So we needed some negotiation leverage. We needed to show goodwill, apparently, and to do so, the Prime Minister decided to bend the knee, to basically get rid of his backbone, and said, oh, you know what? Let's forget about this digital services tax. And now Donald's going to be very friendly, and I'll do away with this tax that is penalizing those American companies that support him generously. And in that way, Don will certainly say, oh, my dear friend, the Prime Minister of Canada, we will make a great deal. But that's not what happened. The American president didn't bat an eyelash. He didn't make any change, and everything continued in the same way that it had been going on. The Prime Minister lost $1 billion a year here that could have gone to media and cultural industries in Quebec and Canada. He could have said, oh, let's bring that back in. No. So in C-15, we thought, maybe common sense will reign and they will keep this option to have this tool in their toolkit. They'll have a lever to negotiate with this. They'll have some leverage with the American president. And then if you get significant concessions, if there is something that is worthwhile, then there will be some negotiating tool. But what does this actually mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that information media is now dealing with this very precarious situation that they've been in for years, with no light at the end of the tunnel from the federal government to give them some indication they might be able to get out of this terrible situation they find themselves in. Now, the Bloc, of course, wanted there to be money specifically for the cultural media sector through these digital services tax inputs. The Bloc Québécois has been asking for something that, in fact, the electronic media has been asking for, media, television. They want a tax credit that is already being granted to written media. So that is that written newsrooms have a tax credit, a payroll tax credit that would mean that they could manage despite these difficult circumstances. So these other media sources are saying we should have the same privilege because we also have newsroom. And this is a request that's been made for many years by these media sources, and the Bloc Québécois supported these demands, and that's why we even included this measure in our electoral platform 2025. They turned a deaf ear. They deployed a budget with hundreds of millions of dollars for culture, and they were bragging about it. But not even that small measure that would not have cost much, but would have meant addressing the tax issue for those newsrooms. So it looks as though this government is unwilling to walk the talk. Sure, they say media matters, information matters, but these small, simple measures that they could have taken, even and the major, very beneficial measures such as the digital services tax, which could have ended up being monies that could have provided incredible support for the media and cultural sector. Well, when it comes time to take these measures, well, again, they turn a deaf ear. And it's sad. It's a sad fact that they're not here supporting this highly, highly penalized sector. There are some serious issues with news coverage throughout Quebec and Canada. Businesses that can provide those services. This regional journalism to really cover our reality in the regions, not only the national international issues, but really what happens in our regions, our own reality, what really is the bread and butter of our regions. Well, that stuff is not being covered. Why? Because businesses and the media are struggling, so they are cutting journalist positions. I welcomed with some relief, but then I looked at the announces at CBC and Radio Canada recently. There was an opening for some new journalist positions, 29 new positions in Quebec, 30 throughout Canada by CBC Radio Canada. I think this is good news, of course, because that's the problem. CBC is the public broadcaster, and it's its mandate to cover news over the entire country. But it doesn't make sense that it's only CBC and Radio Canada that has the means to do this work and is available in these regions. Why? Because we need diversity of information in all regions. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as to the digital services tax, I think it's a mistake. But I also think it's a serious lack of political courage on the part of the government to not have maintained that tax, simply because Uncle Don over there doesn't like it. you know, at some point you got to build a backbone, and you have to make sure it stays in your back. You don't put it aside when you have to deal with some headwinds, or Donald's a bit mean, or he's eaten a couple too many burgers and he's tweeted something. No, this tax is a demonstration of a desire to defend oneself and to maintain some leverage when we have to renegotiate COSMA. But here, it seems as though we're just bending the knee, and we're going to have to pay the price for that, and so will our media. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member was mentioning the issue of consistency. I have a hard time. If it's so important to be consistent, why is he saying it's important to invest in infrastructure like the Magdalen Islands in the Gaspé region and in Sainte-Anne-des-Monts? These are major projects for Québécois. What about the issues in housing? The federal government and Quebec just agreed on a framework for housing, affordable housing, and he's saying he wants to represent those very people in Quebec, but my colleague is voting against all of these projects. Why is he voting against all of this?
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. I appreciate my colleague's question. Let's say the same arguments we've been hearing from the start. They don't seem to have much to fight our arguments with, but it's okay. I respect my colleague's argument. Now, on the announcement that was made on housing, there was an agreement signed on housing. The member was mentioning it in his question. It took 2 years of negotiations, Mr. Speaker. It was so long because the federal government was lagging, and when the agreement was in January, it was too late for Quebec to get the funds it was entitled to. Just really, maybe he should renew the stock of questions and think about the questions he's about to ask. Point of order. I'd like to know if the term maudit argument is parliamentarian or dem arguments in French. I thank the honourable colleague for his point of order. Some words are right on that line, and it's difficult to say, but I do want to say that it's important for everyone to use respectful language in this place. The honourable member, on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think the word perhaps it wasn't necessary, and my colleague is right to raise that, and I'd like to remove that term that I used from my response because it wasn't necessary to use it in this case. I thank the honourable member for Drummond, and I thank the honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll focus on substance rather than form here, Mr. Speaker, unlike some of my colleagues. I really appreciate my colleague's speech. Of course, he focused on something that he really cares about. It's an issue that really touches him, the vitality of the media and the digital services tax issue. Perhaps he could draw a link with the Prime Minister's Davos speech. In that speech, he said it was important to stand up to these mega powers, that there's so much instability in the world that you need reliable and safe partners, and you had to stand up to these people. And how can you reconcile what was said in Davos and what is being done today when it comes to the web giants and how this government is acting? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean really hit the nail on the head. This is a point that I really did focus on in my speech, and I think it's important to reiterate the issue of courage, to have the courage of one's convictions, to really walk the talk. The Davos speech was inspiring, but when you get out of Davos and you're not exactly standing up to adversity, well, you're not getting ahead. And in fact, you lose some credibility. So to say that you need to stand up to adversity and then you come back and you're unable to create solid, rigid, fiscal frameworks to address this issue of mega companies that gain their wealth off the backs of Canadians, I think the Prime Minister could certainly make changes, certainly ensure that there is fairness in that market. And we've been expecting that for a long time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, about 45 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm interested, given the members' comments, in regards to significant investments that are going into Quebec. I'm thinking of the Port of Montreal. Literally thousands of people being affected. It's a wonderful development. We also now have the high-speed rail, which I think, if you put it in a perspective of investment, these are significant investments, and I believe that the people of Quebec would actually support them. Could he provide his thoughts on those two issues?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. That's the federal government's job. But we can discuss the high-speed rail. My colleague from Mirabel has been discussing this for weeks and weeks. We are concerned. We're worried, and there's fear among his constituents and other constituents through which this high-speed rail line will run. It's all well and good, but if the federal government, when it manages projects, cannot be sensitive to these issues and defer to the relevant authorities, or at least consult adequately, so that what happened in 1970 doesn't happen again in Mirabel, that we would have families torn apart, that you'd have generations just unable to recover, expropriation here and there. My colleague from Mirabel went into this in detail. I thank the member across the way for the question. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Ristigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Cypress Hill Grasslands. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 25, our budget is clear, our purpose is clear. We want to strengthen the Canadian economy. And we have to start by working on the economy here in Canada. We got rid of interprovincial trade barriers. We have a Buy Canadian policy in the budget because we realize we need to be our own best client. The Canadian government has a huge spending power and needs to use it to stimulate our economy and support Canadian businesses. In Budget 2025, there are also a series of tax incentives to stimulate productivity. We want Canadian companies to invest right now in new equipment. The message that's being sent out is that now is the time to invest in Canada. As of today, we've also enhanced a number of incentives like the R&D program for businesses. I've met with a number of businesses in Madawaska-Ristigouche who receive this support, and it's wonderful to see the options to produce new products, to access new markets, because sometimes you have a product that is great, but it's 80% of the way there. And with this research, you open up some new avenues. What we had heard is that there was some bureaucracy within that program or red tape, and through Budget 2025, we're addressing these issues. We'll be enhancing the program so it's simpler to use. Why? Because we want our businesses to spend more time innovating rather than dealing with red tape. In this budget, there's a consistency between, when it comes to the various investments we're making, they are connected to our priorities, and we want to strengthen the Canadian economy through doing all of this. Build Canada Homes has $13 billion for housing starts in this country, and that will mean the use of Canadian softwood lumber, for instance. So we're addressing the issue of housing while stimulating our economy and while supporting our own homegrown businesses. The same thing applies to our defense industrial strategy. We've committed to a significant increase in expenditures given the current geopolitical context, and we will do that to support in a way that will support our businesses. And internationally, globally, when we talk about strengthening the Canadian economy, it means more diversification of our economy. There are a number of incentives and support measures to support businesses in Canada that want to access new markets the world over. And the Government of Canada is making major efforts to bring in foreign investments throughout the world. Canada is the only G7 country to have a free trade agreement with all other G7 countries, and that's just the beginning, Mr. Speaker.
And as for supporting innovation and productivity, that includes innovation in various regions, including in Madawaska-Restigouche. And in fact, last week, I announced up to $1 million in support from the federal government through the Atlantic Canada Economic Development Agency. This announcement was about enabling these maple syrup businesses to upgrade their equipment and identify leaks in the forest and other technology. This is particularly important for me because maple syrup production is particularly important in my region. And a large proportion of the province's production is in my riding. This is a key sector for me. There is also a cultural aspect. We are very proud of the maple syrup we produce in Madawaska-Restigouche. And this is something that's passed down from generation to generation. Out of the 3 maple syrup producers that I visited, they are family businesses, a father-son duo in one case. So this is both an economic and cultural asset for Madawaska-Restigouche. And I'd like to take this opportunity to wish a good sugaring season to all of the people who work in that sector. So I'd just like to congratulate them. That season is coming up soon. Mr. Speaker, I am the member from Madawaska-Restigouche, and my riding is almost entirely francophone. It is the one with the second highest proportion of francophones outside Quebec. As an Acadian member in this House, then, the issue of official languages is something that I care about deeply. And now we are doubling the funding for the Fête de l'Acadien. We're making it permanent. We are also continuing to implement the official languages plan 2023-28 with $4.1 billion over 5 years. This is the biggest investment in official languages ever, including inflation. The government has never invested this much to support official languages in the country. And this will have concrete effects in my region. Like, I'm thinking about the agreement that was signed between Canada and New Brunswick to learn French. $133 million for immersion and secondary school and primary school language learning. An investment of $78 million was also made last summer by the Minister of Health to improve access to French language health care. And out of the $78 million, $14 million has been earmarked for the University of Moncton to increase training for healthcare professionals. A bachelor's in nursing is offered in French. All of this is offered in French in Edmundston. So this is actually going to specific purposes and improving the offer of services in French. I'm very pleased that there are 2 projects being funded in my riding. There is funding for community spaces. For thriving and dynamic francophone communities, it is important to have spaces where the community can gather. $2 million were devoted to the Maillet Center in Saint-Basile in Edmundston, and the work is going very well. I'm really looking forward to going to the grand opening at the Maillet Center with the youth choir. Many other sectors are also being invested in. Early childhood care, science, arts and culture, justice, statistics. This is all something we're doing to support francophone communities throughout the country, including in my riding. I am very proud to be part of the government that is making the biggest investment in official languages in the history of Canada. And also, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 has funds to develop arts and culture, to develop Canadian talent to succeed in a market that is more and more digital and global. We will be investing $21 million in the Building Communities through Arts and Heritage program in order to support local festivals, community anniversaries, and other community projects. We have a great many festivals in my riding. We have all sorts of activities. Only 2 weeks ago, I was announcing federal government funding for the Festi-Neige, and there will be a number of other similar announcements. I'm so pleased to be able to make these announcements. There is also $46.5 million for the Canada Arts Presentation Fund in order to support professional arts festivals and shows. I am so happy that my community will benefit from this. It will mean people in my riding can access quality performances. We are also investing in the Canada Music Fund, the Telefilm Canada Fund, and many, many others. I am so proud that our government is supporting the arts and culture sector because it is one that is not only important for the Canadian economy, artists strengthen our identity, and this is really key. I am so pleased that our government is supporting the sector. I would have a lot more to say about the budget, but I see I don't have any more time, so I will look forward to listening to my colleagues' questions. Thank you very much.
Speaker, September 17th in this very House, the Prime Minister stated we will have a declining level of debt, and yet the budget, C-15, shows a growing level of debt. So who misinformed the public, the Prime Minister or your budget? Or the member's budget, sorry.
Through the chair, l'honorable député de Madawaska, Restigouche.
The honourable member. Well, I would just say to my colleague that Canada has one of the best debt-GDP ratios in the G7. We have fiscal capacity and we need to use it to meet the moment. We are facing an undeserved tariff war. We need to support Canadian businesses during difficult economic times. Our businesses need us. People need help, and we are there to help them. We need to help both businesses and individuals. My colleague and everyone in the official opposition have been here in Ottawa for years, opposing all of our measures to try to help people.
Even when heckling, let's try not to use unparliamentary language. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Oui. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. I've been listening closely to our very positive colleague who's telling us that the government is there to help struggling sectors, like the former Prime Minister who kept saying, "We will be there to be there." Quite the phrase. Well, my colleague mentioned the program Building Canada Homes, and in order to do that, we need a forestry sector. But currently, given that there's all these retaliatory tariffs and anti-dumping tariffs and all sorts of tariffs, the forestry sector is paying a really high price, and the government is not actually helping, even though it announced a liquidity program last summer, but many businesses are not getting that help. And the government is not doing anything to help people in the sector who are offering plenty of ideas for solutions. The honourable member, well, only this week, the minister announced another $500 million to help the softwood lumber industry, because we know that it's facing challenges, and we want to help. We will be there as the situation continues to evolve. But also, my colleague said I'm not being concrete enough. Well, here's an example. Well, we know that there is a project to broaden the path on the Île La Madeleine, and his colleague even had formed a group to ask for that strip to be widened. And so I would tell my colleague that that's something we've done.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup, mon collègue de Madawaska.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Madawaska Restigouche. Bill C-15 includes funding to make the Fête Nationale des Acadiens permanent. That's very important for my colleague, for the entire Atlantic region. And so I'd like our colleague to explain why that day is so important. Well, Mr. Speaker, National Acadian Day is the day when all Acadians come together to celebrate the beautiful French language and to celebrate our culture. And the problem was that the funding for National Acadian Day was not permanent, and it constantly needed to be renegotiated. But luckily, after it was raised by many members in this House, the funding was made permanent. And on budget day, the Prime Minister himself came over to tell me that the funding has been made permanent and was also doubled. That's great news not only for New Brunswick, but also for the rest of Atlantic Canada.
Reprise de débat. Honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to rise on behalf of the great people of Southwest and West Central Saskatchewan. And I just want to start my speech off today by acknowledging that the Saskatchewan Winter Games was taking place at the same time as the Olympics were. And I just want to give a quick shout out to all the kids who went up to Meadow Lake and to Flying Dutch First Nation to be able to compete in those games. Congratulations to those who won medals, but also I just want to say thank you to the kids who put in the hard work and tremendous effort to be able to compete in those games, and also to the parents who took the time out of their busy schedules and lives to take their kids up to there and spend some time up in the northern part of our province, which is a beautiful part of Saskatchewan as well. So congratulations to all the athletes who competed in that. I would also just like to just mention, Mr. Speaker, that I've had the opportunity this week to meet with members of APAS, the Agricultural Producers of Association of Saskatchewan. They have their young leaders out in Ottawa this week, and I had the distinct privilege of being able to meet with them and really appreciated the opportunity to hear what they had to say. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that the future of agriculture in Saskatchewan and across Canada is in very, very good hands. They are brilliant minds, and they're putting in tremendous work, and they have a skill set and a talent level that is really befitting of what the next generation of agriculture is truly all about, which kind of gets into the basis of the speech that I want to give today, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the direction that this government is going and the way that they are treating agriculture. Over this last break week, Mr. Speaker, I had a couple meetings in regards to the government's plan to slash funding and lay off workers at Agriculture, Agri-Food Canada research station places all across Canada. Some of those are affecting locations in my riding, and other locations in Saskatchewan and Manitoba and Alberta and other places across Canada. And I just think it's really, really tragic, Mr. Speaker, that is where they are choosing to try to find cuts. We know that the return on investment in agriculture is massive. Agriculture is the largest exporting element of the Canadian economy, particularly the Saskatchewan economy, and it plays such a key role in supporting our small towns, supporting our cities, and supporting our communities, but also the various organizations that they are able to support because of the strength of that industry. And when you look at the tone that the government is choosing to set by cutting agriculture and the funding in agriculture, it's really backwards for what the direction of this country should be going. And just to take that another level, Mr. Speaker, we're going through the comprehensive expenditure reviews, and we are seeing department after department after department come back to the federal government and saying that they'll be able to lay off and make cuts with no impact to service delivery. But I would say that the Department of Agriculture is the one department that is going to notice a substantial impact to the service that is being delivered to Canadians and to Canadian farmers, but also to producers around the world, because we know that the research that happens in Saskatchewan and across the country not only benefits farmers here, it benefits farmers here first, but it's also what we learn here is what we're then able to export to the rest of the world. And one such practice, Mr. Speaker, would be zero-till or low-till farming practices. I know that was something that we changed on our farm growing up, and it was something that, I jokingly say put me out of a job on my parents' farm because I used to do a lot of the cultivating and disking that we needed to do on our farm at that time. However, what we learned, and this was aided by the research stations, was the value in doing continuous cropping to be able to restore nutrients to the soil, also which will help build and maintain topsoil quality and also moisture retention. But so it showed that we didn't need to be plowing up our fields nearly as much as we used to. And we know there's other jurisdictions around the world who are still doing that practice, and they can learn a lot from Canadian agriculture. And a lot of the research that happened into that farming technique happened at the research stations across Canada, and it was in partnership with some other regions in North America too. But it was a lot of it was done at the research stations. So that's just one firm example of some of the benefit that we've seen from the research stations. We also know various crop varieties that have been developed there that have been cutting edge for being able to continue to grow crops in one of the most difficult places to grow crops in the world. Now, the area that I represent is smack dab in the middle of what's called the Palliser Triangle. And the Palliser Triangle was designated as an area by the explorer who went out there as an area that was unfit for humankind to live in. And yet we are able to be the largest exporting area in the world of pulses around the world. We grow a lot of grain, we grow canola, we grow other oil seeds, lots of cereal crops. We basically feed the world from an area that was deemed to be unfit for humans. So it's pretty remarkable what's happened, but it's because of the things that have happened at the research stations. And they are strategically placed. And they're strategically placed because of the various different soil types that exist in Canada, particularly Saskatchewan. My area is very sandy, very hilly, very rocky. A lot of it probably should have been left as native prairie grass, but it is now turned into agricultural producing land for crops. But the research stations have been very, very key in making sure that we have the crop varieties, but also the right timing to when we want to grow our crops. To be able to make sure that we can maximize the output value for it. Things like research into fertilizer usage, research into pesticide applications, weed control, all of that is done at these research stations. And they're put into the various different soil zones that exist in Saskatchewan and across the country. And that is some of the most valuable research that has happened at these research stations. But, Mr. Speaker, just to be fair, I know the government's trying to save money because we know that they've been blowing the doors off of the vault with the amount of money that they're spending out there. So I just want to show a few areas where the government would be able to save the money. So the government was looking over the next 3 years to cut 665 staff and find about 15% of budgetary savings through Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. And over the next I think over the next 10 years, it'll total roughly $150 million in cuts. Well, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, and we're currently also going through the supplementary phase of the budget, and in the subs as well, we see there's one line item in there that alone would have actually paid for keeping the research stations open and staffed. And that is, there's $150 million for the modernization of CBC. Now, that's on top of their budget's almost at what, $2 billion now, and they need another $150 million for modernization. It's quite ridiculous how much money they continue to pump needlessly into the CBC. But it also just shows where their priorities at and how they have no clue, what actually runs the largest exporting portion of the Canadian economy. On top of that, how about the Liberals' boondoggle of a tree planting plan that they had? They're going to plant 2 billion trees. They spent about $267 million to barely put a dent into that number, and they've abandoned the plan. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? They spent $200 million just to end the $2 billion tree program. And that was going to be one of the cornerstone environmental commitments that this government had. And they basically wasted close to $500 million on that entire program. And I could tell you back in the 80s, Saskatchewan farmers, they had a tree planting program, and they would have planted as many or more trees than that did, and they would have done it for a fraction of the cost. Now, when we look at you know, the debt charges, for example, just the debt charges alone is over $1,300 per Canadian per year as of last year. And in fact, in total, $53.7 billion more than all revenue collected through GST. So, Mr. Speaker, we know there's other areas where the government can find savings. They spend between $17 and $19 billion on external consultants, because they basically admitted that even though they've massively bloated the public service, that they're not even able to do the work that they were supposedly hired to do in the first place. So there's many, many places that the government would have been able to find savings. And we know that that's, you know, through the comprehensive expenditure review, that there are many departments that can find savings without impacting service delivery. But we know that the research that is happening at these research stations is invaluable. It cannot be replaced. And the fact that this government wants to do away with that is absolutely shameful. Having met with a lot of the producer groups over the last week, they have two very simple requests for right now. If the government's not going to abandon or not going to back away from these cuts, at the very least they're asking, can the government at least let the 2026 crop year and research year be completed before any of these cuts are rolled out? And also, could they slow down the pace at which they're looking to sell off the equipment that the research stations have, because those are very specific and very specialized pieces of machinery that they have at those research stations. And if there's any chance that we have of saving the research stations, that equipment needs to be there. And the request would be that the government would back off on selling that equipment at this point in time. I look forward to questions from the government.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He points out a lot of valid ideas, and we've been looking at the expenditure review plan in operations. Unfortunately, it's actually requiring orders of the committee to the government to release some of the details to the parliamentary budget officer. He talks about the agricultural research. We have seen in the past where this government spent $7.4 billion on their green energy accelerator. Billions went to multinational U.S. companies that hadn't even applied for the money, and actually went to one company that's been convicted of subsidizing ISIS abroad. I wonder what the member thinks about the fact the government is cutting vital agricultural research, but at the same time funding foreign multinational companies that are violating international law.
Member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And my colleague makes a terrific point, you know, just about how the government is making it harder and harder and harder for parliamentarians to get access to the information that we need to be able to do our jobs. And he's right, we did have to compel departments to release information on the CER, so that way not only that we could do our job, but also so that the independent parliamentary budget officer could properly do his job. So, you know, it's disgraceful the way that they treat Canadians, but then when you see on the other side of it that they are funding, in some cases, illegal and criminal activity abroad, it's just absolutely appalling. If they had if they were truly focused on building Canada strong, Mr. Speaker, they would focus on projects and initiatives that are actually happening in Canada. They would listen to what's happening in Canada and be prioritizing those kind of initiatives instead of groups that are funding ISIS.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I won't address the silliness of making accusations of funding criminal activity internationally, but rather, you know, it's interesting, given the members from the Prairie region, that he doesn't recognize that at a time in which you go into an election, a major MP document that we provide Canadians is our election platforms. And the Conservative Party had nothing on agriculture in regards to their own platform. Interesting point. But my question to the member is that does the member support the Minister of Agriculture's aggressive and very proactive approach at dealing with finding additional export markets that go beyond the Canada-U.S. borders? And does he support the travel that's necessary for the Minister and the Prime Minister and others in order to secure future markets for our commodity?
Member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the Canadian farmers know that this government has been in place for 10 going on 11 years now. They know it's not a new government. They know that when they look at the benches, they see many of the same faces that have been there for the last 10 years. If it wasn't for Stephen Harper and the Honourable Ed Fast for doing a tremendous amount of work on securing trade deals around the world. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be working on one the next sitting week, the CPTPP, which was actually negotiated and signed by Ed Fast, and it took this government a long time to actually be able to ratify that. Now there's a little bit of an amendment coming forward here to that deal, but as Conservatives who have long been the ones who have championed this, because of the legacy of great Conservative Prime Ministers like Stephen Harper, but members like Ed Fast who have done a tremendous job on trade, that's a legacy I'm proud of.
Comments, question et commentaire. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
What's offensive as well is some of the initiatives the Liberals have funded abroad. I think about the issue with the rice. I'm not going to get into it, but with the rice. And I just wondered if the member could talk about some of the dollars that's maybe been wasted in some crazy investments or expenditures overseas that would have been way better invested in research station and increasing the stability of research station in rural Canada.
The honourable member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that is actually a terrific question. And, you know, just kind of building off of just what the general strategy of this government has been. Yeah, they've picked all kinds of radical DEI projects around the world to fund, but they've also had those same policies in place here domestically. And, you know, they left about a $500 million backlog on maintenance at their research stations, which has made those research stations vulnerable to just, you know, the infrastructure kind of crumbling around them while they're trying to do their work. In the meantime, to fill rabid DEI requirements, the government went about a hiring spree, and if we look at the things that they are funding internationally, it just further cements where the priorities of this government is. Rather than actually working for producers here in Canada, they're focused more internationally on these pet projects that have no benefit to Canadians.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, and I would like to inform him that I will interrupt him at 2 p.m. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now my turn to speak to C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. This budget, I'm sure many of my colleagues read this every night. Read it and reread it. But before I get into my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank all members of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, we had discussions, we had debate. It's never easy, of course. But earlier this week, on Monday, we managed to finish our committee work and send the bill back to the House of Commons. So I would really like to thank colleagues of all parties. We did our duty as parliamentarians, and that is positive for us, for the nation, and for the prestige of this very institution. Now, let's talk about C-15. As we know, the global context is rapidly changing, leaving the economy and workers with a lot of uncertainty. To be honest, some people don't even know how to proceed because there's so much uncertainty, volatility, and ambiguity. So many unknowns, which is why the Government of Canada is concentrating on what it can control to build a strong economy, even stronger, to make life more affordable for Canadians. And in order to do so, we are striking new trade and investment partnerships abroad. We're also strengthening the work we do in Canada. This will create good jobs for Canadians with even better salaries and wages from coast to coast to coast. Our government has a plan to guarantee that Canadians have the support that they need, and that plan needs to be set into motion right now, as soon as possible. We've heard many comments from various groups, analysts, commentators about the Government of Canada's finances. People wonder why we are making the decisions that we're making, whether we can do so, and why we're doing so now. Well, we're taking action now because now is the time to do so, not in 3 years or 5 years. Now is the time to take action in order to weather what our Prime Minister recently referred to at Davos as a rupture in public order. The world has changed, and now is the time to act. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, we're not hiding anything. There is a deficit. The deficit is clearly indicated in the budget. The deficit is $78 billion. That is the deficit for the 2025-2026 tax year. It is 2.5% of GDP. We're not hiding anything. There haven't been any smoke and mirrors or any games. It's clearly written in the budget. Our friends across the way have said time and time again that the budget should not have exceeded $40 billion, that it should have been even well below $40 billion. What they haven't told us, though, is where they would have found $30 billion or $40 billion in savings. They didn't tell us what in the budget they would cut to achieve that. Canada's public debt with the deficit is 42% of GDP. Now, 40%, that's significant. We all agree that that's a significant debt. We're talking about massive amounts, but which equate to 40% of Canada's GDP. Now, we must keep in mind the order of magnitude here. We often hear about absolute numbers when talking about debt or deficit. So, for instance, $1 trillion in debt, big, huge numbers, of course, they shock us, but we need to always take these numbers in context, take them together with the context of our economy. We need to keep in mind the economy's ability to deal with that much debt, to absorb it. What we've seen since November is that financial markets are not at all in distress. Financial markets are absorbing the deficit very well. Canada's credit rating is still AAA. We have one of the best credit ratings in the world, which gives us priority access to financial markets to implement our ambitious plan. Our plan is ambitious, but within our means. We are able to make it happen. And as I said earlier, now is the time, and so we're taking action right now. In 2029-2030, Mr. Speaker, the deficit will be 1.5% of GDP. So we will decrease from 2.5% of GDP now to 1.5% of GDP in 2029-2030. That's totally manageable. And Canada's debt will rise to 43% of GDP. And now it is 42% of GDP. With the numbers as they are, I can assure members of this place that our Canadian economy will continue to do well, and we will be able to finance our plan while enjoying our AAA credit rating. All of this will allow us to reach our goals. The government has quickly implemented a host of measures to bring down costs and taxes for Canadians. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're also taking action to speed up residential construction and home building. Mr. Speaker, we must be able to support economic growth. Beyond that, we must always take care of our constituents. We must always be able to deliver the social programs which we value and which make Canada special, which make Canada what it is. What makes Canada special is this host of social programs we have and that we've had for a long time. We continue to support those programs. And these programs, I see that there are many excited members across the way, but I will continue. These programs continue to make life affordable for so many Canadians. Now, that is, of course, something we disagree upon, my colleagues across the way and my party. Social programs are expensive, of course, but those programs keep life affordable for millions of Canadians. Which programs am I referring to? Well, the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Child Care Program. The child care program, the daycare program, makes it such that many more women can be in the workforce. So yes, the program has costs, but it makes life affordable and better for so many Canadians. If the opposition had their way and we eliminated some of these programs, that would have a counterproductive effect. That would make life much less affordable for millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, across the way, they might say, well, you have inflationary deficits. That's liberal inflation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would need a lot more time than the time I do have to tell you that that is not the case. First and foremost, inflation in Canada right now is totally under control. Now, I understand that my friends across the way, some of them don't like the Bank of Canada. Their leader said in a speech, in a rather risky speech, that he would fire the governor of the Bank of Canada. Well, as it turns out, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada is the G7 central bank, which was the first to successfully bring inflation back within the target range of 1% to 3%. The Bank of Canada successfully managed to control inflation without a recession, even though many said that a recession was inevitable. That inflation was not caused by budget deficits. There were many factors such as COVID, which impacted everyone in Canada, in the United States, in Europe, in Japan, in Korea. All developed countries experienced rising inflation. We were the first to get our inflation under control. Now, we must not confuse inflation with cost of living. Cost of living is the level of prices, and after a few years, the level of prices is high. There are, of course, problems with affordability and cost of living. But, Mr. Speaker, if we were to start slashing our social programs, we would make life less affordable for millions of Canadians. In the budget, there are also measures to support consumers, Mr. Speaker. Here's an example. In C-15, there are affordability measures. For example, measures to support competition, to support consumers and businesses. Increasing competition is better for the economy. We need healthy competition for businesses. We need to help businesses compete better, innovate in order to stand out, and bring down operating costs. In Budget 2025, we are also addressing structural issues which have been slowing the Canadian economy for much too long. We will increase competition in areas where it is weak and in areas where regulation is too limiting or binding, we will lighten it. regulation can become an obstacle. It can be an obstacle sometimes, though sometimes there are good reasons for regulations. I see that my time is running out, Mr. Speaker. In short, our budget is a great one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 7 minutes remaining after question period. And now, statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
I rise to honour the remarkable life of William Herbert Lavin, an entrepreneur and patron of the arts. Bill passed away in Winnipeg on February 4th at the age of 95. He was predeceased by his equally remarkable wife, Shirley, and is survived by their children, Anne, Howard, Louise, Peter, and Jennifer, and many loved ones. From modest prairie roots, Bill founded Comcheck Services Limited and built it into Canada's largest independent payroll service provider. Bill believed deeply in the power of the arts to enrich our spirits. He was a member of the Order of Canada and an honorary member of the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, the only person ever to receive that distinction. Bill had a profound impact on many lives, including mine, when he hired me at the age of 23. Canada is better because of Bill's leadership in business, love of country, passion for the arts, and the tremendous example of his life.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great privilege that I rise in this House to honour an outstanding member of the Elmwood Transcona community, Peter Martin. Peter Martin is a tireless advocate for military veterans and the Transcona community in Winnipeg. He is a Métis veteran of the Canadian Army, a member of the Last Post Fund, the Missing Marker Program, and is also the organizer of Wreaths for Veterans at the Transcona Field of Honour. Peter is also the Manitoba coordinator for the No Stone Left Alone ceremonies, which brings children and veterans together to place poppies on veterans' headstones. This program educates our youth about our military veterans and gives veterans the opportunity to share their stories with our local youth. Peter, I would like to say to you, from me personally and from this House, thank you for everything that you do in service to our community and in service to our country. From the bottom of my heart, Peter, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Black History Month and the vital contributions of Black Canadians to our nation. The 2026 theme, 30 years of Black History Month, honoring Black brilliance across generations, celebrates both our history and the promise of the future. This past Sunday, I had the honor of hosting a community Black History Month celebration in Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East. The event was inspiring, full of performances, reflections, and recognition of the richness of Black culture, heritage, and leadership. It reminded us that Black history is Canadian history. Black History Month also calls on us to continue addressing systemic barriers and creating a more inclusive society. I thank all the participants for sharing their stories and talents. Let us carry the lessons of this month forward, celebrating achievements, fostering understanding, and building a stronger, more equitable Canada for all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
I rise to recognize the incredible performance of our tourism sector. Leading the way is my home province of Alberta, guided by the work of Travel Alberta under the leadership of David Goldstein. Alberta's tourism sector reached a $14.4 billion in visitor spending in 2024, receiving global recognition as a destination of choice from several leading travel international publications. Alberta is creating and promoting new must-visit destinations, improving air access and attracting additional private sector investment. I congratulate the hardworking businesses, operators, and workers that are key to Alberta's vibrant visitor economy. Tourism is proving essential to diversification, job creation and growth, and delivering new opportunities in every corner of the province. Alberta's success shows what's possible nationwide if the federal government recognizes the power of tourism to diversify and grow our economy and to create trade opportunities and prosperity for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 50th anniversary of the Club Fondeur Laurentide. In 1975, phys ed teacher Marc Desjardins decided that cross-country skiing was an excellent way to keep our young people active. Over time, the club has grown and now has more than 650 members from municipalities throughout the Lower Laurentians. The Club Fondeur organizes nothing less than the largest school cross-country ski race in Canada for more than 2,000 young people, in addition to hosting the Coupe Québec at the Sommet-Morin Heights site in the Pays d'en Haut. I want to commend all of the coaches, board members, parent volunteers, and specifically President Dan Tanbouy, former President Daniel Roch, head coach Rémi Brière, and of course founder Marc Desjardins, who 50 years later is still bursting with energy and remains involved in all aspects of the club. Congratulations to everyone, and long live the Laurentide Cross Country Ski Club.
For Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore who are counting on me to defend their jobs and their future. I'm here to fight to protect our workers and the automotive industry that sustains our community. On Monday, Liberals and the Bloc voted down the Conservative motion that would have strengthened Canada's automotive sector. For our community, that decision is deeply concerning. Windsor is highly dependent on a strong auto industry to keep a robust and healthy local economy. By defeating this motion, this House missed an opportunity to provide certainty and stability for our local manufacturing and economic growth. The ripple effects will be felt across our community in workplaces, in storefronts, and around kitchen tables. I will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our workers and fight relentlessly to protect our industry and the livelihoods it supports. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we enter the 5th year of Russia's invasion of sovereign Ukraine, I want to bring attention to the ongoing abduction of Ukrainian children. Over 35,000 Ukrainian children have been abducted since the start of the war, stolen from their families through manipulation, coercion, and violence, and relocated to Russia for ideological re-education, military training, and abuse. Only 2,000 have been repatriated. The United Nations demands their immediate and unconditional return. This forcible abduction of children to de-Ukrainize them is a grave violation of international law. The Geneva Convention is clear on this issue. No child should have their identity erased. Russia is now bartering a child for the return of each Russian prisoner of war. This is a disgusting violation of the rights of the child. Canada must continue to lead on this issue. Ukraine's war is our war. Ukraine's children is our children.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, around the world there are few festivals as instantly recognizable as Holi. Streets become rivers of vibrant color as music and dancing fill the air. But beyond the color and celebration lies something deeper, the timeless reminder of triumph of good over evil, of light over darkness, and renewal for a brighter future. As a proud member of the Indian diaspora who had made Canada home over 4 decades ago, I know how meaningful this day is for Hindu families in Windsor and across our country. Holi is not just a festival of colors, it is a bridge between generations, connecting children through faith stories and teaching us all lessons in resilience, humility, and hope. I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of the Hindu Mandir and the Gurdwara in Windsor. They are pillars of service, charity, and community. As spring arrives, may the vibrant colors of Holi help us carry forward the spirit of optimism and faith in our hearts as well as in our communities and our country. To all celebrating, I wish them happy Holi.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I'm heartbroken by the tragic loss of 2 young ladies, Danica Hills and Kayla Peacock, following a fatal collision near Jasper in my riding of Yellowhead. These 2 Herring College High School students were dedicated hockey players with the Jasper Bearcats and were driving home after practice. Their passing has left an unimaginable void in the hearts of their families, friends, and the wider Hinton and Jasper communities. We are mourning the loss of the two beloved daughters, sisters, classmates, and teammates. My deepest condolences are with their loved ones. No parent should ever have to lose a child. No community should have to bear such a loss. My thoughts are with you as a parent of two daughters. In moments like this, being there for one another matters more than ever. May their memory be eternal. May their loved ones find strength in the days ahead.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At this critical hour, Canada calls on Russia to cease hostilities and withdraw to Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. Canada condemns deliberate Russian attacks on energy infrastructure that deprive civilians of both heat and electricity. Canada recently announced $2 billion in military assistance for 2026 and 27. Including over 400 armored vehicles and an additional $20 million for the Ukraine Energy Support Fund. Furthermore, Canada has sanctioned 21 individuals, 53 entities, and 100 shadow fleet vessels and lowered the Russian oil price cap. I commend Canada's leadership in the coalition for the return of Ukrainian children and support accountability before the International Criminal Court. For 4 years, families have endured profound hardship, yet their courage endures. Canada stands firmly with Ukraine for freedom, justice, and a durable peace with legally binding security guarantees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 11 years of this Liberal government, the cost of living crises is crushing young Canadians and seniors alike. An RBC poll shows that 64% of millennials are anxious about their future, and 57% have nothing left at month's end. 4 in 10 fear that they'll never escape their debts. TransUnion Canada reports household debts have surged to a record $2.6 trillion, driven largely by mortgages as families take on staggering debt just to keep a roof overhead. Today, the Financial Post reported that only 41% believe they'll have enough to retire, with most worried they will not have enough savings to live securely. Seniors in my communities are asking how are they supposed to survive with the ever-escalating costs of groceries and everything else. When will the Liberals rein in its inflationary deficits, lower costs, and restore an economy where Canadians can finally get ahead?
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, March 4th is World Obesity Awareness Day, and we should be aware of the serious situation that Canada is facing. In 1981, just 9% of Canadians lived with obesity. Now, according to a recent study in the Canadian Medical Association Journal, it's risen to roughly a third of Canadians. We have one of the highest rates of obesity in the OECD. What's troubling is that obesity is a strong predictor of health complications, including cardiovascular disease, diabetes, liver and kidney diseases, and cancer. Obesity is a chronic disease that's placing enormous pressure on an already overburdened healthcare system. But by taking action to prevent and treat obesity, we can improve our healthcare systems. Personalized lifestyle changes, such as diet and exercise, and when necessary, medical interventions like pharmacotherapy or bariatric surgery can all help to improve the health of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, on February 16th at 8 p.m., my friend Jacques Tremblay passed away. Jacques was a key figure in the political world of Montcalm. He made his mark as president of the Bloc Québécois in Montcalm, but also as a city councillor for the city of Mascouche and as a political aide to the member of Parliament for Montcalm. Yes, after years of adversity in 2015, we joined forces to win back Montcalm, driven by a common cause, the country of Quebec. We traveled many miles, my friend, to meet the people of Montcalm. I knew you as a man passionate about social justice, a tad impulsive, but above all, full of humanity. a man who deeply loved people and his family. You were so proud of your sons, Francis and Guillaume, your daughter Émilie, and your grandchildren. Bon voyage, Jacques. Rest in peace, my friend.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma.
I recognize two outstanding athletes from Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma who have made our region and our country immensely proud. From Thessalon, Shiloh Rousseau reached Olympic stage in the biathlon, a sport she had pursued since the age of 12. Inspired by her father, himself a former member of Canada's national team, her dedication to a demanding sport that combines cross-country skiing and precision marksmanship speaks to years of discipline and perseverance. And from the Sioux curlers, Brad Jacobs has once again earned gold for our men's curling team, his second after winning gold in Sochi in 2014. Brad has been a cornerstone of Canadian curling with steady resolve, sportsmanship, and a deep pride in his hometown. Their achievements reflect not only talent and discipline, but the strength of the communities that stand behind them. Mr. Speaker, I call on this House to hurry hard and congratulate these two athletes, as well as all of our Canadian athletes that did so well at this past Olympics. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, Bikejwanong.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister stated that he had the immigration system under control. Well, let's review the facts. 86% of rejected asylum claimants stay in Canada. 25,000 have been let in without security screening, some of them from the most dangerous countries in the world. And right now, the CBSA has 33,000 non-citizens listed as wanted criminals in Canada. At the end of this year, 3 million temporary residents will have their visas expire, but the government has no plan to remove them. And the 1.5 million temporary residents that had their permits expire last year, the Liberals assume they left, but they don't know. This is not a system under control, Mr. Speaker. It's a system out of control because the Liberals destroyed the fair, compassionate, and secure system that the Conservatives created. That was the envy of the world. The Prime Minister needs to take accountability and finally fire his incompetent Liberal immigration minister.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honour the life and legacy of Bill Laven. For many years, a proud resident of St. Norbert and a true community builder in Winnipeg South. Bill was a successful business leader whose entrepreneurial drive was matched only by his generosity. Through his philanthropy, he strengthened institutions across Manitoba, including the Behavioral Health Foundation, and quietly supported initiatives that continue to serve families to this day. St. Norbert was at the heart of his life. He understood its historic significance and worked tirelessly to preserve its distinctive character. As co-founder of Heritage St. Norbert, he helped safeguard its history and champion projects like the St. Norbert's Farmers Market, now a cherished gathering place for so many. I extend my sincere condolences to Bill Laven's family and to all those who had the privilege of knowing him. Canada has lost a remarkable community leader, and his legacy will endure for generations. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Yesterday, the immigration minister couldn't get up in her chair and defend her record. She can't tell us how many rejected asylum seekers remain in Canada, or how many thousands of people came here without a proper security screening, or just the most basic answers about her job. Her signature bill, C3, could give citizenship to millions of people abroad with the click of a button, and she has no details and no explanations. So I have a simple question for the minister. How many people under this piece of legislation become Canadian?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this has been not a good week for the Conservative Party of Canada. This has been a week where they put at question our constitutional, to say nothing of our humanitarian obligation to look after people who are sick or injured on our territory, including the children who are fleeing war zones, including in Ukraine, or Syrian refugees or others, Mr. Speaker. It is a shameful thing that the Conservative Party have decided, of all the issues, to come back to this House and talk about these things.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
That minister still won't get up in her chair and answer basic questions about her job. Nearly 3 million temporary visa holders are nearing expiry without a clear plan, and potentially millions of more are going to become citizens, but nobody over there can stand up and answer a single detailed question about legislation in this House. The only response they tell to this side is to call them bad people for asking questions about the legislation. Does anybody over there truly believe that that minister deserves her job, or are there somebody in the backbench that can do it better?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say at the outset, the Minister of Immigration is doing an outstanding job, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the numbers, we have asylum that is down by 1/3. We have temporary foreign workers that are down by 50%, and international students reduced by 60%, Mr. Speaker. We're taking control of our immigration system. We have, as of last year, 2025, removed 22,000 individuals who are ineligible to be in Canada. This is a work that we're doing, and we will ensure that Canada remains an open and free society for immigrants and refugees.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, he promised affordable groceries. He's given us the highest food inflation in the G7. He promised to spend less, and yet the deficit is now double, and Canadians are now paying more in interest than health care. He promised homes people could afford, but the prices have never been worse. RBC is now reporting that it's the hardest on young Canadians who say at the end of the month that there's nothing left to save. When will this Prime Minister reverse his liberal inflationary spending so young Canadians can finally save for a home in this country again?
Mr. Speaker, I know it's Thursdays, but I have good news for the House. Canada has received the highest level of foreign direct investment in 18 years, Mr. Speaker. 18 years, but yeah, we should all applaud and rejoice in this House. Even the Conservatives should be happy. I know it's Thursday, Mr. Speaker, but in their heart, I know that they're happy that Canada is attracting investment, that Canada is leading in the world, that Canada is building a country that everyone will want to be in, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we believe in Canada.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just listen to that minister and his high-flying friends. They think everything is great, but Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation is good news for the wealthy and for the bankers. But I can tell you that Canadians, young Canadians, are being the hardest hit by this inflation. TransUnion is reporting that Canadians have now taken on a record-breaking $2.6 trillion in household debt. This debt is attached to mortgages. Canadians are breaking the bank just to keep a roof over their head. When will this Liberal Prime Minister end his inflationary spending to Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lesson from this. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have taken affordability measures. When it was the time not to speak, not to ask questions, but to vote, Mr. Speaker, they voted against dental care. They voted against pharmacare. They voted against the National School Food Program. They voted about every measure that will help Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Canadians at home know who's standing with them. We have their back. We're going to build this country, Mr. Speaker. We'll have the strongest economy in the G7. We believe in Canada, Mr.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. On this side of the House, we have other things to talk about because under 11 years under these Liberals, young adults are at the end of the rope. An RBC survey shows that 64 of them are living with financial anxiety. 57% have nothing left after they've paid their bills. Meanwhile, Canadian household debt is shattering records, especially because of the cost of housing. Millennials are stuck between crushing taxes and inflationary deficits. They can barely survive. When will this government finally show some common sense? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, common sense would be for the Conservatives to vote for measures that will promote affordability. I wonder where my colleague was when she could have been voting for pharmacare. Where was she when she could have been voting for dental care? Where was she when we were voting for the National School Lunch Program and for childcare? On this side of the House, we will always be there for Canadians. We will support Canadians with affordability measures. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, where is the minister who's supposed to be helping take care of seniors? For example, Jeannette Larrivée is 81 years old and she can't enjoy her retirement. Instead, she's sending out CVs because she doesn't have enough money to put food on the table. In Lanaudière, the number of job seekers above 75 has gone from 3 to 14%. These liberal ministers are not taking care of anyone, especially not seniors. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, seniors who are watching us from home understand something. They know there's a difference between rhetoric in the House and this government's actions. We have taken clear action. For example, the groceries benefit, which is a concrete measure which will help people throughout the country and will help our seniors and families. That is exactly what people expect from a responsible government. I hope our Conservative colleagues will go to their ridings next week and talk about how that benefit will help families. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have said that Curram is a success story, but it's actually harming 85,000 retirees. Yesterday, the Minister of Jobs said that it's no big deal when people don't get their OAS because, according to her, people don't depend on these payments on a monthly basis because they are new beneficiaries. But all retirees include their pension when they're making their financial plans, and some of them only have their pension as an income. How can the Liberals be so disconnected? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we had an outdated system from the 70s. It was causing so many mistakes, it was unreliable. So this government stepped up and decided to start a broad project to transform the system into a new functional system that enables people to sign up for themselves. It will serve 7.7 million Canadians. In fact, it's already helping these Canadians. The Honourable Member, well, the member is saying that it's working and that it hasn't been expensive. That is exactly why the National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously asked for an arm's length inquiry. Because if you listen to the Liberals, well, we'll never hear the truth about the current problems because they don't think there's a problem. They don't think it's an issue if 85,000 retirees are seeing errors with their pension. They don't think it's an issue. They don't think it's an issue if cost overruns are $5 billion. They don't see it as a cost overrun. They just say, well, it costs more than we planned at the beginning, but it's not a cost overrun. Listen, every time I hear their answers, we see that we need an inquiry. When will there be an inquiry? The Honourable Minister.
I'll get up again and explain exactly what we are doing here, which is exactly what Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker. They expect modern systems that provide benefits in a seamless way that they can actually apply for online, and that's exactly the programs that we are designing for seniors. 7.7 million seniors are already on the new system. There are 2 more benefits plans to go, Mr. Speaker, employment insurance and CPP. And, Mr. Speaker, we are confident that Canadians know this is exactly what they need for the next generation.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, all of the Quebec parties want this government to stop wasting Quebecers' money, like with Phoenix, Arrivecan, and Curram, Every time Ottawa takes on one of these IT contracts, it turns into a scandal. Just with those 3 projects, the Liberals have wasted more than $10 billion in cost overruns. Meanwhile, Quebecers are seeing a situation where we don't even know if we have enough money for our kids' school trips. Quebec is fed up with this. When will there finally be an arm's-length inquiry on federal IT contracts? The Honourable Minister.
I think the question is about old age security, so I'll stick to that program. And in fact, that 60-year-old program, which was fraught with problems, was something that the Government of Canada sought to modernize, because in fact, Canadians now expect to be able to apply for their benefits online, to be able to have more control about how they apply for their benefits. And in fact, 7.7 million Canadians have transitioned to this new program. For some particular cases with difficult information, we have seen some delays, and as that member knows, we are seeing a decline in...
The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the situation out there is dire. After 11 years of Liberal inflation, housing unaffordability, and job insecurity, Canadians, particularly young Canadians, are facing the consequences. You know, we used to take pride in this country when we said that the next generation will be better off than the one before, but for young Canadians today, that just isn't the case. Under these Liberals, the well-off are better off than ever before, but those struggling to get ahead are falling further and further behind. When will these Liberals finally get off the backs of Canadians for a change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is squarely focused on opportunity. And opportunity means good job opportunities, and opportunity means affordable homes. As the members might know, C4, our bill is in front of the Senate right now, and it's eliminating GST for first-time home buyers on homes up to $1 million. We have a bill in front of the House right now, Bill C-20 for Build Canada Homes, because we are focused on making sure that this generation of Canadians, millennials in particular, can get into the housing market and have an affordable home to build. But these Conservatives seem to want to stall our housing agenda every step of the way. They should get on board.
The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Liberal spin can't avoid the facts. Under this Prime Minister, the rich are getting richer, while working Canadians are falling further and further behind. Liberal inflation has made the bankers rich, but the cost of food, vehicles, and housing is out of reach. Young people are facing record-high unemployment, and even those who are lucky enough to have a job can't even afford to pay their bills, let alone save for these million-dollar homes these Liberals are talking about. We need to restore jobs with powerful paychecks to ensure that the next generation can be better off. Conservatives are fighting for that future. When are these Liberals going to get on board?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you know what Canadians are tired of? They are tired of this rhetoric that says that Canada is broken and we're not getting ahead. They elected a government with a plan, Mr. Speaker, a plan that is cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians, that is delivering a groceries and essentials benefit to put much-needed money back in the pockets of many Canadian families, that is committed to affordable childcare, saving families upwards of $10,000 a year. Those are measurable plans to make life better and more affordable for Canadians. We're proud of that. I wish the Conservatives would stand with us.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
All 5 of my children are married and raising families of their own, and like so many young Canadians, they're working hard just trying to not fall into debt. Home repairs, music lessons, cadet uniforms, gas to drive kids to activities, the everyday costs of raising a family, it all adds up. Saving is nearly impossible right now. 64% of millennials are worried about their future. Parents doing everything right, yet still falling behind. When will this government lower costs so Canadian families can stop worrying about just staying afloat and start planning for their future again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Our government cares deeply about affordability for young Canadians. That's why we have the first-time home buyer relief for the GST before the House. That's also why we're improving the cost of housing. We're bringing it down by investing in housing-enabling infrastructure, by investing in modern methods of construction. And importantly, this is going to create good-paying, highly trained, skilled jobs for young Canadians. We're going to build careers and we're going to build homes.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
When I look at my grandchildren, I think about the lives they should be able to build. Going to university, buying a first home, raising families of their own, and believing that hard work will allow them to get ahead. But today, their parents are struggling just to cover everyday costs and save for their own future. And it's slipping out of reach with household debt now at $2.6 trillion. How can this Liberal government justify spending today in ways that will fundamentally limit the future of our grandchildren?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives claim they care about young people, yet they voted against the National Housing Strategy. They voted against the Home Savings Account. They voted against expanding mortgage criteria. They're voting against the GST cut. They're voting against C227 to establish a national strategy for housing for young Canadians. A vote against these measures is a vote against young Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians face rising food costs, rising debts, and rising house prices. You know what else is rising? Their fears about their futures. This Liberal government only provides more excuses, more deficits, and more broken promises. In my hometown of Steinbach, the price of a single-family home has gone up 8% this last year. This generation should be building wealth, but instead they're falling further behind, despite everything that they're doing. With millennials squeezed between rising costs and their desire of home ownership, when will this Liberal government finally lower the costs and make living in Canada affordable again?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, Canadians are sick and tired of these alternative conservative facts from the opposition, Mr. Speaker. We all know that food costs too much, but instead of exploiting the challenges that are facing Canadians right now, the Conservatives should do a little bit of reading and look into why food costs too much, Mr. Speaker. All the research indicates that 85% of the food inflation is due to imported factors like war and tariffs and extreme weather due to climate change, something the Conservatives refuse to acknowledge and don't believe in, Mr. Speaker. Look, the groceries and essentials benefit will help 12.6 million Canadians. Why won't the Conservatives get on board and help a Canadian for a change?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Reckless government spending, hidden carbon taxes, red tape. After 11 years of these Liberals, there's an affordability crisis. Household debt alone is now a record $2.6 trillion. A recent poll found 57% of millennials are nearly broke after paying monthly bills. A generation that should be building wealth is draining savings. Mr. Speaker, this week, several university students told me they fear they'll never afford a home. It's a Canadian dream to own a home, but under these Liberals, it's now just a pipe dream. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It is quite something to hear the Conservatives talk about household debt and the concerns, the real concerns, of middle-income and low-income Canadians, but at the same time call over the years, and I think it's still their position, that the Canada Child Benefit should be eliminated, that the school food program has no place in Canada. They don't want child care for kids. The list goes on and on. Dental care, I could go on pharmacare. This is not a serious approach. What we do have on this side is exactly that, an opportunities agenda seized with jobs in this country, building the country up, making sure we get our resources to market, and building the infrastructure to do it. That's what we need.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, a recent RBC survey revealed that 64% of millennials are anxious about the future, and 40% fear that they'll never be able to pay back their debts. Meanwhile, TransUnion has confirmed that Canadian household debt has reached a historic amount, $2.6 billion. After years of Liberal inflationary deficits, young Canadians are taking on debt just to survive. Mr. Speaker, how many more failures do we need before the Liberals finally admit that they have broken affordability in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a number of measures to help young Canadians buy a home. Build Canada Homes will reduce pressure on the market and lower prices. And beyond that, it's ironic to hear the Conservatives complain about this, given that they voted against the home buyer's account. They voted against broadening mortgage criteria and all of the other affordability policies we've brought in to help young Canadians. On this side of the House, we are in solutions mode, but they only know how to block. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the federal government promised to apologize to the victims of expropriation in Mirabel and that it would never cause this problem again. But in C-15, the Liberals and the Conservatives have been giving Alto exceptional powers to expropriate people for high-speed rail. They are getting rid of the right to have a commissioner. They are getting rid of community impact studies, and they're preventing farmers who might experience a disaster from rebuilding. No one else in Canada has to put up with this kind of thing. Why do people on the North Shore end up being treated like second-class citizens by this government? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Bloc Québécois is opposed to this major project, the high-speed rail project between Quebec City and Toronto. This is a project that all Canadians really want to see. We are going to ensure that this project is done properly, respectfully. We will show respect for farmers, elected officials, for community members along the proposed route. The high-speed rail project is for all Canadians, and we will ensure that it is implemented in a sensitive manner. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, despite what the Minister says, if the Liberals really want to succeed with their high-speed rail project, they're not going to accomplish that by giving Alto these expropriation powers. They need social acceptability, and that's not what's happening right now. People in Mirabel, Mascouche, and Terrebonne want to be able to have input on the route. The entire region wants to see economic benefits. Farmers and people in general feel disrespected. When will the Liberals get back to the drawing board with everyone to ensure that they can finally obtain social acceptability? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Alto has a mandate to carry out consultations on the ground. It will be listening to people's ideas, concerns throughout the proposed route. And in fact, they had a consultation this very week. They have had consultations in Mirabel. We will continue to listen closely to what people have to say, and we will continue to advocate for this major national interest project. Will the Bloc Québécois do the same?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The government told Canadians their new benefits software program would cost $1.75 billion and that it would not be launched without conditions of success being met. Estimates have the actual cost at almost 3 times as much, $6.6 billion. And reports confirm that the government's own service standards are not being met. In fact, last month there was a backlog of 85,000 new benefit applications. These are Canadians who need these benefits for basic essentials like food and shelter. Can the minister explain to seniors who are forced to pay the price of yet another failed Liberal program why it is way over budget?
The Honourable Minister for Jobs and Families.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, let's start with the difference between an estimate and an expenditure. An estimate is what things might cost. In fact, we're way under the estimate as it stands, and we've just started, Mr. Speaker. We have transformed a very old system, 60 years old, something I would point out the Conservatives let decay under their 10 years of government. We took action early on in 2017 to modernize a system, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians depend on day in and day out. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the caseload of backlogs are going down. We have dedicated staff working day and night. And finally, Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, this minister should do her research. She should be well aware that the Auditor General confirmed in 2023 and 2025 that program costs had increased significantly and would continue to rise. A review by the Treasury Board in 2022 came to the same conclusions, and her own department had to push back the OAS migration 3 times. Right. In fact, 3 years ago, her bureaucrats admitted the costs had already doubled for the new program, even though no benefits had yet moved to the new system. Can the minister explain to seniors who are forced to pay the price why yet another failed Liberal program is way over budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if 7.7 million migrations to a new system is a failure and 85,000 cases comparatively with missing information on paper applications is considered a failure, I'm not sure how they're doing accounting. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect modernization of legacy systems that serve them every day, day in and day out. We will not tolerate the risk of aging systems failing and creating a disaster for seniors. That's why we're taking action, and we are seeing success.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The current software has cost Canadians $5 billion more than what was originally budgeted. To add insult to injury, hundreds of seniors have been delayed from receiving their benefits. An overdue update to an outdated technology has turned into a nightmare for Canadians with tens of thousands of cases backlogged. Why is it that Liberal programs always massively exceed their projected costs? And why are seniors forced to pay the price for their incompetence and yet another failed federal software system?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action on a critical software program. It is a program that was stalled in 1966. Let's wrap our heads around that for a moment. My mother was 10 years old. Many of the members on the other side hadn't been born yet. That is what they are suggesting the government move forward with. A system that the Auditor General flagged as a high risk for failure. We need to modernize our systems. This system has already brought 7.7 million seniors on board. More will come.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The Liberals continue to deny that there are any cost overruns for Curum, and even though the Auditor General herself reported 4 in 2025. Canadian seniors deserve better than denial. I'll ask the same question, and I'd like a serious answer from the minister. Why can't the Liberals stay on budget? And why are our seniors being forced to pay the price for yet another Liberal failure?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, it would be nice to have a serious question. One rooted in facts.
Yes.
One rooted in numbers.
Hear, hear.
To date, $1.5 billion has been spent. I don't know where their numbers are coming from. La La Land, perhaps. But let's stay in reality here, Mr. Speaker. This benefit system is modernizing something from 1966.
Wow.
7.7 million seniors are better serviced today. We are modernizing it, bringing it online.
That's right.
Things the Conservatives don't give a crud about.
Whoa.
I don't quite know what to make of that. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, the system meant to help our seniors becomes another expensive disaster. This government continues to hire incompetent consultants that massively overrun their budgets by $5 billion. The president of the public service criticized the government, saying if the system had been designed by public servants, it would have been easier to maintain and understand, as the experts would have been in-house. Why doesn't this government trust our public servants that they would do a better job than their rich consultants?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I just can't tolerate the Conservatives talking down the good work of our public servants. Our public servants are overseeing the management of a specialized software program. Now, I know that they might not have any interest or desire to know about IT systems, but this requires specialized training and expertise. These are not jobs that last forever in the government. These are jobs we need to procure for specific reasons. That's what we are doing to make sure that Canadians' dollars are well spent on ensuring we modernize.
The Honourable Député d'Acadie Bathurst.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
The Minister of Finance will say it's already Thursday, but we still have good news. Dans ma province, Nouveau-Brunswick.
In New Brunswick, the forestry industry has over 25,000 jobs and injects huge amounts into our economy every year.
The United States imposed unfair tariffs on our softwood lumber. As a response, the government has already announced $2.5 million in support, but we know that people need even more help. Can my colleague inform us of new measures announced to support the forestry industry? The Honourable Minister for the Arctic and the North.
From Acadie Bathurst for his leadership in fighting for our forest workers. Hear, hear. And I fully agree, our forestry sector is essential to our country. That's right. Yesterday, our government announced the reopening of 4 programs to support the forestry sector, as well as funding to strengthen forestry companies in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. These programs will deliver $500 million to support innovation, market diversification, and the competitiveness of our forest companies. Our government will always stand for forestry workers in the face of American tariffs.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, whenever the Liberal government takes on a major IT program project, it ends in disaster. Remember Arrive Can? It was supposed to cost $80,000, but it ended up costing $59.5 million. And now we have Curam. It was supposed to cost $1.6 billion. It cost $6.6 billion. That's $5 billion more. That's $5 billion down the drain. How are these Liberals so incapable of managing their spending? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, in some cases, sometimes, I really wonder about the premise of opposition questions, but the member for Louis Saint Laurent knows better. He knows that this program is within budget. He understands that the program is replacing outdated software from the 60s, which was not best serving old age security recipients. Now we have a modern, up-to-date system giving 7.7 million Canadians and more their benefits. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am indeed the member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. 85,000 people, 85,000 seniors are affected, and seniors are among the most vulnerable. They need their old age security payments. Unfortunately, this very minister said that this program is a success story. He said there are only a few cases, 85,000 cases. That's how many there are. How is the minister so arrogant? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what would be arrogant would be to keep using a system that was making more mistakes than that. It would have been arrogant to ignore this outdated system that was not precise and was constantly making mistakes. We would not do that, Mr. Speaker, so we took note of it. We set a budget, and in fact, we were under budget. We're also delivering Canadians a system that will make payments precisely and correctly. And if there are any cases, we will help people one by one, and the number of cases is going down every day. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Champlain Bridge in Montreal, 60 million cars cross it every year. When it was 75 years old, it was replaced, and that replacement project cost $4.2 billion. On the other hand, we have 60-year-old computer software. It's supposed to serve 7 million people. There were cost overruns of $5 billion. $5 billion. How is that even possible? That's more than it costs to rebuild one of the busiest bridges in America. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
It's a software system. In fact, it's going to serve 3 separate... In fact, it's going to... Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can I continue? Thank you.
The honourable minister may continue. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, let's take a step back. Curum is a software system. It's used around the world, by the way, Mr. Speaker, for benefit payments in countries all over the world. In fact, each country needs to specialize that system because, of course, benefit rules vary in different countries. In fact, the number the member opposite is quoting is the total envelope that it could take for 3 separate benefit systems.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, Curum is the federal version of ZACLIC. The software was supposed to cost $1.6 billion. They're up to $6.6 billion, and that money comes from taxpayers' pockets. This week, the Prime Minister told us that everything is fine, all well and dandy, $5 billion cost overrun, that's fine. That's, a success story. There are 85,000 seniors waiting for their benefit payments. This government, they spend freely, they downplay their failures, and they pat themselves on the back.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, I've been in front of committee talking about these numbers and being very transparent with Canadians. In fact, here's the number, 7.7 million recipients of OAS on the new system receiving their benefits on time without a hitch. There are some cases that are more complicated. They are paper-based applications. We have dedicated staff working with these individuals. If the member opposite has a person in their riding that needs urgent help, we can also do that. These payments can be processed within 24 to 48 hours.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
The Agriculture Minister gave his word to farmers that he would support a request for emergency use of strychnine. Prairie farmers were devastated last season, some losing 20% of their yield. Denying the request from Alberta and Saskatchewan is another Liberal broken promise when farmers needed them the most. It's also further proof that this Agriculture Minister does not have clout at the Cabinet table. Will the Minister keep his word to farmers? Will he reassess this decision with the lens on economic impact and food security?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague. Extremely important question for the Prairie Provinces in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly disappointed, and I've said it publicly, that I supported the application. I'm disappointed in the PMR's decision, but ultimately they're an independent agency, Mr. Speaker. We'll keep working with the provinces and the farmers to find an effective alternative, Mr. Speaker. It's crucial that our farmers and producers have the tools they need to feed Canadians, and we'll do all we can to help them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Disappointed. The Agriculture Minister gave his word to farmers. He gave his word to the provinces. He broke that promise again when farmers needed him the most. This summer, and I can't understate this, if we do not have access to strychnine and the gopher population continues to explode, the damage on the prairies will be catastrophic. Again, will the minister keep his word to farmers? Will he reassess this decision, or will he see another disaster on the Canadian prairies?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I went before committee, and this honourable member asked me a question relevant to what I advocate on behalf of the farmers about strychnine in the Prairie Provinces in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what I did. He's exaggerating the facts, Mr. Speaker. It's in committee. It's in the Hansard. Anybody can go and look at it, Mr. Speaker.
Getting a little loud over here again. Getting a little loud over there. Getting a little loud. Yeah, okay. We're going to go now to the Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, prairie farmers have warned that uncontrolled Richardson's ground squirrel populations have surged since the loss of strychnine, causing millions of dollars in losses. For decades, farmers used strychnine safely and effectively. Today's alternatives are far less effective. On multiple occasions, the Liberals committed to supporting emergency use approval. That promise has now been broken, perhaps by the Health Minister. Alberta and Saskatchewan have called for urgent action and proposed reasonable risk mitigation measures, measures the Liberals have rejected. When will the Liberals approve emergency access to strychnine for provinces that request it?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Again, Mr. Speaker, extremely important issue for the Prairie Provinces in Alberta. I've been there, I've seen it, Mr. Speaker. We're working very closely with the Department of Health, who's in charge of PMRA, and we'll continue to advocate on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer doesn't deal with the crisis of bad Liberal policy in my province. There is an emergency. Farmers across my riding have been sounding the alarm bell for years. The loss of strychnine, the ban of strychnine has led to uncontrolled gopher populations, devastating crops. The government of Saskatchewan, rural municipalities, and farmers have called for emergency access to strychnine. The Liberal minister committed to farmers in my province that he would support emergency use application. Will the government listen to farmers and for once keep their promise?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very important question again, Mr. Speaker. We seem to be on a roll today, Mr. Speaker, in the opportunity of strychnine. We'll continue to advocate on behalf of the Prairie Provinces and Alberta. I've had consultations with both ministers responsible for those provinces, and I'll continue to communicate and collaborate with those ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Yesterday, these Liberals voted against my bill to allow Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to access to recreational food cod fishery 7 days a week like the rest of Atlantic Canada. Now they're fishing for excuses. They wrongfully state that we never did any consultation, and they're spreading misinformation and imagining new fees. Why don't one of these Newfoundlanders stand up and tell us why they don't put political parties behind them, add amendments to address any of their concerns, and work with us to make better policies for Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean.
Mr. Speaker, fisheries management decisions must be rooted in science for the long-term economic prosperity of coastal communities. Our government will continue to make evidence-based decisions through meaningful consultations.
L'honorable député d'Argent.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 and the accompanying Budget Implementation Act are a bold plan to respond to unprecedented economic uncertainty with a speed, scope, and scale not seen in generations. I'm pleased that this House is also responding to this critical moment with the same sense of urgency. Earlier this week, the Standing Committee on Finance completed its clause-by-clause review of Bill C-15, which we voted on last night. Can the Finance Minister remind us what measures we are voting on? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. My colleagues do great work at the Finance Committee. Yesterday, my colleagues and I were very proud to vote for a generational budget on behalf of Canadians. This budget has historic, significant investments in housing, in infrastructure, as well as in competitiveness. Our budget will also enhance Canada's sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be here to build a strong Canada, to have the strongest growth in the G7, and to build the strongest economy in the G7.
Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said Canada's immigration system is under control. In the GTA, a man in his 30s arranged to pay $140 to sexually exploit a 15-year-old. That's my daughter's age. He was arrested with cash in hand, went to court, and because of his immigration status, will not even receive a criminal record.
Seriously?
How is that under control? When will the Prime Minister take responsibility and finally fire his immigration minister?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, since we've taken government, we've implemented many changes to the Criminal Code of Canada, making it, strengthening it, over 80 different changes to the code in C-14 alone, Mr. Speaker. It is heinous what I'm hearing from the other side, and the provincial courts should be handling these cases. These cases are tried in provincial trial courts, and they should deal with these situations as adequately as they should. And so it is really upsetting to hear these types of outcomes. I think the provinces should really be looking into this.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this case is not a one-off, and good job on these Liberals blaming the provinces. It is one of several cases where serious crimes are met with soft consequences because of loopholes in our immigration system. Canadians are tired of hearing the Liberal government say that everything is under control control.
said.
Well, headlines prove the opposite.
Yeah.
3,000% increase in asylum claimants, 25,000 admissions without an in-person interview. How many more failed immigration ministers will it take before the Prime Minister admits his system is broken?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, under the Criminal Code of Canada, people who engage in criminal activity like this should be punished. There are penalties in place. There are high penalties in place. This is a failure of the administration of justice, Mr. Speaker. The administration of justice, if it worked properly, which is a provincial issue, then this incident would not occur.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to acknowledge that there is a huge problem with the immigration system. Honest citizens are being deported. Meanwhile, those who exploit the system are being given special treatment. There are 86,000 false asylum seekers still in Canada. 33,000 are still wanted by the Canada Border Services Agency. 25,000 asylum seekers were accepted without any security screening whatsoever. The system is just not working. Will the Prime Minister do what needs to be done? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way knows full well that asylum claims decreased by 1/3 since this Prime Minister took office. The number of international students in Canada has also decreased by 1/3. And as of July 2025, the Canadian population slightly decreased after many years of growth. Mr. Speaker, our immigration system is recognized around the world as being a good one. Our system helps us attract talent to Canada, and the member knows better than what he's saying.
Mr. Speaker, the world's changing rapidly, and Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to protect our workers and industries, all the while building Canada strong. Last week, we announced the Defence Industrial Strategy, designed to transform our defence industry and make Canada more secure. Can the Minister of Industry please share what this strategy means for Canadian workers and industries across Canada?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, indeed, at a time where we're investing 2% of our GDP in defence, going towards 5% of our GDP by 2035, as other NATO countries are, we're also creating jobs. And that is why through our new defence industrial strategy, we will build the ships, the drones, the planes, the right tech, and the right AI. And while doing so, we will create, Mr. Speaker, 125,000 jobs across the country. This is good news for Canada, and we will stop to be in dependency mode. We will be in control mode here at home.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources claimed that the decision to allow Brookfield Renewables to send Canadian hydroelectricity out of Powell River to the United States with almost no benefit to Canadians was out of his hands and instead rested with Canada's energy regulator. The only problem is the regulator told me that they made their recommendation to reject the permit 2 months ago, and since that time, it's been sitting on the minister's desk. So will the minister commit to accepting the regulator's recommendation and to denying Brookfield this permit?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Natural
The
Resources.
digging for conspiracies about Brookfield is just exhausting. I think this entire House is tired of it. We trust our regulators to make decisions, and we work on the political level to make sure that the frameworks support good decision making. I think we just have to put aside some of this conspiracy searching on the other side.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. The new Build Canada Homes program is shambolic and it won't work. The Prime Minister promised that 500,000 homes would be built, but according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Canada Homes will only build 5,000 homes per year. At that rate, it will take a century to build 500,000 homes, as promised. The program is truly a joke. What's more, there is no definition of affordable housing. There are no targets for social or cooperative housing. There are no rules on the percentage of income someone should pay. When will the Liberals take care of people?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the NDP doesn't have a huge budget for doing their homework and research, but that said, I encourage them to do some more research. We held information sessions, briefings. We properly informed all parliamentarians about what Build Canada Homes will accomplish. There will be co-op housing, social housing. This will help all communities everywhere in Canada. We will build faster. We will issue permits faster. We will work with all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, we will build for all Canadians everywhere in Canada. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, 33% of people in Manitoba seeking abortion care must travel to access it. Where's the federal government? Fast-tracking projects of national interest without protections for Indigenous women and girls. Check. Blaming international students, migrants, and asylum seekers for the housing crisis. Check. Ensuring women and gender-diverse people can access their right to health care? Crickets. If the Prime Minister supports the right to safe health care, will he fund access to that care?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her very important question. For too long, women's health was a blind spot in our healthcare system. Even today, women's unique health needs continue to be misdiagnosed, misrepresented, misunderstood. While we've made real progress in advancing gender equality and women's rights, including sexual and reproductive rights, too many people around the world are rolling back these improvements. Our government will always work to remove these barriers and close the gender gap in research, ensuring equitable health care for everybody, for women. Thank you.
Je voudrais signaler aux députés la
I wish to inform the members to the presence of the gallery, Mr. Patrick Temwe, Minister of Media and Communication from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
I would also draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Chimimwe Undi, the 11th Parliamentary Poet Laureate. There are no points of order. Where? Oh, it's a Thursday question. Okay. The Chief Opposition Whip has a question for the... There's no sound? The Chief... Est-ce qu'il y a de l'interprétation?
Can you hear the interpretation?
Pas de son?
No sound?
Yeah.
You can give them.
Monsieur? The Chief Opposition Whip has a question for the Honourable Government House Leader.
I do, Mr. Speaker, as it's customary in this House every Thursday that we'd ask a question as to what the government has planned for next week. I will ask that, understanding that next week members of Parliament will be returning to their homes to meet with their constituents. So we have a break week. Out of question period today, we had an admission from the Agriculture Minister, an embarrassing admission that unfortunately he's going to break his promise to the provinces of Saskatchewan and Alberta. And so for the benefit of this House and for the benefit of farmers in Saskatchewan and Alberta who are desperately in need of a pest control management emergency solution, specifically the allowance for strychnine to be used in emergent situations, I'm wondering if the Minister, if the House Leader of the Liberals will commit to working with us over this next week. I know that the member from Foothills has committed to work throughout the week to draft legislation opposition to allow the minister to not have to break his promise to farmers in Alberta and Saskatchewan. So in the coming week, would the House Leader commit to working with the official opposition to draft legislation that we can work expeditiously to pass in the week in which we return to allow for farmers to be able to use strychnine in certain circumstances in the province of Alberta and Saskatchewan to ensure that we don't have a huge economic emergency develop over the prairies as we have seen over other springs in previous years.
Honourable Government HoC.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I can't think of anyone better and anyone who listens more attentively and regularly to farmers than the current Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. And this minister, I know, will be continuing his extremely hard work in representing their interests and reassuring them about the coming planting and growing season on the prairies. We are going to absolutely look after our farmers from coast to coast to coast, including those very hard-working farms and farmers on the prairies. We will be, of course, addressing this issue as we return to Parliament after a break week next week, where members will be in their constituencies serving their constituents. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, however, we'll be resuming study at third reading of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2025. Tomorrow, we'll be doing study at second reading of Bill S-2 with respect to new registration entitlements.
Constituency Week on Monday, March 9th. We will consider Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act at second reading. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, we will consider Bill C-13, an act to implement the protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, and Bill C-18, which implements the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and Indonesia. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish you and your constituents a very good constituency week. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-15, Budget 2025 Implementation Act number 1.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had 7 minutes, but he's not here, so we'll go to the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise again on C-15, but before I start, I will be mentioning I'm sharing my time with my Edmonton neighbor, the member from St. Albert's Sturgeon River. Now, there's lots to cover in C-15. It's another omnibus bill, budget bill from the government, covering about 75 different pieces of legislation. So obviously, in just 10 minutes, I can't get into everything. I'd love to talk more about the massive debt they're adding. I would love to talk about the added deficit, and the fact that the previous, the current finance minister, we like to tease him because he stands in the House all the time yelling top of his lungs, he will take no lessons from the Conservatives. I just wish he would take lessons from the previous finance minister who delivered a deficit of $40 billion lower than the current finance minister and actually resigned over it. So perhaps he could take some lessons from her on how to deliver a proper budget. Now I'm going to cover a few themes today, mostly around openness, following the rules, and just being honest with Canadians about the budget. The first issue, of course, is openness. Now, King Edward I, when calling the model parliament, I call him the godfather of the estimates process, he stated what touches all should be approved by all, and it's clear that common dangers should be met by measures agreed upon in common. Basically, the whole purpose behind Parliament in general, and also the estimates process. In the most recent estimates, the supplementary Cs that just came out, for those at home wondering what the estimates are, estimates is basically writing the check for something. Like if you compare it to your rent at home, you know at the end of the month you have to budget for $2,000 or perhaps $3,000 under this Liberal government. You have to budget for $3,000 at the end of the month to pay. That is the budget. Cutting the actual check is the estimates process, the actual paying for that. In the supplementary Cs, which is the government coming to Parliament looking for approval of spending, they have in the Treasury Board $1 billion under what's called a Vote 5 for ostensibly for defense spending. But there is no explanation what this $1 billion is for. They're basically coming to Parliament saying, give us $1 billion and we'll tell you about it later. We just heard in the Operations Committee earlier today that we actually won't know what the government spent this $1 billion on till the public accounts come out over a year from now. So we will not get the details of what this $1 billion is for about 18 months. Now this came up years ago in 2018 when the Liberal government brought forward the Vote 40 slush fund scandal, where they came to Parliament saying, we need $15 billion, approve it in advance, but we're not going to tell you what it's for. We'll tell you after the fact. When we actually pressed them on this, we were told by the government it was presumptuous for parliamentarians to ask what the money was for before approving it. And here we have it again. Now the government can say it's for defense spending, but this government is so sclerotic in their defense procurement, it boggles the mind that they will put out the supplementary estimates saying, give us $1 billion now. It's desperately needed now. We don't know what it's for right now, but give it to us so we can spend it immediately. It takes 10 years for these guys to procure a simple pistol for the Army. 7 years to procure knapsacks. We were able to prosecute the Second World War in a shorter period than the Liberal government was able to procure knapsacks, and yet somehow they need the $1 billion approved now without telling us for. And it doesn't stop there. The main estimates that came out, which was the approval for the coming year, has another $1 billion. So they want $2 billion approved by Parliament of taxpayers' money, and they will not tell us what it's for. Reached out to Defense, Department of Defense, asking what this money is for, and they said they did not know either. They did not have the details of what the $2 billion was for. But give it to us now. Same issue with Canada Post. Government lent them $1 billion, and in the most recent estimates, they've asked for $1 billion more, $2 billion. Now we know Canada Post is in trouble. For years, this government has refused, 5 years running, refused Canada Post's annual submission for their strategic plan to address the structural problems going on with Canada Post. They ignored it for political reasons. Now they're coming, hey, we have to spend taxpayers' money to bail them out as a loan. The Kaplan report on Canada Post states you'd need a complete suspension of disbelief to believe that Canada Post will ever return this money. Now, under the Canada Post Act, 32.2 of the Canada Post Act, it says that write-offs for such a loan must show in the very next set of estimates. Well, that's the estimates that came out today, and there's nothing. The government's now coming back to us and say they will not show the write-offs to the supplementary Cs, which are coming out a year from now. Even though the Canada Post has burnt through the first $1 billion and won't return it, they've asked for a second $1 billion. We know from the Kaplan report it's not going to won't be repaid, but the government is not being honest with Canadians about this loan and that it's going to be a write-off. And that's all asking. Like, make it a policy. That's fine, we can debate the policy, but be honest with parliamentarians, be honest with Canadians about where this money is going. I've asked repeatedly this government to follow the rules. We actually have rules around government spending on advertising and internal Treasury Board rules about how the government writes up its communication. We're debating right now C-15 for a budget that's called Canada Strong. It's right on the budget itself. This is the exact same wording of the Liberals' campaign slogan, Canada Strong. Right from the Treasury Board guidelines, Now, this is not my guidelines. This is right from the Treasury Board guidelines. In the context of all Government of Canada communications, products, and activities, nonpartisan means objective. Well, good luck getting objective from the Liberals. Factual, same thing. And explanatory, free from political party slogans. State that again, free from political party slogans. They actually wrote their party slogan as the budget. And again, it just asks the government to follow the rules. In the public accounts, now the public accounts is accounting of last fiscal year's spending. Last fiscal year, before the current Prime Minister became Prime Minister. The Liberal government actually wrote in the public accounts, page 8 for those following at home, the government's moving toward a new capital budgeting approach that distinguishes its day-to-day operational spending. This budgeting framework will improve transparency. They're writing in last year's accounts propaganda for their current policy this year. Public accounts ends on March 31st of the previous year. They're talking about future government policy. They talk about the elimination of the carbon tax on fuel products further contributed to lower inflation in early 2025. Carbon tax was canceled April 1. The public accounts run up to March 31st. Again, the government is violating Treasury Board rules. We confronted the Deputy Minister about this. He said he would not have anything else to say on it. We further pressed the Assistant Deputy Minister, Evelyn Dancy, and she actually spent time trying to explain that the low growth shown in the budget doesn't reflect all the great work being done by the current government. Even though, of course, the Bank of Canada also shows the same lack of growth. So here we have department heads, assistant department heads, shilling for the government, violating Treasury Board rules. We just ask for transparency. We ask for parliamentarians to be given the information so we can vote properly, and just follow the rules that the government itself sets out to protect democracy and protect the rights of parliamentarians. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting when the member says follow the rules. He might actually want to reflect back on his own leader and the advertising that he had done. In fact, there was one incident that was brought to the conflict of interest, and the minister at the time, the leader of the Conservative Party, was actually found guilty of it. And that's with respect to following the rules. But my question to the member is that, yes, there has been a great deal of ambition and progress on many different fronts. He cited, for example, the investment in Canadian military. I can go from the major projects to major pieces of legislation, all forms of activities. I would suggest you probably more in less than a year than Harper did in 10 years. My question is, for the member opposite, does he believe the government's going too fast for him to keep up?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Whenever I need a moment of comedy or mirth in this place, I can always count on the member from Winnipeg North to deliver it. It's ridiculous. Only the Liberal government would say, give us $2 billion so we can hurry up spending for military. Oh, by the way, don't look at our record of taking 7 years to buy knapsacks. Don't look at our record of taking over 10 years to buy handguns. Don't look at our record of delays around the shipbuilding project. And don't look at our record of incompetence and interference with Irving and the supply ship debacle. But give us the money and you can worry about it later. The members should get on board and understand what Parliament's about. It's approving expenditure, not writing corrupt Liberals a blank check.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable member for colleague for giving a speech. I have a question on whether or not he thinks it's incompetence or actually skullduggery in their trying to get this money without actually coming up with the ideas of where that's and the transparency of where those numbers are. One of the questions that I have is they want to keep producing this GST break for new home buyers that have buying a first-time home. But there's no statistics out there to say that it looks like they're coming up with a program that exists for nobody, and so maybe sometimes they're just producing these guesses at what they want for money because they don't really know what they actually have, as opposed to something that might be a plan that we don't understand.
For Edmonton West.
Colleague, Hanlon's razors is never attributed to a malice, which is more appropriately attributed to incompetence. I think both apply to the Liberal government in this case.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I go back to the ending of last year when the Conservative Party was doing a considerable amount of filibustering, and they didn't even want the current bill to actually go into a committee stage, where maybe we would have had more discussion, more accountability on answering and asking questions. And I'm wondering if the member has any regret or remorse that there was so much filibustering being conducted by the Conservative Party that prevented the legislation to go to committee earlier or late last year.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
There's so much fiction in his comment, it should be a Netflix special, Mr. Speaker. The reality is we had to drag this government kicking and screaming to deliver a budget. Does a member not remember when the government actually said they would not be tabling a budget till around this time of the year? The press, the media actually for once doing the job, and the opposition had to drag this government kicking and screaming to deliver the very documents we are now. If it was up to the Liberals, we would actually just be starting the debate on the budget.
Nous avons le temps pour une courte question.
A short question. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear my colleague about abolishing the Digital Services Tax bill or act that would allow us to tax foreign digital giants, which would have helped regional media. Should we bring that tax back?
For Edmonton West.
I think the issue is not whether we should bring back the digital sales tax, but should the government, as the Prime Minister has promised twice, to strike a deal with the states. Twice he stood publicly and said he'd have a deal, the best trade deal struck with the states. He hasn't delivered that for Canadians. I think that's what the issue is at hand.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, at third reading. The Prime Minister often bills his government as Canada's new government. It is a clear public relations effort to distance himself from 10 years of failure under Justin Trudeau. Consistent with that, the Prime Minister promised that he would take a very different approach than Justin Trudeau when it comes to Canada's finances. A very different approach. Those were the Prime Minister's words. Now, it is true that this Prime Minister has a very different style than Justin Trudeau, but putting aside the facade that the Prime Minister puts on, the more that things change with these Liberals, the more they stay the same, because when it comes to the policies and priorities of this Prime Minister, he is nothing more than Justin Trudeau 2.0. In some respects, he's performing worse than Justin Trudeau, as tough as that is to believe. One area, amazingly, that the Prime Minister is performing worse than Justin Trudeau on is Canada's finances. This is a Prime Minister who promised to spend less. It turns out he is spending more, an eye-watering $90 billion more. This is a Prime Minister who has managed to double the deficit. He is presiding over a $78.3 billion deficit, up from a massive $36.3 billion deficit, which was Justin Trudeau's last massive deficit. And in fact, this Prime Minister has the record now of presiding over the largest deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not as though the Prime Minister can say, well, this is a one-off, a one-time deal, because when one looks at the government's fiscal outlook, what we see over the next 3 years are deficits that are projected to average $62.3 billion, double what Justin Trudeau's government forecast. And what about fiscal anchors? Justin Trudeau's government touted their fiscal anchor as, and it was quite an unambitious one, which was to keep the deficit below 1% of GDP. What has this Prime Minister done with respect to that fiscal anchor? Well, he's blown completely past that because the deficit to GDP ratio has doubled to more than 2%, and this government is on course to having a deficit to GDP ratio double that of Justin Trudeau's fiscal anchor in the coming fiscal years. And speaking of fiscal anchors, what is this Prime Minister's fiscal anchor? He claims that he has one, which I will get into momentarily, but in substance, I would say that the Prime Minister's fiscal anchor is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors in an effort to create the mirage of balancing the budget, all the while hiding massive deficits and massive debt. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has created a fiscal shell game by creating two budgets, an operating budget and a capital budget. The operating budget ostensibly deals with day-to-day government spending, whereas the capital budget deals with so-called investments. One of the problems is that the government's definition of an investment is quite elastic, and that is not by accident. It is quite deliberate to give this Prime Minister and this government the flexibility to move spending from the operating budget to the capital budget and say, well, actually, it's not spending, we're investing. Again, Mr. Speaker, smoke and mirrors. Now, after creating this fiscal shell game, the Prime Minister has come out and announced his big fiscal anchor, which is to balance the budget by 28-29, but not the federal budget, the operating budget. Now, here's the bottom line. Whether you look at the operating budget or the capital budget, if you call it spending or you call it investments, they all relate to the fiscal finances of Ottawa and Ottawa's bottom line. And so when you look at the projection, the fiscal projection for fiscal year 28-29, the year that the Prime Minister is going to meet his fiscal anchor of balancing the operating budget, when you look at total revenues projected versus total spending projected, the deficit, the overall deficit, is projected to be a staggering $57.9 billion, which would be one of the largest deficits in Canadian history. So, in short, the Prime Minister is not balancing anything. All that he is doing is making the budgeting process more complex and less transparent, all to hide, to make it more difficult to see the state of federal finances. And, Mr. Speaker, what is the Prime Minister's fiscal plan, spending plan, between now and when he balances the operating budget? Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is planning to rack up $250 billion of new debt. $250 billion. double that of the amount of debt that Justin Trudeau's government was planning to rack up during the same period of time. The bottom line is that this Prime Minister has separated operating and capital budgets, all to hide from Canadians the fact that he is presiding over more spending than Justin Trudeau, bigger deficits, and accumulating significantly more debt. It's straight up budget trickery by this Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister promised that he would take a very different approach to Canada's finances than Justin Trudeau, most Canadians would have expected that the Prime Minister meant that he would be fiscally responsible, more fiscally responsible. That is certainly what he was hoping Canadians would think. And by the way, it wouldn't be that difficult to achieve given 10 years of fiscal vandalism under Justin Trudeau. But in fact, the Prime Minister has not taken a very different approach. He has taken the same approach as Justin Trudeau. Just like Justin Trudeau, this Prime Minister is presiding over out-of-control spending, massive deficits, and massive debt. Here's the deal, Mr. Speaker. This is a Prime Minister who is not as advertised. He calls it Canada's new government, but it isn't a new government. It's the same old Liberals with the same failed and reckless fiscal policies. It's Justin Trudeau 2.0, except worse.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, the member opposite has to take in the reality, the fact that there was an election. And Canada does have a new Prime Minister. And as much as they might want to go back, that's not the case. Let me give a quote, and this comes from the IMF, the managing director. The IMF represents 190 different countries. And this is what the managing director has to say. Both Germany and Canada recognize that in the very testing time, they need to use their fiscal space. In the case of Canada, the Canadian authorities have been very decisive to take action in the context of changing relations with their main trading partner, and one of these actions is indeed reform, modernize the budget framework, separating operating expenses in the budget from investment. That ability then to focus strategically on investments that are pro-growth, that can lift up productivity. This is what the IMF is.
I have to give the chance to the member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the definition of what constitutes an investment. It includes so-called incentives. It includes things that support the formation of capital or which meaningfully raise private sector productivity. In other words, what this government's definition of investments includes are handouts, are corporate welfare. It's all part of a scheme by the Prime Minister to blur, to hide, to make it more difficult to understand the massive deficits and massive debt that he is presiding over, which, as I noted, is double the deficits and double the debt of Justin Trudeau, one of the most...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing I'm wondering about. I fail to understand the Conservatives' opposition to C-15, given that they were so enthusiastic about C-5 back in the summer. They not only voted in favor of C-5, but they also voted to ram it through under time allocation. That's right. They supported time allocation proposed by a government which wants to act without consultations and circumvent existing legislation. This despite the fact that Conservatives claim to denounce this sort of thing. How come it was fine for C5 when they're so critical of C15?
Mr. Speaker, we're standing in opposition to a Budget Implementation Act, a budget implementation bill that is reckless, that doubles the deficit, doubles the debt of Justin Trudeau. And we're not the only party that is opposing this budget implementation bill. I believe all opposition parties oppose this budget implementation bill. We're not going to support this bad legislation coming from the government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from St. Albert, Sturgeon River, for his speech. It's funny to hear the member from Winnipeg North quote.
Because there's so much noise in the courtyard, it's really distracting. So I'm going to invite those people in the courtyard to leave the area. It's part of the downsides of the courtyard is there's a lot of noise when people circulate there. I'll let the member for Edmonton West resume, complete his question or his comment.
The member from Winnipeg North was quoting the IMF, which was funny because the Deputy Minister of Finance just 2 weeks ago stated in the public accounts that anything the IMF says should be taken with a grain of salt. This from his own government. But I'll quote from the exact same report that states, directors encourage steps to improve transparency and accountability of public investment. This is regarding the capital versus operating. So IMF wants transparency and accountability. Clarify the debt to GDP ratio as a formal fiscal anchor. I'm wondering if the member can comment on the Liberals' choosing only to handpick and cherry pick a few items from the IMF report and not some of the more important items.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess it's politics as usual from these Liberals. That would be the explanation. And I spoke about the fiscal anchor. The Liberal government had previously a pretty weak fiscal anchor, but it was at least a clear fiscal anchor. This Prime Minister has a convoluted, complicated fiscal anchor that is nothing more than a shell game, as I noted, to hide massive deficits and massive debt.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start off by letting you know that I will be splitting my time with the member from Lanark-Frontenac, who is diligently working on his speech right now. Mr. Speaker, this government will tell you they have a revenue problem, and they do. They will tell you they have a spending problem, and they do. What they will not tell you is that they have a priority problem. Mr. Speaker, I served. I know what it means to trust that your country has your back. Bill C-15 is where we find out what that trust is actually worth. 600 pages that inflate savings that do not exist. Retroactively changes the law to avoid compensating veterans who are quietly overcharged for decades and demand repayment from disabled veterans who can least afford it. Serving this country is not a liability to be managed. This bill treats it like one. I want to start by mentioning that the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs is currently studying barriers to entrepreneurship among veterans. That study will likely conclude with a recommendation for a new grant program. That is the predictable result. However, while ACFA studies barriers, the $6.6 billion defense industrial strategy, the largest defense investment in a generation, contains 0 veteran business set-asides. Not a single line. In the United States, veteran status opens economic doors. The GI Bill boots to business a 3% federal contracting carve-out for veteran-owned businesses is a deliberate policy choice. Deliberate policy choices are important. Canada is studying barriers while actively building new ones. You do not need a new grant program. You need to treat the veterans who built this sector as qualified and important partners in its future. The government is now claiming that C-15 will generate $4.23 billion in savings by reducing cannabis reimbursement rates for veterans. Let's look at the actual numbers. VAC spends roughly $200 million a year on medical cannabis. The government is cutting the reimbursement rate by about a quarter. That is roughly $50 million in annual savings. Even over many years, the math does not come close to $4.23 billion. It would take over 30 years. The government has not explained the gap, and we have asked. Veterans organizations have asked repeatedly. The $4.23 billion figure relies on public sector accounting that recognizes estimated life savings all at once, today. What this does to veterans, many will face higher out-of-pocket costs for products currently covered under their plan. If the government is willing to present inflated numbers when it benefits them so that it looks like they're doing what they say they're going to do, veterans and Canadians should ask, what else is in the bill that is being measured the same way? While this bill is being drafted, thousands of veterans were receiving letters from the government telling them to repay immediately. We're not talking about small amounts. My colleagues have documented cases exceeding $100,000 being demanded from disabled veterans. The government is clawing this money back directly from disability pensions and other payments. These are not veterans who cheated the system, Mr. Speaker. My office has heard from one veteran directly. 21 years of service, 100% disability designation, and a spotless record with VAC going back a decade. While he applied for income replacement benefit in 2015, he declared every source of income on his application, including his military pension. VAC reviewed it, accepted him into the program, and sent him a letter confirming they had accounted for that pension. He kept every document. In January of this year, he received a letter from VAC telling him he failed to report that same pension and that he now owes over $42,000. He and his wife live on that pension income. His words to my office were these: he is afraid they are going to lose their house. Mr. Speaker, he is not alone. Veterans across this country have contacted MPs reporting the same pattern. Repayment demands for income they properly disclosed, with VAC's own acceptance letters sitting in their files as proof. This is not an overpayment recovery program. This is an administrative failure being downloaded onto the most vulnerable people in the system. This government is demanding repayment from disabled veterans who receive benefits in good faith, while at the same time refusing to pay veterans who are overcharged for 28 years. This is not fiscal policy. This is a double standard. Mr. Speaker, it never ends with this Liberal government. For nearly 30 years, Veterans Affairs Canada overcharged veterans in long-term care across the country. The error? When calculating care rates, VAC excluded territories from the formula. The Interpretation Act is explicit. Province includes Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and none of it. VAC ignored this. This affected the formula applied to veterans wherever they lived. Roughly $260 per month, $3,130 per year for nearly 3 decades. A class action lawsuit was launched in October 2024 on behalf of veterans and their survivors. Bill C-15 would make that lawsuit go away. On December 8th, and I want to highlight this, 2025, the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Veterans Affairs heard testimony from VAC officials on exactly that issue. Senator Patterson asked a simple question, knowing that costs increase significantly the further north you go. Why can the formula not simply include territories? The VAC official answered plainly, that would change the intent of the program. Senator Patterson's response, wow, thank you. In my experience, working with her, Senator Patterson is a strong advocate for veterans and serving members. Her response says it all. She can't believe it. Bill C-15 makes this dire situation even worse. Sections 373 to 375 of this bill do not fix the problem, they erase it. The government is using budget implementation legislation to retroactively rewrite the law back to July 15, 1998, making that VAC deal legal in hindsight. This is not an administrative correction. Parliament is being asked to authorize the government to keep money it should never have collected from veterans in long-term care, some of whom are no longer alive to see it returned. The Veterans Ombudsman, Colonel Jardine, testified at Standing Committee on Finance that she wrote directly to the minister on this issue, calling for the minister to admit the mistake. She correctly points out that the bill is unprecedented and patently unfair and is calling for amendments to C-15. The minister could not find the courtesy to reply to the Ombudsman. Her department found time to write collections letters to thousands of disabled veterans. The real issue here, Mr. Speaker, veterans in their prime, these are veterans that are not in their prime, these are veterans in long-term care, elderly, disabled, and at their most vulnerable. They were overcharged because their government misread its own law. They had no way of knowing it. They had no way of fighting it. A class action was their only recourse. The bill closes that door. The question is not whether the government can find the money. The question is whether the people who wore the uniform deserve to be treated fairly for the country they served. This bill answers that question, and the answer is no. This is a shameful use of Parliament powers. Mr. Speaker, when you serve, you learn that the person beside you will not leave you behind. This is not the policy. This is not a policy. This is a promise. Mr. Speaker, veterans deserve better. I will not be supporting this.
Here, here. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Moncton Dieppe.
I'd like to take a moment to thank my colleague for his service to our country and also to thank his family, because when a member serves, their family also serves with them. My colleague talked a bit about, during his speech, about the deliberate policy choices. I'm wondering if you could elaborate why the Conservative government in 2014 closed 9 Veterans Affairs offices, slashed jobs when it came to Veterans Affairs staff who provided direct services to veterans, and also cut the benefits budget as well. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on the deliberate policy choice that was made at that time.
Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and I'd like to point out, let's state the facts here, that many of the offices were streamlined into Canada Service offices, and these were not closed, as my colleague has said. We are putting veterans here. The questions I'm getting from veterans aren't from 2014, they're now. The questions that I'm getting are now, and the Liberal government is in power. They've had 10 years, almost 11 years to fix the problem, and they've done nothing. They've ignored the problem, and now they're trying to hide it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if my colleague agrees with the tax credits which were boosted for carbon capture and storage. These credits were offered to oil and gas companies. Does my colleague believe that public funds should be spent in this way? Is it acceptable for him that the government is directly funding big oil companies which are mostly held by billionaire Americans?
Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague for bringing up the question with regards to carbon tax, and I have This is a hot button for me because I've seen carbon tax being downloaded onto provinces in hospitals when we've been having a healthcare crisis. I've seen it downloaded onto provinces when we've had an education crisis where school boards are struggling to make ends meet. And I've seen it downloaded onto municipalities when kids are going to learn how to swim, the recreation fees are going up, and parents are drowning in taxes. That's what I've seen from this Liberal government. Money's not getting to the people that it needs to get to, and that's just wrong.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Orobenante.
I want to thank my colleague for his great words and his service this afternoon. I'd like to mention that in my riding of Barrie, Springwater, Orobenante, I have Base Borden that's very close to me, and I've been getting these same calls that he's getting. Knowing that he has served and he's been there, why does he feel that the Liberals have been so negligible in their attitude towards the veterans, and what can we do as the opposition to try and help them out through this cause when they need it the most?
Honourable Member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, and I have visited the base in his riding, and I know that there are a lot of veterans that are retiring in his area, and I thank them for their service. Mr. Speaker, it is true. The Conservatives are getting phone calls. Even the Liberals are getting phone calls about veterans and the way that they've been treated, and it's being ignored, and it can no longer be ignored. And so we need, as a Conservative Party, to be raising the standard for veterans, and we need to be letting them know that we're here to support them, that they deserve the basic rights that they have, that they're entitled to. They should be allowed to have that money. It should be flowing into their accounts. They shouldn't be getting letters in their mailbox telling them that they owe $42,000 and that their homes are on the line. That is not the way a country repays their veterans for the freedoms that we have in this nation.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is wrong when he made the assertion that the veterans' offices were not closed. There were 9 veterans' offices that were in fact closed. This government has and will continue to work closely with veterans to ensure that we're there for them, not only for the short term, but the long term also. Can he confirm and will he admit that there was actually 9 that were actually closed?
The Honourable Member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, a short response.
I thank my colleague for his service, and I thank him for his question. Mr. Speaker, in the 4 years that I've been here, we've had 5 ministers in this department and 9 in the last 10 years. This government clearly doesn't care about veterans. It's time to stop. It's time to thank them and repay them and let them know that we care.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, and the Conservative Caucus Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm going to be talking about 2 themes. The first is property rights. The second is the economics of the Alto project. Both of these comments are in the context of the part of the Budget Implementation Act which deals with the proposed high-speed rail network and the Alto train that would run 1,000 kilometers from Quebec City to Toronto at a cost estimate of $60 to $90 billion. I'm going to start with property rights because the proposed corridor, 1,000 kilometers long, runs through my constituency. There are 2 proposed routes that go through my constituency, a northern route, a southern route. Whichever one is chosen, people who live on that route will be very negatively affected. And I thought I would talk a little bit about just how. Let me start by telling you my own position on property rights. This is an issue that is near and dear to me. It's an issue on which I actually proposed a constitutional amendment, an amendment to the Charter of Rights to actually include property rights. And the formula which I suggested, because one speaks in general language in bills like Bills of Rights and Charters of Rights, is to say that when property is taken or its use infringed for a government purpose, the owners ought to have a right to full, just, and timely compensation. All 3 of those principles are violated by the expropriation and land use restriction regime proposed under the Budget Implementation Act for Alto. Right now, the plan is Alto has published a plan for rough estimates of where the corridors would be. These rough estimates show corridors roughly 10 kilometers wide. It varies along the route. And I assume they're in the process of doing some geological work to determine where they want to go. The process that has been outlined for us says that at the end of this year, either the northern or the southern route will be chosen, and additionally, the corridor of potential rail line will be narrowed to about 1 kilometer wide. I'm not sure if that's actually what will happen, but that is what they have planned to happen. Within that 1 kilometer wide corridor, 1,000 kilometers long, and therefore 1,000 square kilometers, the government, or rather, Alto, will have the power to expropriate. So the expropriation occurs by a Crown corporation, which includes private investors, and it does this using expropriation powers normally only exercised by government. That's an extraordinary shift. Additionally, a series of protections for property owners are stripped away. So the first thing that would happen is that the government would look, or Alto would look and say, we might run along this part within that kilometer-wide corridor. We might not, but we're not sure. So we're going to put a property development freeze on all properties that we might go through. Now, will that be every property within the kilometer-wide corridor? We don't know yet. But a freeze on property, that is to say you cannot develop or improve your property, has a real financial impact. Under the Expropriation Act, this kind of freeze is permitted. It can be for up to 120 days. Under the new legislation, it can be for up to 2 years. 2 years during which you can't do anything to your property. And if you try, you can be fined through what are called administrative monetary penalties. But they can be ruinous penalties. It's a bit difficult from the legislation to determine exactly what those penalties to be. It appears to me they could be as high as $20,000 per offense, and individual offenses which continue over a period of time can result in multiple fines. That, I think, is enough to take anyone and ensure that they will indeed not develop their property. Now, that could lead, after they've built their rail, decided which properties they actually want, your property might be released, at which point you have the right to seek compensation for the loss in value. But it is a long, slow process, and with thousands of properties, maybe tens of thousands of properties, I actually don't know how many there'll be through the as yet undefined corridor, involved, and people trying to seek compensation, and each one having to be a negotiated settlement. I think it's safe to say that for many people, the payback will be less than it was worth, or they'll simply give up and never actually seek the money that was taken from them. That's the people who have a property freeze placed. Will there be any compensation for people whose property value is diminished because the Alto line runs through, cutting the community in half? No, there'll be no compensation for those folks at all. And it will significantly affect property values. Landlocked properties, properties that can no longer be accessed with ease, properties where formerly you could get to them by simply driving down the road. Well, now the road is bisected. How many roads will be bisected? Well, presumably hundreds. Alto will have a strong incentive to try and make it as minimal as possible, the number of roads on which overpasses are built. And there's a reason for that. Overpasses cost money. I've heard estimates that a single overpass is as high as $50 million, but I've found some evidence that it may be as low as $20 million. Whatever the case is, multiply that by a few hundred, and you can see that Alto, which is trying to be a profit-making company, it's going to finance this money through floating a bond. So it is going to have a very strong incentive to be as ruthless as possible in having as few overpasses as possible. Now, maybe they'll do, I was wondering how many overpasses might you get? Well, it's hard to estimate exactly, but I did take some highway construction for property near places where I live, or have lived nearby. I used to live on Phelan Road in what is now part of the extended city of Ottawa. Highway 416 was built south of the city. That road was cut off, and so a road where you could cross and talk to your neighbor with a 5-minute walk, you now have to drive out, go 7 kilometers in one direction, cross over the highway, 7 kilometers back, 14 kilometers. Similarly, east of Ottawa, there's a spot where I go camping. My mother-in-law owns a campground there. To get across Highway 417, you have to drive 7 kilometers in one direction, cross over, and 6 kilometers back. And I have several other examples I can give, but I think the point is made. This is going to divide communities, slow down emergency response times, and so on. Now, in the 3 remaining minutes I have, I want to talk about the costs of Alto. I don't think we grasp just how badly costed out this really is. The cost, well, there's a cost range that was given. These were stabs in the dark, frankly, but the $90 billion, let's say it's $90 billion. There are 40 million people in Canada, it's 10 million families of 4, 90 billion divided by 10 million is $9,000 for every single Canadian family of 4 across the country. It doesn't matter if you live in Nunavut and will never even see this rail, your family is paying $9,000. Every Canadian family across the country for something that is only going to service people in that narrow corridor. The people whose properties will be sliced up and we'll see their net wealth, they're paying $9,000 too. So is that number to be taken seriously? That in itself is mind-blowingly high. It's higher than our entire national deficit this year. Well, as it turns out, there's a fascinating paper written by Professor Blent Feuberg, who is the professor and founding chair of program management at the Side Business School at Oxford University. And he writes this in a recent paper about mega projects in general. He says, performance data for mega projects speak their own language. 9 out of 10 such programs have cost overruns. Overruns of up to 50% in real terms are common, over 50% are not uncommon. And then he provides a list. So on his list, I'll just read some of the rail projects, okay? The Shinkansen-Juetsu high-speed rail line in Japan, somewhat comparable, 100% cost overrun. The Boston-New York to Washington Railway in the USA, 130% overrun. The Copenhagen Metro in Denmark, 150% overrun. The Montreal Metro Laval extension right here in Canada, 160% overrun. The Minneapolis Hiawatha light rail line in the United States, 190% overrun. The Troy and Greenfield Railroad in the US, 900% overrun. That perhaps is an outlier, but it makes the point. The benefits, he says, are frequently, we see shortfalls of up to 50%. Also not uncommon. Combine, he says, combine the large cost overruns and benefit shortfalls with the fact that business cases, cost-benefit analyses, and social and environmental impact assessments are frequently at the core of, or typically at the core of planning and decision-making for major projects, and we see that such analyses can generally not be trusted. For instance, rail projects have an average cost overrun of 44.7% and an average demand shortfall. Demand is below what was predicted of 51.4%. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, that means 2 minutes? It means 10 seconds. Oh, in that case, Mr. Speaker, I will stop there and go to questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as the government moves to build Canada strong, we have members of the Conservative Party that have made it very clear that they oppose the Canada Infrastructure Bank in every way, that they oppose the Fast Train project, which is a very important project for Ontario and the province of Quebec. Based on what the member has said in regards to that particular project, I'm interested in knowing whether or not he actually supports pipelines in the province of Alberta being expanded. In particular, does he support in full the MOU that was signed off by the Premier of Alberta and the Prime Minister of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Lanark-Frontenac.
I lack the expertise to give an intelligent response to that question, which is clearly designed just to divert me from the issue of this mind-blowingly expensive project that will destroy lives, ruin property rights, ruin communities in my community that I represent, that will destroy people's lives. You know, that's what is at stake here. And the costs on this are going to be just insane for every single Canadian, including that member. He gets a nice big salary for his $9,000. But for people who are never going to be around this, how is this beneficial to them? Why on earth should people in British Columbia, Alberta, Newfoundland, why should they pay for this? Why so that people who live in downtown Toronto, Montreal can get back and forth and shave 90 minutes off their travel time? Look, if I lived beside the train station and I could get that benefit tomorrow, not 10 years out, and it's $9,000 for my family, I wouldn't go for it. That's a terrible cost proposition. It's a terrible cost proposition for someone in that situation. It's an insane cost proposition for someone who happens to live somewhere else. And worst of all is being a property owner, seeing your property destroyed, your life destroyed, and then be said, and now here's the tax bill for this thing we've done to screw you over.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask my colleague, because he spoke a lot about the problems with the budgeting for the train, and that's the capital budget alone. But I wonder if he could educate us a little bit as well about what he thinks the subsidy this government is going to have to give on an ongoing annual basis in order to run that train, and how much it's going to cost per Canadian or per rider in order to have a high-speed train with no passengers on it.
The honourable member for Lanark-Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in the end, the cost is going to be zero, because there is no way that this insane project is actually going to make its way through. Like, we do not have the money to spend $90 billion. That's the estimate. We don't have the money for that. So we'll spend $3 or $4 billion, do a series of expropriations, destroy lives, and then, like Pickering Airport, it will be shut down, unfinished, with no benefit except to the consultants. That's what's going to happen. But in the event it actually went through, there is a fascinating estimate. So Alto projects 24 million riders per year, which turns out to be significantly larger than the number of people traveling between Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto right now by rail, air, and road combined. So somehow people who aren't traveling at all are going to start traveling because of this amazing transportation hub. But we have a pretty good idea that in practice, if the costs are not very low and the speed does not cause people don't tend to shift to rail unless the travel time is under 2 hours. So that's not likely to generate the expected ridership. That means that revenues will be very low. The subsidies will be in the multiple billions of dollars every year. Again, we can't afford this. I suspect that if anything does get built, it would be the Ottawa to Montreal part, at which point the low ridership will show the whole thing was a catastrophe and will stop halfway through, much like we did with Mirabel Airport, where it was going to be a giant airport, and once we saw the insane costs and the low usage, the whole thing was shut down.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Branch North.
Yes, thank you to my colleague for his excellent analysis on the ROI of the high-speed rail, and particularly the passenger levels, which are unrealistic, and there is a lack of a business case here. Let me ask, because obviously this is one of the major projects that's been designated, and when we were at committee and we supported with strong conservative amendments to improve C5 and pass it through, we heard from a witness that said if we actually want to increase our GDP, the fastest and best way to do that is to build pipelines to Tidewater and get our energy resource to Tidewater. And that's so in contrast to this investment that's proposed, that's going to benefit very few people. What is your thoughts on that?
The member has 5 seconds, so I think he'll have to keep it brief.
I will keep it brief, Mr. Speaker. I think the answer is that those are projects which will actually generate expansion to the GDP because we'd be exporting product, whereas this is not going to achieve that goal.
That's right. Good point.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Ali, moved that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Is this a point of order? It has to be by calling for a vote. It would have to be by a recognized party. Yeah.
Speaker, I rise to indicate that we'd like to see the pass on division.
Agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Projet de loi.
No. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you had canvassed the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. It being 4:18, 5:30 actually, yeah. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Consideration at second reading of Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sterilization procedures, standing in the name of Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale, seconded by Ms. Goodridge, moves that Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code sterilization procedures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs debate. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today, as you mentioned, to speak to Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code regarding sterilization procedures. Before I begin remarks, I want to recognize one of the most important aspects of this bill, how it was developed. This is survivor-centered, Indigenous-led legislation. This legislation exists because survivors had the courage to speak when silence might have been easier. I want to recognize and thank those who came forward, shared their truths, and stood not only for themselves, but for so many others. And as I read the names, I please ask for leniency if I mispronounce any. Jackie Kistabish, Algonquin from Val-d'Or, Quebec. Casanillo Mkik, Mohawk from Six Nations, Ontario. Sylvia Nepiak, Anishmabek from Minagoziba, First Nation of Manitoba. Sylvia McKay, a Cree from Papicassis, Saskatchewan. Heather Bear, Cree, Saskatchewan. Jermaine Henry, Cree, from Chakakis, Saskatchewan. Chastity Kaiplain, a Cree from Yellow Quill, Saskatchewan. Nicole Rabbit, Kainai Blood Tribe, Blackfoot, from Treaty 7, Alberta. Lois Cardinal, Cree, from Saddle Lake, Alberta. Nylak Ironhawk, Tommy, Inuit, from Cowichan, British Columbia. Susan Anderson, Métis, Region 6, and so many more. Your strength, your leadership, your willingness to relive painful experiences have made this moment possible, and because of you, Parliament will hopefully act. I'd like to also express my deep gratitude to Harmony Red Sky, Executive Director of the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice, and to the staff, the volunteers, and supporters whose tireless advocacy has ensured that survivors' voices are heard and respected, and that their calls for justice could no longer be ignored. And they are not alone. People First of Canada and Inclusion Canada, formerly Canadian Association for Community Living, are two other organizations who are standing up for persons with intellectual disabilities. Like Roy Skorenko, a People First self-advocate and member of the Inclusion Canada Board, who was also sterilized at an institution at the age of 16 and who now continues to advocate for other survivors. This legislation addresses a profound injustice, one that Canadians assume belongs in a distant past, but it does not. Forced and coerced sterilization is not historical. It is not theoretical. It is happening in Canada today, and that is why Parliament must act. Bill S-228 builds on earlier legislation, first introduced by Yvonne Boyer in the Senate as S-250. Its purpose is clear: to strengthen the criminal code so that forced or coerced sterilization is explicitly recognized within the law as a serious form of aggravated assault. The bill creates a legislative framework that acknowledges this practice as part of Canada's broader legacy of systemic discrimination, colonization, and racism that has disproportionately affected Indigenous peoples and other marginalized communities. This issue has also been recognized at the national level. The National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls documented the history of forced sterilization as a tool used to control and diminish Indigenous populations with lasting and intergenerational impacts. And for decades, Canada has carried the painful legacies of eugenics and reproductive control. Beginning in the 1920s, sterilization policies emerged across the country, targeting those deemed unfit. These practices were formalized in provincial law in Alberta and British Columbia until their repeal in 1970. But the repeal of those laws did not end, and the mindset made them possible. The practice persisted after formal eugenics policies ended and continues to be reported today. Media reports in 2015 prompted an external review in Saskatoon, which confirmed that Indigenous women had been subjected to coerced sterilization and called for reparations, cultural safety measures, and legal reform. That review helped bring national and international attention to the issue and contributed to multiple ongoing class action lawsuits. Survivors continue to report being pressured, misled, threatened, sterilized without full and informed consent, often during the most vulnerable moments of their lives, during labor, immediately after childbirth, or while under medication and distress. Some were told their baby might be taken away if they refused. Others were told the procedure was reversible, when it was clearly not. Some did not understand the forms they were asked to sign, and some of them were never told at all. This is not informed consent. Consent obtained through pressure, fear, information, or exhaustion is not consent. It is coercion. The consequences of forced sterilization extend beyond physical harm. Survivors describe lifelong grief, trauma, the loss of identity, and a profound sense of violation. For Indigenous women, the harm is even deeper. In many Indigenous worldviews, the ability to bring children into the world is not only personal, but it's also cultural, spiritual, and connected to the survival and continuity of community. This issue does not affect just Indigenous women alone. The committee has heard evidence that other groups were also heightened at risk levels, such as women with disabilities, women living with HIV, and institutionalized persons, among so many others. In each case, multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination increase vulnerability to reproductive rights violations. Preventing a woman from having children without her consent is not simply a medical violation. It is an assault on dignity, autonomy, and self-determination. It disrupts families. It fractures the trust in the healthcare system, and its effects echo across generations. Forced and coerced sterilization does not occur in isolation. It is rooted in systemic racism, colonial assumptions, and harmful stereotypes, the belief that some women are unfit to be mothers, that some lives are less valued, that some communities should be controlled rather than supported. While much of the testimony and evidence we have heard focuses on the experiences of women, particularly Indigenous women, it is important to recognize that this issue is not confined to one gender. Sterilization procedures affect people of all sexes, and the principle at stake is universal. Every person has the right to bodily autonomy and to make free and informed decisions about their reproductive future. Historically, men and boys were also subjected to sterilization under eugenic policies. And today, individuals across diverse communities, including intersex persons and others facing medical vulnerability, may be at risk when power imbalances and inadequate consent policies exist. At its core, this is not just a women's only issue, it's a human rights issue. It's about the fundamental right of every person in Canada to control their own body, free from pressure, coercion, or discrimination. When survivors speak of being judged, dismissed, or pressured by authority figures, they're describing not individual failures alone, but systemic ones. And when people lose trust in the healthcare system, consequences extend far beyond reproductive health. Care is delayed, services are avoided, healthcare and their outcomes worsen. The bill is therefore not only about criminal law, it is about rebuilding trust. Some have asked, why is new legislation necessary? Don't existing criminal code provisions already cover assault? Technically, they might, but in practice, they have not. Despite years of reports and testimony, the Standing Committee on Human Resources found that forced and coerced sterilization is continuing today and is both underreported and underestimated. The committee also found that these practices disproportionately affect Indigenous women, women with disabilities, racialized women, and the list goes on, including institutionalized persons. The problem is not simply the absence of law, it is the absence of clarity. When the criminal code does not explicitly name a harm, enforcement becomes uncertain, investigations, unfortunately, stall. Prosecutors hesitate, survivors lose confidence that the system will take their experiences seriously. It makes explicit this bill, S228, for greater certainty that performing a sterilization without consent constitute aggravated assault under Section 268. It does not create a new offense. It strengthens the application of existing law, and it sends a clear message that conduct is criminal, serious, and unacceptable. This legislation also clarifies the legal consequences. Anyone who performs or participates in coercive actions to cause a sterilization without consent would be guilty of an indictable offense carrying a maximum penalty of 14 years in prison. At the same time, the bill establishes clear safeguards to protect patient autonomy and ensure ethical medical practice. And let me also address a concern that has been raised. Bill S228 does not restrict access to voluntary sterilization. It does not interfere with reproductive choice. It does not criminalize legitimate medical practice or emergency care performed in good faith. Where sterilization is requested, medical practitioners must ensure that consent is truly informed, truly voluntary, and free from external pressure. Patients must be informed of alternative contraception options, must understand that consent can be withdrawn at any time, and must be given a final opportunity to withdraw immediately before the procedure. Consent is also deemed invalid if the individual is under 18, incapable of consenting, or has not initiated a voluntary request. The bill targets only one thing: sterilization without consent. Nothing more, nothing less. Survivors asked for criminalization. They testified before Senate committees. They shared their stories, often at great personal cost, so that this practice could be recognized and stopped. The Standing Committee in the Senate on Human Rights studied the issue. Its first recommendation was clear. Legislation should be introduced to prohibit forced and coerced sterilization. Bill S228 is Parliament's response to that recommendation. And when survivors tell us what justice requires, it's our responsibility to listen and to act. Some have suggested that education and policy reform alone would be sufficient. Education, yes, is essential. Cultural safety, yes, is essential. Health system reform, yes, is essential. But education without accountability does not prevent abuse. Clear legal consequences matter for three reasons. First, deterrence. Providers and institutions know there are serious consequences for violating consent. Second, accountability. When harm occurs, there is a clear legal pathway to investigate and prosecute. Third, recognition. Survivors see that the law acknowledges what happened to them as a serious violation of their rights. And for many survivors, that recognition matters deeply. It tells them their voices were heard, that what happened to them is wrong. that they will not be ignored. And yes, passing Bill 228 will not undo the harms of the past, but it is a concrete step forward to ensuring that such harm does not continue. Reconciliation requires accountability and action. This bill, I feel, is both. Speaker, the urgency of this legislation could not be overstated. Cases have been reported as recently as this year. And every day that passes without clear legal protection is another day when someone could face pressure, coercion, or violation at one of the most vulnerable times of their life. This is not an abstract policy debate. It is not whether a woman leaving a hospital will still have the reproductive future she chooses for herself. This is about whether our healthcare system can protect the autonomy or override it. And I understand my time is coming to an end. So please understand that Bill S228 affirms that no one's reproductive future can be taken from them without consent. And Speaker, forced and coerced sterilization is one of the most serious violations of bodily autonomy and human dignity. Mr. Speaker, it's time to act, and we should do it now.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for bringing this to the House, this very important issue, and making sure that he acknowledged those victims. I share with the member opposite the urgency in getting this legislation through and as quick as possible. I've talked to Mi'kmaq people who've been impacted by this, and they've asked that we move speedily to ensure that we get this through. And I know that the member and I have had good conversations at the INAN committee, where the member is a respectable member of that committee. And I'm wondering if the member sees any value in potentially going and seeking unanimous consent so that we can move that to the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee so that we can ensure that we get this done within the next few weeks, potentially for the months, for these survivors, so this never happens again.
Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Well, thank you to the member opposite. Again, a good friend on the INAN committee, and yes, to those survivors in the survivors that may be in Ottawa today. I think this is welcome news. I don't think the member could see because he was looking this way, but the looks on their faces was it meant a lot. And I think that's a fantastic idea to the member opposite. And I want to thank every party in this Parliament. Every party has jumped on board to support this legislation, and I welcome his offer.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question from my colleague. I would like to thank him for having tabled this bill. Does he agree that organizations that represent First Nations is an essential condition to any reform?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank also the Bloc side for their, from what I hear, support on this bill. Like I said, all parties have been deeply involved in this and have given a lot of thought, and the back and forth between all parties has been very respectful. I think we all agree that harm has been done in the past. And yes, I do agree with the member. There was intense consultation done across the country by the Survivors Circle, amongst others, that reached out. And it seems that there is widespread agreement that this legislation is a good thing and needs to happen as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his tireless effort on this incredibly important topic. I know him and I have shared a number of conversations about not just the importance of this legislation, but the importance of talking about it here in the House of Commons and bringing attention to this, because this is something that a lot of people think lives in a far distant past. I don't believe he had an opportunity to finish all of his speech, and so I was wondering if he could perhaps share with this chamber some of the hard work that he performed that he did not get to share with us earlier.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Well, thank you to the member who is also going to second this bill. Yes, I did run out of time. I had a lot more to say, but most of it is also just to thank the members of the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice. They've been amazing to work with. The friendships that I've gained, the people I've got to know, it's been absolutely incredible. It's unfortunate the journey had some wrongs done in the past. I'm glad they saw the strength in themselves to come forward and bring it into the public to ensure that this doesn't happen to anyone ever again. So thank you to everyone who raised their voice, shared their stories, and worked with us across the aisle. And again, thank you to the member opposite, an Indigenous person himself, although a member of the opposite party, but his offer for unanimous consent, I think that is an amazing way to get this bill moving as fast as possible through the parliamentary system.
Before I proceed with debate, order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre Industry, the Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Housing, and the Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bekeshwanog, Taxation. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of our government in support of Bill S228, an act to amend Criminal Code sterilization procedures. This important piece of legislation addresses coerced sterilization. The bill would address this abhorrent practice by clarifying how the existing law of assault applies when sterilization procedures are carried out without valid consent. Coerced sterilization constitute a profound breach of bodily integrity with enduring effects on survivors, their families, and their communities. Evidence has shown that these harms have been experienced in disproportionate way by Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people in Canada, as well as racialized and disabled women, underscoring the need for clear legal protections that affirm the centrality of consent in all medical decision-making. Bill S228 responds to that need by clarifying for greater certainty that sterilization procedure constitutes a wounding or a maiming for the purposes of aggravated assault offense in Section 268 of the Criminal Code. Aggravated assault is the most serious assault offense in Canadian criminal law. It applies where an assault wounds, maims, disfigures, or endangers the life of the victim, and it carries a maximum penalty of 14 years imprisonment. Because all surgeries, including sterilization procedures, necessarily involve wounding or maiming of the body, they already fall within the scope of aggravated assault when performed without legally effective consent. This bill makes explicit what is already implicit in the law. This clarification is critically important because it focuses on the legal analysis where it properly belongs. The relevant legal question is whether a particular sterilization procedure amounted to a non-consensual application of force. That is, whether an assault occurred. Both the Criminal Code and long-standing jurisprudence provide an established framework for answering that question. Assault was originally a common law offense, but is now codified in subsection 265(1) of the Criminal Code. That provision establishes that an assault occurs where a person applies force to the body of another person, directly or indirectly, without a person's consent, or while being reckless as to whether the person consents. The concept of applying force is broad. It simply means bringing something into contact with another person's body. On that definition, any medical procedure performed on a person without their consent plainly constitutes an assault. Because it involves intentional application of force to the body. This principle has been affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada in its 1988 Morgentaler decision. The court clarified that the law of assault applies to any medical procedure carried out without the patient's legally effective consent. And because surgeries necessarily involve wounding or maiming the patient, they constitute aggravated assault if they are performed without legally effective consent. Bill S228 therefore underscores the fact that sterilized procedures fall squarely within the established framework. This brings us to the core concept that governs the lawfulness of any medical procedure: legally effective consent. Under Canadian criminal law, the application of force does not constitute an assault where legally effective consent is present. However, consent in law has a precise meaning. Legally effective consent must meet three fundamental criteria. It must freely be given, it must go to the nature of the act, and it must be given by a person with the ability to understand what is being done. These requirements have been developed through the common law, some of which are reflected in subsection 265(3) of the Criminal Code. That provision sets out circumstances which the law will recognize any consent given. Specifically, the provision states that consent is not obtained in law where the complainant submits or does not resist by reasons of violence or threats of violence, fraud, or the exercise of authority. The requirement that consent be freely given means that there must be no fraud or duress if a patient agrees to sterilization procedures because they have been misled about his purpose, pressured by authority figures, or made to believe that they have no real choice. The law will not recognize that agreement as legally effective consent. Consent also must go to the nature of the act. The requirement implies a foundation of knowledge. Courts have described this knowledge as of the purpose of the operation, knowledge of the events that will occur, and an understanding that the character of what is about to take place. In the context of sterilization, this means the patient must be informed that the procedure will permanently prevent reproduction. Without that information, there is no legally effective consent. Finally, consent must be given by a person with the ability to understand. Any consent provided by a patient who is unable to appreciate the nature of the consequences of the act is not valid in law. This issue may arise where the patient is a child or where the patient has a cognitive impairment that affects their capacity to comprehend the procedure and its implication. These principles, voluntariness, knowledge, and capacity, are consistent with the consent standards applied in provincial and territorial health law across Canada, such that compliance with these standards protects healthcare providers from criminal liability. The Supreme Court of Canada further clarified the contours of consent for assault law purposes in its 1991 Jobadon decision. The court explained that the list of violating factors set out in subsection 265(3) is not exhaustive. The common law may continue to recognize additional circumstances in which consent will not be applied for public policy reasons. Depending on that fact, at the same time, the court affirmed the assault law will recognize consent application of force that has social value, such as appropriate and consensual surgical interventions. This balance is essential. The criminal law does not criminalize medical care that is freely chosen and properly consented. Indeed, it expressed recognizes the social and therapeutic value of appropriate surgical procedures, including sterilization procedures performed with valid consent. Bill S228 preserves that distinction. It does not restrict access to voluntarily sterilization procedure. Rather, it clarifies when sterilization is performed without legally effective consent, that conduct constitute our most serious form of assault. The bill also must be understood in its broadest context, the disproportionate impact on coercion on Indigenous women and diverse people, and has been documented and acknowledged. Clarifying the criminal law in this is therefore not only a matter of legal precision, it is also Canada's broader efforts towards reconciliation. In respect to that, Bill S228 is consistent with Canada's commitments under UNDRIP, which call for concrete measures to eliminate forced and coerced sterilization and to strengthen protections for productive autonomy and bodily integrity. By enforcing the central of consent in criminal law, this bill contributes to the objective in concrete, legally meaningful way. And concluding, ultimately, Bill S228 ensures that our criminal law speaks clearly where clarity is required. It reinforces that legally effective consent is the dividing line between lawful medical care and criminal violence. Where such consent is present, the law recognizes the procedure as legitimate. Where it is absent, the full protections of the criminal code will apply. Mr. Speaker, Bill S228 affirms the central role of the Canadian consent in Canadian criminal law, clarifies the application of aggravated assault provisions, acknowledges the disproportionate harms experienced by Indigenous women and girls, and supports Canada's commitment under UNDRIP Action Plan. For these reasons, I urge all honourable members to support its swift passage.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Mr. Speaker, I will candidly own up to it. Until very recently, I believe that forced sterilization was already illegal and had been for a long time. After all, that's what would make the most sense. No one should undergo something so inhumane. Despite Quebec and Canada already having strict legal frameworks, and despite there being a number of guarantees that protect patient consent, this principle can be compromised in certain clinical contexts, particularly in cases where Indigenous or minority women find themselves in a vulnerable position. By explicitly banning forced or coerced sterilization through the criminal code, we would be providing victims with a clear recourse that they could use to launch investigations and lawsuits. Because in many situations, forced sterilization would be considered aggravated assault. This is why the Bloc Québécois supports Bill S228 and will be voting for it. This ban would also have a deterrent effect on healthcare professionals. It would encourage hospitals, medical associations, and professional bodies to adopt internal policies to ensure that medical practices are fully in line with the law. The bill specifies that a sterilization procedure is considered something that wounds or maims under subsection 268(1) of the Criminal Code and would therefore represent aggravated assault. It also includes a definition of sterilization. Sterilization procedure means the severing, clipping, tying, or cauterizing, in whole or in part, of the fallopian tubes, ovaries, or uterus of a person, or any other procedure performed on a person that results in the permanent prevention of reproduction, regardless of whether the procedure is reversible through a subsequent surgical procedure. Historical data show that forced or coerced sterilization of Indigenous women in Canada was part of a eugenic and colonial framework which lasted until the 1970s. Between 1966 and 1976, it is estimated that over 1,200 people were sterilized, including roughly 1,150 Indigenous women and roughly 50 men or persons whose sex was not documented. This excludes over 70 additional interventions carried out on women in Nunavut. In Alberta, under the Sexual Sterilization Act, 74% of Indigenous people whose cases were presented to the Eugenics Board ended up sterilized. This can be compared to 60% of total people presented to the board, which illustrates a clear overrepresentation of Indigenous people in these programs. In her book on these practices, researcher Karen Stote, working alone, documented 580 sterilizations carried out in federal Indian hospitals between 1970 and 1975. This would imply that the numbers are higher than the already high numbers that we have available to us due to destroyed archives, incomplete files, and a lack of systematic data broken down by community and identity. There seemed to be little public data on sterilizations from before the 1960s, but let us not fool ourselves. The statistics are no doubt alarming. In my community, I've not heard of any sterilizations that took place on the Huron-Wendat community. Despite this, I stand in solidarity with people who have undergone these horrible harms. Today, the scale of the phenomenon is seen less in official statistics and more in class action lawsuits and inquiries. One class action lawsuit filed in Saskatchewan in 2017 brings together over 100 Indigenous women from various regions who allege forced sterilizations carried out without free and informed consent, including tubal ligatures carried out between 2008 and 2012. After the lawsuit was filed, prior to the end of the 2010s, at least 55 women contacted the lawyers in charge. Canada-wide, organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada and various reports cite at least 5 class action lawsuits that are announced or ongoing, targeting facilities and doctors in various provinces. In Quebec, one academic study cited by the press and various Indigenous groups found at least 22 cases of forced sterilization of Indigenous women that occurred between 1980 and 2019. Roughly 30 Atikamekw women today are taking part in a class action lawsuit against the Lanaudière Integrated Health and Social Services Center and 3 doctors for sterilizations that took place without consent between 1980 and the present. Forced and coerced sterilization have no place in a free and democratic society. We must put an end to these practices for good. This bill is an important step to explicitly ban forced and coerced sterilization. Passing the bill will shore up the legal framework that protects vulnerable women and would reaffirm the importance of free and informed consent. During the previous Parliament, the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs expressed concerns about tensions between obtaining consent for sterilization and medical interventions during emergencies or other cases where sterilization is required. With this in mind, Bill S-250 today, Bill S-228, was amended. Today, it contains clear, precise wording that can have a meaningful influence on the importance of obtaining free, prior, and informed consent and of informing patients of the medical risks linked to medical interventions, including the possibility of sterilization in cases where doctors have to act to protect the life or health of a patient for medical reasons. Some groups criticize the bill, stating that the narrow definition of sterilization procedure could exclude transgender people, non-binary people, intersex people, and men. However, it should be noted that the current definition is an inclusive one because it includes, quote, any other procedure performed on a person that results in the permanent prevention of reproduction, end quote. Whatever happens to this bill, legislation alone will not go far enough. For legislation to have a real impact, it must be combined with clear regulations, robust enforcement mechanisms, and strategies that are respectful of the autonomy and cultural realities of Indigenous nations. Without these measures, the Canadian state runs the risk of reproducing its ineffective Ottawa Knows best practices. The full participation of organizations representing Indigenous nations is indispensable for any legitimate and effective reform. It's only by working together that we can truly protect the rights of Indigenous women and the rights of anyone who might be exposed to these unacceptable practices. What is more, any legislative or regulatory intervention on this front must fully respect the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces for the health file. Ottawa cannot impose unilateral measures that circumvent Quebec's autonomy. To do so would be to reproduce the historic mistakes of centralization. Protecting women's rights and overseeing medical procedures are both topics under provincial jurisdiction, and any reform must be done with the full approval of Quebec, its institutions, and Indigenous organizations. One example of this is the Collège des Médecins du Québec, the Quebec College of Doctors. Following the report of the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Health and Social Services Commission, the college put in place an action plan a preamble was added to the Code of Ethics recognizing the realities of First Peoples, respect for all identities, and the fight against systemic inequalities. What is more, the Aldo Quebec training program was updated with a new mandatory module on social responsibility comprising equity, diversity, inclusion, and the health of the planet. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we are fully in agreement with this bill.
East the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code sterilization procedures. Bill 228, formerly S-250, criminalizes the act of forcing or coercing a person to become sterilized without proper consent. It amends the Criminal Code of Canada by adding Section 268.1, which clarifies what a sterilization procedure is and adds clarity that a sterilization procedure is an act that falls under Section 268.1. I want to thank Senator Yvonne Boyer for her leadership in bringing forward this bill. This isn't an easy topic to talk about, but it's bringing an important solution so that forced or coerced sterilization is something that will never happen again. Forced or coerced sterilization is a form of eugenics, and Canada has a troubling and well-documented history when it comes to its practice. In 1928, Alberta enacted the Sexual Sterilization Act, which established a eugenics board empowered to authorize the sterilization of patients in mental hospitals who were being considered for discharge. If the board determined that an individual might pass on a perceived disability to their children, it could approve the procedure. At first, the act required consent, either from the patient or from the parent, guardian, or spouse. However, in 1937, the legislation was amended to remove the requirement for informed consent for those labeled mentally defective. And during the 44 years in which this legislation was in effect, the Eugenics Board approved 4,725 cases for sterilization, of which 2,834 were actually carried out. One of the survivors was Leilani Mir. In 1955, Ms. Mir was admitted to the Provincial Training School for Mental Defectives in Red Deer. She was told she was undergoing a routine appendectomy when doctors decided to sterilize her without her knowledge, much less her consent. It was only years later that she found out, while trying to conceive, that her sterilization had occurred. In 1996, Ms. Muir became the first person to successfully sue the Alberta government for wrongful sterilization. Ms. Muir's case opened the door for similar class action lawsuits, and by 1999, the province of Alberta had paid $142 million in settlement costs to over 700 victims. The Sexual Sterilization Act was repealed in 1972 by Premier Peter Lougheed's Progressive Conservative government, and former Premier Ralph Klein made a historic formal apology for the forced sterilization of more than 2,800 people in 1999. British Columbia enacted a similar law that was in place between 1933 and 1973, yet it was narrower in scope than Alberta's legislation and therefore impacted a lot fewer people. Both Saskatchewan and Ontario debated it bringing forward this type of legislation, but ultimately the legislation didn't pass. As a result, many assume that forced sterilization belongs to some troublesome but distant past. This assumption, however, is completely inaccurate. Reports of forced or coerced sterilization have surfaced as recently as last year, 2025. For those affected, this isn't history, it's lived experience. To date, it is estimated that somewhere between 12,000 and 15,000 Indigenous women and men have experienced forced or coerced sterilization in Canada. Evidence also shows that other marginalized groups, including women living in poverty, women with disabilities, African Canadian women, racialized and ethnic minority women, and women living with HIV, have been particularly vulnerable to coercive sterilization practices within Canadian healthcare settings, where their autonomy and informed consent were compromised, or worse yet, completely disregarded. This week, I had the opportunity
to attend an information session where survivors of forced and coerced sterilization bravely shared their stories. One survivor, Chastity, really touched my heart. She recounted her experience to me that during the birth of her daughter, she had been scheduled for a cesarean section. Upon arriving at the hospital, doctors began discussing complications from her previous pregnancy and then shifted to the topic of tubal ligation. She made it clear that when the doctors were speaking, but not including her in the conversation, as though the decision had already been made. She explicitly told the doctors that she didn't want to have a tubal ligation, and instead she asked about having a 5-year contraceptive implant. She was handed documents to sign and believed she was consenting to the implant. Throughout this time, she was drifting in and out of consciousness and experiencing disorientation. She was not informed of her options, nor was she in a condition to provide meaningful consent. Despite this, during her C-section, Chastity remembers the smell of burning flesh. To this day, she does not know exactly which procedure was performed on her. The trauma of this experience has had lasting impacts and effects, yet tragically, her story is just one of thousands. She was 22 at the time. She's now in her early 40s. Mr. Speaker, she's only a couple years older than me. This clearly isn't a problem of the past, and we must do something today to stop it for once and for all. Forced or coerced sterilization is a profound violation of human rights. It strips individuals of bodily autonomy, personal freedom, and fundamental dignity. As she stated, this isn't theoretical. It happened to real people, Indigenous women, racialized women, and vulnerable women. Survivors were harmed without consent, and a law is required because human rights should never rely on goodwill, end quote. In my view, forced and coerced sterilization constitutes aggravated assault and should be prosecuted under the criminal code. While existing provisions of the criminal code may in certain circumstances allow for this to be prosecuted, it really leaves a gap and a hole. It's clear the Senate committee, expert witnesses repeatedly testified that these provisions rarely actually resulted in meaningful accountability. The absence of explicit language creates uncertainty for law enforcement, prosecutors, healthcare administrators, and survivors alike. When the law lacks clarity, investigations falter, prosecutions stall, and those harmed are reluctant to come forward. This is just one more example of our medical system that mistreats and misunderstands women, especially women in these vulnerable times. The legislative gap leaves grave violations insufficiently addressed, and the resolution is Bill S-228. I'm so proud to be able to second this bill. This legislation, at its core, is about justice. Justice for every person who has endured the profound violation of forced or coerced sterilization. Indigenous women have been disproportionately targeted, reflecting a painful and well-documented history of discrimination and systemic racism. But we also have to recognize that this abuse has not been confined to one community. This abuse has been affected on women and other gender non-diverse and men throughout our entire country. It has harmed individuals from coast to coast to coast. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that truly just has to end today. Let me reiterate. Forced sterilization is not just something in the past. It is happening now, today, to somebody's daughter or son, perhaps to someone you might very well know, Mr. Speaker. Passing this bill will not undo the suffering of those already inflicted, but it will tell the survivors that we hear them, we see them, and we will make sure that never again will this happen in this great country of ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge every member to support this bill.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'm very pleased to represent Nunavut supporting S228. First, I'd like to thank the very strong people that may or may not be in this room that are sharing with us their strength today. Jackie, Sylvia, Heather, Jermaine, Chastity, Nicole, Lois, Lilac, Susan, Harmony, staff, and volunteers. I also thank the MP for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, and I thank Senator Boyer for her decades of commitment to this work. Survivors of the horrific procedure of forced or coerced sterilization against First Nations, Inuit, and Métis have endured so much, and this is another example of a genocidal policy that has tested our strength. I thank Senator Boyer for the decades of commitment to this work. I was her student in law school when I first heard about just how deep this issue was across Canada. I thank the Survivor Circle of Reproductive Justice for their years of work. And finally, I thank the Senate Committee on Human Rights, who studied this important issue and tabled a report entitled "The Scars That We Carry: Forced, Coerced Sterilization of Persons in Canada" in July 2022. Far too many Canadians are still ignorant to how Canada treated Indigenous peoples. Senator Boyer has worked since around 2017 bringing this to light. At least 12,000 Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people have forcibly or coercively been sterilized between 1971 and 2018. This practice is reported as far back as the 1920s. This bill is important because if passed, it would criminalize sterilization procedures in the criminal code. Today, I met Dr. Margaret Burnell, president of the Canadian Medical Association. The CMA supports Bill S228, which makes it clear that performing medical acts without free, prior, and informed consent constitutes aggravated assault. The bill would define a sterilization procedure as any intervention that permanently prevents reproduction, regardless of whether it is technically reversible. The offense would be serious and could carry a maximum penalty of 14 years in prison. Unfortunately, sterilization of Indigenous women is not a practice of the distant past, as others have said in this room. There are ongoing class action lawsuits representing hundreds of Indigenous women who were sterilized without their consent. Reports of forced and coerced hysterectomies and sterilizations performed on Black women, people with disabilities, and intersex people. The Senate Standing Committee reported that, quote, in Igloolik, 26% of women between the ages of 30 and 50 were sterilized. In Nauyat, formerly known as Repulse Bay, almost 50% of women in the 30 to 50 age group were sterilized. In Joe Haven, 31% of women had been sterilized. More than 25% of women in Chesterfield Inlet and Coorparuk had been sterilized. Those are only ones that were well documented, but we know there were a lot more, end quote. I share as well the story of Louise Delisle from the report, The Scars That We Carry. Louise had shared, I was very young when I had my daughter. I was 15 years old. My parents were not parents whom I could come to and tell them that I was pregnant. So this was a traumatic time for me in my life, and I told no one. I had to leave school because I began to show, and actually my principal was the one who informed my mother that I was with child. Because I was so young, I had no idea what this all meant and how to handle this. Of course, my daughter was taken away because I was so young, and I was the eldest of 7 children living in a very poor home. I remember her birth. I remember the pain during her birth. I also remember a Black woman being in the room with me as a nursing assistant. I remember through all the pain that she got into an argument with the doctor who was delivering my daughter. I remember her voice to this day and the sternness in her voice when she said, "You can't do that. You need permission to do that." The doctor said, "Too late. I don't want to see this girl back here again having kid after kid and going through this and maybe worse. We won't be in this position again," he said. I had no idea what he was talking about. I was in labor and I was 15 years old. But what I found out was he had done something that would prevent me from having any more children. This was never discussed with me or my mother, who was my guardian while I was in hospital. It was never discussed. My mother was not allowed in the room with me when I was giving birth, which was also something traumatic. The hardest thing for me to come home without my daughter, because I was 15 years old, like I said. I had to give her away. I couldn't provide for her. Whatever the doctor did to me, I was not able to have children again in my life. So when I became 29, I married, and my husband and I wanted to have children. I was not aware that what had happened until I was seeing a doctor in a fertility clinic to find out why I wasn't getting pregnant. That's when I was told I had a partial hysterectomy. That is the story of Louise Delisle. We have a responsibility to prevent obstetric violence. We have to make sure that the link between racism and forced practice of coerced sterilization in Canada exists. Much work has been done by Senator Boyer that must be honored. We must continue to stand with survivors. To all Inuit, First Nations, Métis, speak up. Your voice matters. You can help make a difference. You can help make sure that we have a better future. And having said this, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sterilization procedures, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported, and without amendment, deemed occurred in at third stage and deemed read a third time and passed.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. I have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find the unanimous consent, as discussed with the official opposition, to allow the bill to pass unanimously, but to allow it to go to committee. This way, individuals that might want to present at committee are afforded that opportunity.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Au comité.
Carried.
Reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. On adjournment proceedings, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, if I may, in September 2025, the Government of Quebec ordered the removal of 1,200 so-called zero-emission buses from Quebec roads. These were school buses because a third one had caught fire. And the company involved was a company that was a local champion called Lion Electric. We'll call it Lion Electric for the rest of this speech, although the proper name is Lion Electric in Quebec. The poster child, if you will, of a government program that the government of Quebec said that they needed to have a local company provide the electric buses that were going to transition their bus fleet in Quebec from diesel to electric. A failed experiment, a rushed transition, but something that cost the government of Quebec over $230 million. This past spring, they undid that requirement because of the failed experiment. Nevertheless, you talk to the people that were actually involved in arranging these vehicles, people like Andrew Jones, who says the problem with these buses is that the electric bus costs triple what it would be for a diesel equivalent on the insurance. It costs a whole bunch more in maintenance. It is not worth it at the end of the day. So more costs were going to be visited upon society, not just the purchase price, which went from $175,000 per vehicle to $230,000 per vehicle, just because they cost so much more than the vehicles they were replacing. Government can subsidize the initial part of it, but it did not subsidize anything going further there. The government of Quebec lost a significant amount of money there, but the local champion, of course, is the only reason they got it. You had to buy the buses in Quebec. So 1,200 of those were bought. After going through more than $500 million of investor funds, Lion Electric entered into CCAA protection last year. That's enough of a failed vehicle electrification experiment that the government of Quebec scrapped its whole experiment. Now, here's an indication that that's bad policy, but here's where the government of Canada was involved in that whole scam. The problem with it is that it is actually a financial crime called a pump and dump. So some promoters in the financial industry got a hold of this, flavored the day the government of Canada was in here on the green technology, and they got a marginal production company in Quebec, and they got a hold of it, and in the process of raising $500 million on public markets that benefited a whole bunch of insiders, including people that well connected with this Liberal government, they took their own fees off they cashed in their own shares. The president, Andre Bedard, took out $33 million and put it in his pocket before it went bankrupt. This is like I say, a pump and dump financial arrangement. So investors got very poor in the process, and all the management got very rich. And the problem is with the government of Canada here, because the government of Canada assisted in this by giving $50 million to this fraud from the Strategic Innovation Fund. It gave $480 million to arrange these vehicles through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And the third leg of that stool, Mr. Chair, was it gave an unwritten and unquantified guarantee to the lenders to Lion through the Export Development Corporation. Now, I've asked through an order paper question to find out how much the Export Development Corporation has underwritten lenders like BMO Capital, who provided part of the pump up on this in their reports in order to kind of get this over the line. This has cost Canadians an enormous amount of money. We need to find out how much it is. Will this government please indicate how much they've lost on this fee?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de l'Industrie.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Industry.
To respond to comments made by the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre regarding contributions towards Lyon Electric, and more specifically, how much these contributions have costed the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, in March 2021, the Government of Canada announced support to Lyon Electric, which included a $49.95 million contribution through the Strategic Innovation Fund for Lyon's automated battery pack assembly plant project. At the time, the CIF program administered the Net Zero Accelerator Initiative, which supported investments to establish Canada as a global clean technology leader, enabling decarbonization and industrial transformation while capitalizing on new growth opportunities. As done for all CIF projects, through the rigorous due diligence was conducted to ensure that Lyon's project aligned with federal objectives before a contribution was committed. Since that time, the company has faced a number of financial challenges which have resulted in the company seeking creditor protection in late 2024 and ultimately being sold to a group of Quebec-based investors in 2025. CIF has committed to a partially repayable contribution for Lyon, of which $31 million has been disbursed according to the public accounts of Canada. The Government of Canada has been monitoring the situation closely and has worked with Justice Canada and the court-appointed trustee to evaluate the next steps. Electric vehicle and battery supply chains are complex and require considerable investment to bring as much of this value chain as possible to Canada. Responsible risk-taking is an inherent part of supporting innovation in a competitive global economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
I heard something there, my colleague said on the other side, responsible risk-taking. Well, this wasn't responsible at all. It pushed a whole bunch of money into their friends' pockets along the way. But I'm going to bring up one thing in particular here, Mr. Speaker, in the last minute I have here. Export Development Corporation will guarantee BMO loans to companies working to lower emissions. So Bank of Montreal, BMO Capital, threw a whole bunch of money behind these companies with zero risk. This is what is known as privatizing profits and publicizing, making public all the losses that these companies have. So profits are going to their friends, profits are going to the insiders, profits are going in here, and the people bearing the cost at the end of the day are, of course, the Canadian taxpayer. I'm asking here again, EDC, Export Development Corporation, funded all of this mess. It is a vast fraud, and I would like the government to explain through how much they've lost through Export Development Corporation in this electrification fiasco. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the project is currently being managed by the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, ISET, Grants and Contributions Recovery Centre of Expertise, the team responsible for managing all contribution agreements that are in breach or in default. The department has worked closely with a court-appointed trustee to validate the outstanding debt and to ensure continuous oversight of this situation. As mentioned, strategic and well-informed risk-taking plays an important role in securing investments. Calculated risk is a fundamental driver of innovation. ISET, and I can only speak for ISET, will continue to evaluate risks and benefits to Canadians when making strategic investment decisions. Electric vehicle and battery supply chains are complex and require considerable investment to bring as much of this value chain as possible to Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Liberal promises, housing prices have doubled, down payments have doubled, and now CMHC projects that housing starts will decline through 2026, 27, and 28. CMHC says we need nearly 500,000 homes per year to end the housing crisis. Instead, we are headed towards less than half that. The government says 800,000 homes may be permitted over a decade. That is not a housing plan, that is a housing backslide. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says the new Build Canada Homes program will build just 5,000 homes per year. That is just 1% of what the Liberals promised Canadians. Private home building itself is slowing as well. New home sales are down 45% in our major cities, the lowest level in 45 years. They are down 56% in Vancouver. Permit applications are down 26% compared to last spring. Why? Government-imposed costs now account for 30 to 50% of the price of a new home. Development charges have exploded. Mr. Speaker, when it costs more to get permission to build than to build, we do not have a market failure, we have a government failure. The Liberals will stand up and list billions of dollars that they have spent. This Liberal government has indeed created the most expensive housing program in history. But if those billions in announcements actually built homes, Canada would not be in a housing crisis. The Housing Accelerator Fund was supposed to remove gatekeepers. Instead, we have cities raising development fees after receiving federal money. While communities like mine have submitted numerous applications for this Accelerator Fund and had all their proposals rejected. The Liberal government's housing failures are increasingly evident. Many Liberals stood on a promise in 2021 to end chronic homelessness by 2030. Can we find a single Liberal who thinks that they will keep that promise? Not when the PBO reports that we've seen a number of chronic homeless people, that the number of chronic homeless people has increased by 38%. Unsheltered homelessness increased by 300% between 2018 and 2024. Residents and communities in my region don't need Ottawa to tell them this, though. Penticton and the Regional District are buckling under the strain of homeless encampments and people living in their vehicles on forestry roads. I recently spoke with a senior in Castlegar, living across the street from a growing encampment that didn't even exist just a couple of years ago. Not surprisingly, she feels increasingly unsafe in her own neighborhood amid rising crime and fire reports. Local services are overwhelming, and the problem of homelessness is only increasing. That is why Conservatives are calling on the Liberals to stop making promises they can't keep and start building homes. We asked them to cut the GST on all new homes under $1.3 million, to save families up to $65,000 and make projects viable again, to tie federal infrastructure dollars to municipal results and reward communities that are building more, and to end capital gains tax on reinvestment in housing to unlock private capital. If the Liberals say their plan is working, why are housing starts falling, sales collapsing, and young Canadians giving up on home ownership? Why are people living in tents?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's housing system is facing complex problems that require targeted solutions. Far too many Canadians, especially younger generations, are struggling to find homes that they can afford. Housing costs continue to rise while supply is not keeping pace with growing demand. In response, the Government of Canada is taking immediate action. Budget 2025 is making generational investments of $25 billion over 5 years for housing and $115 billion over 5 years for infrastructure. These strategic investments will build major infrastructure and homes and create lasting prosperity, empowering Canadians to get ahead. That is also why the Government of Canada has launched Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes is Canada's new federal agency with the mandate to scale up the supply of affordable housing across Canada by leveraging public lands, deploying flexible financial tools, and acting as a catalyst for modern methods of construction. Build Canada Homes is driving a more productive and innovative home building sector. On February 5, 2026, Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act, was introduced in Parliament. This legislation, if passed, will establish Build Canada Homes as a Crown corporation dedicated to building affordable homes in communities across the country. Build Canada Homes is accelerating the delivery of housing Canadians need, faster, smarter, and more affordable. This new agency is working in partnership with nonprofits, Indigenous organizations, private developers, and all orders of government. Build Canada Homes will partner with builders and housing providers that are focused on long-term affordability. This includes nonprofits, cooperatives, community housing providers, and organizations that support a variety of housing options for Canadians. It will also work with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous governments to help fight homelessness by building supportive and transitional housing. Through Building Canada Homes investments, federal governments and provincial and territorial governments are partnering to deliver affordable homes to Canadians. The Government of Canada has also made significant investments in affordable housing through programs like the Affordable Housing Fund. As of September 2025, over 54,000 new units have been committed through the Affordable Housing Fund. The Government of Canada has also provided an additional $1.5 billion in loans to the Affordable Housing Fund stream's new construction stream. This will lead to thousands of affordable housing units being built and brings the total federal investment in the fund to approximately $16 billion. Additionally, to help new home buyers enter the market, we're delivering savings of up to $50,000 for first-time home buyers by cutting the GST on new homes at or under $1 million and lowering the GST on new homes between $1 and $1.5 million. The federal government, through a wide range of measures, is restoring affordability, expanding housing options, and ensuring every Canadian has a place to call home.
For Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
The Liberals promised to build at speeds not seen since Second World War, when returning veterans were in desperate need of housing to start young families. Back then, we provided it in mere months. Yet the Liberals today are proud of the billions they're spending. But the fact is, more young Canadians than ever are delaying, if not abandoning, important life goals like home ownership and starting a family. Too many end up homeless as a result. An average home in Canada costs roughly $700,000. Down payments have doubled. Housing starts are falling. Builders are not building. Tent communities are a common sight. After 10 years and billions of dollars, where are the homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2025 includes generational investments in housing and infrastructure that will accelerate housing construction and grow Canada's economy. We are taking the next step forward with the introduction of Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act. Now is the time to build upon the progress being made by Build Canada Homes and get homes built for Canadians across the country. Build Canada Homes will partner across the housing ecosystem to drive the development of affordable housing. It will support a mix of income needs and catalyze a more productive housing sector. This is part of our national effort to increase housing construction, restore affordability, and reduce homelessness. The government is focused on building more affordable housing while creating jobs and growing our economy at the same time.
Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, and Bikeshwanok.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here tonight to speak about the issue of affordability. You know, women in Canada are only half of the population, but they're really struggling. We're talking single mothers, we're talking single seniors, some of the poorest people in our country. They can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. And it's the disastrous policies of this Liberal government over the last 10 years that has led us here. If we look at food, we know food inflation is the highest in the G7 and double what it is in the US of A. And, you know, specific items, lettuce is up 40%, coffee 33%, beef 27%, baby formula 50%. All of these things are making it difficult for people to survive in the country, especially women. And we see that, you know, the reason for the food inflation is clear. It's the industrial carbon tax, it's the fuel standard tax, fertilizer tariffs, fertilizer regulations, new packaging requirements that are driving costs up. And then we see that when it comes to, you know, heating your home or driving your car to take your kids to soccer, I mean, the fuel standard has driven things up 7 cents a liter. And that's just piling on to an already unaffordable life. The housing is difficult as well, Mr. Speaker. The disastrous immigration policies of this government have let millions of people come in without keeping up with the housing supply. I heard the member before me talk about how we have to build 500,000 homes a year, every year for a number of years to get out of this housing crisis. Well, what it's done is it's doubled the price of housing. It's doubled the price of rent. And so people that are working hard cannot afford to live. And it so disproportionately affects those that can least afford it, like single mothers and single seniors. And so, the government has a responsibility. I know the status of Women Minister that I originally asked this question to. I've worked with her. I know she cares about the women in Canada. I'm the chair of the Status of Women Committee. I care about the status of women in Canada. We're addressing issues that are important, like femicide and intimate partner violence. But, Mr. Speaker, when people can't afford to live and put a roof over their heads, then really, we're not hitting all of the priorities. And so really, I think it's incumbent on everyone in this House to bring forward corrections to the policies that have led us to this place and to make sure that we can make life more affordable, that we can bring food pricing down, that we can take the taxes off gas and home heating, that we can make sure that we have a housing supply that brings the housing down so that mothers can afford to feed their children, single seniors aren't forced to eat cat food, and we can have a better country. Mr. Speaker, I'm counting on the minister to answer my question, which is what is she going to do to address the affordability crisis that's facing women in Canada? What policies of the government will they reverse to bring the costs down so that women in this country can afford to eat, heat, and house themselves? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So affordability pressures are indeed very real, and the Government of Canada takes concerns about food prices in particular very, very seriously. It is a real issue for women and for all Canadians. Families, farmers, and businesses are facing global challenges, from supply chain disruptions to geopolitical instability and climate impacts that are affecting prices here at home and around the world. It is important, however, to be clear about the facts of Canada's climate policies. Industrial carbon pricing systems do more than any other policy to cut greenhouse gas emissions with next to no cost for consumers. Canada's system applies only to large industrial emitters. It is designed to improve performance, drive investment, and keep Canadian industries competitive as global markets increasingly reward cleaner production. It does not apply to individuals, and it is carefully designed to protect against carbon leakage, safeguard jobs, and keep production here in Canada. This market-based approach is not just efficient, but important to position Canada to be competitive in the global market that values low carbon production. It's simply where the world is going. Repealing industrial carbon pricing would introduce uncertainty, discourage investment, and risk exposing Canadian exports to foreign carbon border measures that are being adopted now by key trading partners at a time when we want to diversify our exports. The clean fuel regulations are an important part of Canada's commitment to taking action on climate change, including to protect the environment and human health, to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The clean fuel regulation does not set or impose a price increase at the pump. Fuel prices are shaped by many global factors, and domestic clean fuel measures represent only a very, very small piece of that picture. Independent analysis shows that the expected impact on gasoline prices is modest, even at the full impact later this decade. These regulations are designed to keep costs low, protecting households while making industry more resilient. The price noted by the opposition, the effect on the pump, at the pump, is not accurate, unfortunately. At the same time, these regulations are delivering real economic co-benefits. Removing the regulations would directly hurt canola farmers, Mr. President. 40,000 growers now have a market for 2.5 million tons of their canola from one Alberta biofuels plant alone. 50% of canola produced in Alberta meets the demand for the Strathcona plant at full capacity. This is 10% of all Canadian canolas. Excuse me. Why is this a problem for the Conservatives? I think they should applaud this. Mr. Speaker, in closing, climate action and affordability are not competing goals. They are not competing goals. Well-designed climate policies help reduce long-term costs by limiting growing impacts of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bikeshwanog.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy the Parliamentary Secretary for Industry showed up, but I'm very disappointed that the Minister of Status of Women and Gender Equality, who I addressed my original question to, didn't take the time to prioritize answering these questions that are so important for women in Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary talked about climate change being the cause of all of this. Well, that's not true, because food inflation is twice as high here as in the States, and the climate is not that different in our two countries. We know that the climate actions that they're taking in terms of industrial carbon taxes and the clean fuel tax, they all get passed on to the consumer eventually. It's not that, organizations, businesses are going to be charitable and just suck up those costs themselves. They're going to pass them on. That drives the price of food up. And the reality is this government's emissions continue to go up, so it's not even working. So, Mr. Speaker, what is this government going to do to make food more affordable, housing and heating more affordable, so women in Canada can afford to live?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will not take actions that undermine investment certainty, weaken competitiveness, or put Canadian jobs at risk. Industrial carbon pricing and the clean fuel regulations are key pillars of Canada's climate competitiveness strategy, driving investment, ensuring emission reductions, the protection of human health, in addition to allowing our producers to compete in global markets. These policies are flexible, evidence-based, and designed to protect competitiveness while driving innovation. Rather than retreating from proven tools, the government will continue working with provinces, industry, and Indigenous partners to strengthen affordability and support economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 17h.
It being 5:44 p.m., the House will adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.